searched around, always lost, not found, but I didn't realize. Like a giant standing in my way, leading me astray. Now it's time for me to rise. I knew I had to find myself. Turns out I'm on my own. I won't let it go. The fire burn that you pretend to know. The fire in my heart burns in your shadow. The silver lining can begin to rust, and now I get who I can and cannot trust. I won't let it go.
I wish that we could wake and see the city sky before the sun's up. It's early, but you're here with me on the other end of my camera. Across the ocean, looking back 2,000 miles to my window. Feels like we're living in the past, but with our best to follow. Walk ourselves home by LED, but we're still sleeping with the light on. Slip into electricity, where our roads finally cross. We go forever and a day with all the messages we're sending, but we have never found a way to find when this all began. When the walls crumble around and all our dreams are falling down, pick up our pieces that we found and build ourselves back again. As I try to let you in, we will be empty from within. The seasons change, we shed our skin until the sun comes to an end. our dreams are falling down. Pick up our pieces that we found and build ourselves back again. As I try to let you in, we will be empty from within. The seasons change, we shed our skin until we're almost human. internet these days is so dope. Hey man, what's up? Hey dude, that internet these days is so dope, man. School sucks, dude. You can just go on the stinging internet, 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 on the stinging internet. Just go on the stinging internet. Hey man, what's up? Just go on the stinging internet. Just go on the stinging internet. Hey, do that internet. Internet.
Oh my god, were we muted the entire time? That is
Please don't tell me
crazy.
we were
That is
muted, bro.
crazy. Unfortunate.
Hey Max, don't laugh, bro.
Okay,
is it
well,
true that we were muted? I mean, there's a 3-minute delay on this.
there's a
stuff,
3 minute
right?
delay, so
I
you're
guess-
gonna be waiting a bit.
I guess in 3 minutes we're gonna find out if we were muted the entire game,
Yeah,
but bro.
That's unfortunate. Okay, let's repeat what we said. Okay, so really good front to back on both sides. I think it's a waiting game on both teams here. Both of them scale really well. The Varus is very strong into tanks, and he's most likely going to be going on hit, right?
I mean, we're looking for maybe on hit for the Casante, Volibear. Nico can also be rocking things like the Frozen Heart as we saw on the games in Worlds right now. So on hit is probably going to be actually like really important here. But in general, we were saying that scaling for both sides is pretty like average. There's no hyper carry like a Victor or a Syndra that's gonna scale really well. So scaling is not really like a very different thing on both sides. We're looking to see for the team Calamity here, Volley, we're looking for level 6, getting that level 6 to start diving people on the bot lane, top side. And for AP here, we see the Renekton, Ari, and Udyr. Almost the same thing. We want the Udyr to get like level 6, a little bit more XP so he can start getting aggressive on the map. Not really like very early game champion. You need some scaling for that to work.
Yeah, 100%. And we're getting right into the actual draft here. It's going to be quickly finished, and we'll get right into game. But again, I think I'm just super concerned about this Talia. I think for the side of AP, because that Talia is going to completely like nullify.
Yeah,
any
it's a
engage.
really good pick, but
Yeah.
in general, like they saw it since the very beginning. Like Talia blue one first pick, so you can kind of manage around that. Get some counter picks there, and not pick like things like Ari. So you're kind of counter picking yourself in a way. But let's see what they can come up with. Maybe they picked that Ari because we have one of the best Aris in the server or whatever. So
Okay, yeah.
we're just gonna be waiting to see what happens here.
It could be the best RA we've ever seen, and hopefully it is, because yeah, I mean, they picked the characters into Talia. They knew Talia was there, so I'm hoping they have a plan for it.
Yeah, and talking about draft, who do you think has a better draft, or who would you say you like? If you were playing a solo queue game, what team would you be wanting to be?
I'd be on Team Talia here because I'm just stuck on that character. I think it's gonna nullify, and Alistar as well, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I would also be inclined to picking that, but more because of the Nico here. Like, you see the Ari, the
Step outside, don't look back, 'cause we don't need to justify our crimes. Who are you to say it's wrong to live my life? Won't hesitate, oh, I won't bend or break, no, we won't know if we don't
Unfortunately, it's a cruel world. We can't have that. So I'd say more so it's against it's 5 against 1, right? Mainly for T1 I want Doran to win, but for KT, I want the entire roster to win. So I'd say I'm supporting KT more. I'm lucky for Doran, but it's going to be a banger series. KT has beaten T1 before, and that's exactly what they did to knock T1 down into the 4th seed qualifier against IG in the World. So let's see if they can repeat that, but we all know T1 at Worlds, it's a different beast.
Yeah, T1 at Worlds, man. Like, what can you really do? Like, they have all that aura. They have all that just like plot aura. Like, they can't be stopped. Like,
Yeah.
LPL's nothing for them, and now KT. Like, looking at their run here, we all thought it was like a very cheap way to get into the finals, but we saw what they did on the lower bracket. I mean, not the lower bracket, but the semifinals here, getting away by beating Gen G. So I'm pretty scared here. Like, I'm pretty scared for T1, even though they have all that like character armor or whatever. So
Yeah, a lot of plot armor on T1, but it's a Cinderella story again. I'm like stuck on the fact that DRX in 2022 they were also the team that nobody expected to win, and then they just had that dark horse run, and then they came out on top. So I'm hoping KT can replicate, but I feel like T1's on a slight dark horse run. They were the 4th seed.
yeah,
They barely made it.
yeah, that's how T1 has always worked. I mean, T1 always notorious for they're not even gonna make it to Worlds, and they just end up winning. So kind of
That is the T1 experience.
yeah, if you're a T1 fan like everybody else, like everybody in the world, how can you?
Yeah, you love
You might be a little tired for him, like winning all the championships. Like people are like, oh, I want somebody else to win, but at the end of the day, you T1, like how can you hate T1?
Yeah, the team was hard to hate. Then how can you hate for BDD? BDD is my go.
Oh, look though, we have a message here from Cal. What does Corky do? You know what Corky does? Can you believe that guy got to a Masters without knowing what Corky did?
Corky one-shots everyone who walks up to him, like, within 2 meters of him.
I told him about the Corky package before the rework. He was like, what is that? So we had to look it up.
Oh my god, Corky package is something else.
It was really fun.
Back in
Corky
the
was
day,
actually
back
fun.
in the day.
Not even that long ago. 1 year ago.
Was it? It's that recent?
I don't think it's that long ago.
That's true, actually,
I
yeah.
feel like last time I used the Corky package was not that long ago.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is honestly not that long ago. And I think we're in, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally in. Just about to get into the loading screen. There we go.
There we go.
Let's look at the skins here. SSG Talia. Very nice skin. Spirit Blossom Ari. And there we go. Amazing. We're tapped in. We're starting off strong.
Hopefully,
Hopefully.
the stream cannot see the chat.
Hopefully.
Hey, production, if you can help us with removing the chat, that
Yeah.
would be really helpful as well.
Yeah.
There
we go. There we go.
Thank you. W production, guys.
W production, W production.
So starting off early, I'm gonna expect both teams to be really chill here. I don't expect much action here in the early game, at least to level 6, when that Volibear wants to start doing stuff here. Maybe just warding Raptors, getting out of the jungle, getting information to know where the Udyr is pathing. But other than that, I don't expect much.
Yeah. And Udyr just awarded right there by the Volibear. And that's some space. That's a lot of info for Team Calamity, if I'm not wrong.
Mess with the bull and you get the horns.
For now, it's a lot. It's just very chill. No one's trying to invade. No one's trying to take any space. Just Nico doing Nico things in bot lane. Ari moving up a bit here, trying to get any info. And yeah, just a chilled start to the game. Again, guessing game here. Who's the Nico? Who's the actual But oh, that was something impressive. But a poke attention from Varus does connect, and oh, it is poke Varus.
You see the arcane coming.
Yeah.
Get some early poke. Maybe get the
Top lane is gonna be.
top lane is not really as much of an issue. Also looking to see a little bit of scale. But other than that, I don't think it's gonna be a big one. And Volibear here knowing that Udyr is gonna be pathing bot. Right now, matching the pathing, both junglers are probably going to be meeting on the crash. We expect Corky and Nico to have the fight. maybe that's going to be our first conflict for fight for the gap. We assume that the both ranged laners on the bot side are going to have the prio for that. If they manage their lanes well, and that's one of the first like objectives of this fight.
Soon enough. Of course, there's no hard push down, which is awesome. They're most likely going to have recall already. Or at least the position that they currently are. Oh yeah, down to half though. Here, nor is the Volibear anywhere in any position. Mid lane is, I think it's just going to be scaling. I think both jugglers are looking for a potential bot lane.
Yeah, like mentioned earlier, both of them are going to be looking at each other. So, the Nico is going to get the prio. Volibear a little bit, 2 seconds probably just going to give the grab. Should, unironically, just give this one grab. Trying to go ahead and top. But I think he would instead of just giving the grab, you can kind of just immediately go top. And you know, you don't have the prio, you don't have raw fire, you're like, okay, I'm just going to get the top grab then. But here, missing a little bit off center here, Volibear's going to get the result way early. Clearing.
He could be there now, but
But at the same time, you're already off center. You're just going to start hitting
right now,
You're not going to recall, just going to start clearing.
gonna have those items, gonna have that extra damage on him, and Team AP has been pushed all the way up to the back. Whoa, goes into the flash. But nothing comes from it. Going in. Big flash at First Blood 2. Oh, it's not First Blood, wait.
But that's just frustrating. Like looking at the Cascadia here, very low Udyr. How we were talking about the tempo, he didn't recall, so he ended up going for the Raptor first, and then wanted to go crush. Ended up being on the top lane with no item. So a no item is here. You're trying to kill Cascadia here. It's just bad. Like you have no damage in the early game.
It's super rough, and that's starting to stage most likely slope here. Way lead for Team. 45 minutes. Let's see the line. The Volibear is already super ahead, and not ideal for Team 18. Santa as well with the assist from Ramble into his inventory. He's doing far taking a lot of damage from this Renekton already. Okay. I think it's most likely just another stalemate here. Alistar is moving top with the Udyr. They might be looking to dive the Cascadia here. I'm not sure I like that idea. The Cascadia does have his ult. And this could be really bad for Team AP, and I think the Alistar may have overstepped here. The Udyr is coming, but so is the Nico. I'd be very surprised if... Oh! But the upgraded ult from the Udyr does so much damage. The Volibear does get the kill onto the Alistar and then just chases the Renekton, kills him. Oh my god, a complete bloodbath. favoring
A
Team
rough
Calamity.
start here.
Very rough start. 4 kills over to the Volibear, and he has a huge item lead on the enemy Udyr now.
4 kills for the Volibear here, but as I said, Volibear going full AP, not... We're looking for a Cosmic Drive first item here, so it's gonna be a squishy Volibear. He might be able to one-shot anyone,
Yeah.
but it's gonna be really hard to just get a hold of that advantage. You can lose it really easily.
Yeah, 100%. We're just back to another stalemate here. Not a lot going on. Volibear back to camps or farming. He has a decent CS lead, and there you can see the gold lead. Volibear has 4,000 gold. That's a 1,500 gold lead for the Volibear. All you full item up on the Udyr.
Yeah, next objective here, the Drake. We see the Volibear starting to path bot, but no teams really setting up for it like early game. We should be expecting teams to be by the Dragon at least 30 seconds earlier. So both junglers starting to head into the grubs. We have a little bit of mid prio here by Team Calamity, but it looks like they're just gonna give away the grubs here to the Volibear.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
starting to head into the Drake here.
There's really no way they're contesting that, and I think they're just going to give grubs and try to get the Drake here. That clear on
But at the
Volibear.
same time, we see bot lane recalling here. Udyr moving to the Drake, starting to the Drake, but his
He
bot
can
lane
take
just
it.
recalled. So the second the Volibear shows up, the Nico shows up, he's gonna have to move back from that.
He is indeed. Folks, sorry if our volume is a bit low. We will try to fix that for you, hopefully. And again, we have a pretty big delay, so apologies for that. But they do end up taking Drake, which is a pretty good turnaround at least. It's the best of the worst. More stale gameplay. It's a pretty big duel on the top lane, I will say.
At the same time, there's already a big goal lead here for Team Calamity, like 17k to 14.3.
Yeah.
We were saying that both teams were probably looking to scale at least for level 6, but we see here like 5 kills to 1 already. Renekton struggling out here, even though he has a small item lead, like getting on the turret, probably Casanta's gonna get a couple plates as well.
Yeah. And it's just about expanding on that lead already. They're just gonna scale. They have to snowball whatever money lead they do have. And I think the big part about it is, the flash in from the Volibear, diving the Renekton under his tower, no protection whatsoever. There's another fight going on bot. The Varus flashes in but misses his E. Flash by the Corki to save himself, and I think the Nico's just gonna kill him here. But Varus lives. Stability Spike actually gets the kill. Minions doing the final bit of damage needed. It was a bit of a misplay from both sides there, but Varus comes out on top, getting the kill. Unfortunately, I do think his Alistar did die there.
I'm pretty sure Varus though cancelled an auto onto the Nico, so I mean not the Nico, the Corki here, and he could have gotten away with a double kill. He could have gotten away with that, but look here, cancelling the Corki. Recall, he's in a threat of being dive here, but Varus is gonna look for a back as well, so pretty much just a stalemate on the mid lane as well. Ari backing, Udyr trying to path, but I
think he's gonna dive here, but Nico, as a minion, misses the E though. Corki tries to dash out, dodges the Varus poke, dodges the Varus E as well. Once again, Varus gets out with 1 HP, but no, he doesn't. The Pop Blossom with a Q from the Nico. Pop Blossom coming in, misses. Alistar lives, but his ADC died, and kill goes to Nico. The Nico with 3 kills though. None of them is on the ADC. But
saw the Nico walking by at the minion, like Varus not expecting that at all, but still ends up dying here.
Another overstep from the Alistar. Doesn't expect the jungler to be there, and that's just another kill in the back.
Guys, though, AP, they look desperate. They look desperate for getting kills, getting objectives. Udyr trying to do the Drake without their bot lane prio when they recalled, and then they're looking for a kill after already getting a double kill on Varus here.
He goes to try to take the drop, but I think he might die because he wanted this drop. Flash up from the Udyr to run away. Nico once again lives with just a bit of health. Varusky misses. Udyr most likely gonna get dived here. Knock up from Talia hits, and down goes the Udyr. A very, very, very strong showing.
A great seismic shot by Talia here, but like, as we were saying, like AP, they're looking desperate. They're looking desperate for plays. They doesn't seem like they know what they're looking for. They're not looking for a skill. They're looking to fight everything.
That's exactly what's happening now, and it's just a matter of snowballing the lead. That 4K gold lead has now turned into 6.
And now we see the Volibear 10 Dark Seal stacks really, really strong, able to just
Oh my
one-shot.
God.
Whoever gets stunned is going to get one-shot here, but at the same time, still a killable target. Volibear not known to be one of the tankiest champions when they're just built full AP, you know?
Yeah, and I think the second item is going to be Tamboris here, and that's just more damage, not enough tankiness. So I think it's a matter of can Team AP lock down the Volibear and just one-shot him, because that's exactly what they need to do. He still has a little bit of survivability with his ult, but against a burst damage from an Ahri, Varus, Renekton, Udyr, it's going to be hard to survive. And that's the goal for AP, and let's see if they can capitalize on that. Varus ult needs to hit, Ahri charms need to hit, but again,
It's really tough, but it looks like AP needs to coordinate. Look for a target with the Varus ult, with an Ahri charm, with an Udyr stun. Look to kill one target and then go from there, you know? Get those pickups. Try and get one single pickup and then go fight the objective here.
Then the Volibear just runs down the poor Renekton. He didn't even need to flash, just eat from a distance, queued in from far. That is just not ideal.
The Bob Blossom here not going to hit anyone, but Udyr desperately trying to get the first pick here onto the Nico. Gonna go down. The objective is up, Dragon is up. I would say they have the advantage, so they can do the objective, but here we go. Varus dead again. Volibear with a huge advantage coming in here into the Drake. So now, let's see if Calamity actually wants to fight this. I say they fight it. Like, we have Cassante shooting in the top lane.
Yeah.
Their Varus is dead. We still have Volibear ult. You can fight
Corki
any
died by the Alistar, but the Alistar underestimates the damage of Corki. That is what Corki can do. He just deletes anyone, flash from the Volibear, completely deletes the Udyr. That's just an overstep from both the Alistar and Udyr. They just don't expect the damage. But the reality is, Team Calamity has a huge lead. They're going to be stronger than you. They're going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
And I guess AP's just not recognized that.
They need to coordinate a little bit more. Try and help the Varus shove the mid wave, get that mid prio, then go and step into the objective. You cannot just walk up into the objective without any sort of mid prio, any picks, whatever. Varus trying to shove that mid wave, but just gets picked by the Volibear and just ends up snowballing from there.
But I think it's exactly what you're saying, and also a little bit of a potential overstep by the Cassante here. Alistar chasing, he used WU flash knockup from the Alistar. Let's see if there can be a little bit of a Cassante moment here. It does land the Q. And lands the W and Q auto. That's enough to delete any enemy, but still does go down at the end of the day by the hands of Udyr.
But we see even when they get a pick, like Cassante still straight to 1-for-1, getting the Alistar flash. Like, it's not looking very good for AP here.
As Baus would say, that was a good death on the Cassante. And yeah, it's just getting these picks, but it doesn't turn out to do anything. These picks are in stages of the game where there is no real objective to respond to. Yeah, there is the Herald, but none of the rest of the team is positioned to get that Herald, and that's just a free Herald for Team Calamity. Volibear walking up, clearing the vision here. He's probably just going to start it and finish it as soon as he starts it as well.
Yeah, you see teammates trying to walk into the Herald, but they're already late. Like, what's going on here? When you have an objective that you've already lost, you have to look for the cross-map play. Like, if you cannot fight that Herald, okay, communicate. We have an Ahri, we have an Udyr, we can get to bot lane really fast. Like, even though if Cassante's a really tanky champion, he's not going to be sitting under turret. So here we see the Udyr now, kind of starting to think about it, like, okay, we lost the Herald, we look for a play bot, but it's not only that, you need all members here. You need the Ahri, you need the Udyr to look for the cross-map play, kill that Cassante, and then get the turret.
Yeah, a lot of instabilities on the top, but there's a double dive here on the Cassante. Connected ult Udyr ult both used, and they do end up killing him. That's surprising, actually, knowing the damage that they do have. But Udyr is actually not as far back. He does have 4 kills. He has a fully built Leandries,
Yeah.
so he does do a little bit of damage. That's an AP Udyr, and that does melt tanks. That upgraded R does a lot of damage, percent health damage. No wonder the Casante died there. That was a lot
Yeah,
of
and
damage.
exactly like we were saying, like we need to look for the cross map plays here. We get a kill, we get an objective, we get the third. Like that's how you get the gold lead if you're far behind.
And I think there's a counter crossplay, but it might have been an overstep from the Corki, getting flashed on stun, but does end up living the upgraded Udyr R, doing so much damage though. Alistar trying to look for
Good flash.
good flash on both sides there. Corki trying to survive, does get 1 kill. Pop blossom by the Lydia, lands onto the Varus, lockdown, but no response damage from his team. Volibear walking up to the Ari, one-shot him. Nico does end up going in with the clear. So Volibear just completely clears the enemy, running up to the Renekton, who uses the heal by the Alistar, but still does end up getting a counter kill, but it's just another triple kill to the Volibear. This Volibear is just completely blowing up the
monster.
enemy team here. Casante trying to find the Alistar, who has unfortunately already recalled. It's a 20-9 scoreline. That is insane. That's a 7k gold lead for Team Calamity. This is going to be hard to
Right now, already quick blades. Almost, what is that, like a 4k gold lead only on the Volibear. It's really, really huge difference here.
lead. And that's just the Volibear's a full item up, knock up from the Alistar, lands onto the Casante, but again, does no damage, no response from the Varus. It's going to be a little bit of Varus, it's like it. What happened, it's Alistar live.
They might kill the Hunter.
Yeah, the Udyr R is doing so much damage, overstep from the Casante. Who has to flash?
They're trying to
Good attempt from Team AP, good pick on the Casante. But the Corki just making moves in the mid lane. Gonna get that tower
That's
like
like tricky as well. Like
Yeah.
34 is almost complete with the mass immune. It's gonna be really tough for AP to come back here.
yeah, scaling on Calamity going strong right now. Corki's playing safe. It's the picks they are getting are on the Casante, who's 1-5, so he's probably worth nothing already, right? So it's not a lot of money going into the pocket of the AP. Once they need to look to kill is especially this Volibear. That's a 700 gold bounty on the bear. And if they get a kill on him, it's going to be a big gold shift.
And Udyr looking really sad here, just like Team Calamity getting all of the jungle camps here, getting fed, getting that gold lead even further ahead.
Yeah, it seems like the only person Udyr really helps in killing is Casante because of that percent health damage. And that's, again, just not the person you really want to target here.
Yeah, but at the same time, like Talia, just like, I don't think we talk about it enough. She's just denying everything that Team AP can do. Like even the Udyr, like when you have the double E setup on Udyr, like Talia just stands up like that.
Wall going out from Talia, cuts out the gameplay, but Casante pulls the Alistar back over the wall. Flash redemption from the Alistar, gets his team back up to a decent amount of health, but I think that's out of camp for Team Calamity, who are very well positioned for this. The Alistar is so low. Flank from a fake Volibear. I go cool there as well. Vatican started by Team Calamity, and the Volibear completely melting it. But Team AP still looking for a way to enter the fight. Verescu hits the clone.
And even though it's a big gold lead here, there's still a way here. Like the Arakan just moving all
Flash shot from Ari goes in, lands, but no kill there. Sante going in, gets the kill, ults the Varus, W's him, and gets the kill onto the Varus. ADC down, and the rest of the team just clears up the enemy team. Alistar going in for very strange reasons there. But that's an ace for Team Calamity. It's just lost. I think this is a really hard game.
Team Calamity just getting the Arakan, getting those flowers. Probably 20 something flower difference here. It's gonna be, it's looking really rough. Next objective is going to be the dragon, but at the same time, does it really matter? It's the second dragon of the game. We're probably looking for a Baron at end here for Team Calamity. They might get a couple killers too, but we're just going to be waiting for the Baron to spawn. Calamity's going to try and contest that. I mean, make that, but AP going to try and contest that, but there's not much they can do. Like, the engage is not there. You have the Alistar, but Talia is just gonna like slow you down. Nico's gonna slow you down. Like it's just really hard.
Yeah, this Talia is just an insanely strong pick into this enemy comp, and I think the Corki is also doing so well. That scaling has come in through the LDR built on him. He'll completely melt the Alistar, Udyr, and the Renekton.
Yeah, and like we were saying, the Talia, remember, it's just blue first pick.
Yeah.
Like you need to build around that. You need to counter around that. So it's weird the composition that AP came up with trying to stop that Talia at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it's just the fact that she can counter dashes on 3 of the characters on Team AP is so hard to play against. And yeah, look at that. Talia put her stones on the ground. Renekton had to walk out of it before he could E, and lost a lot of HP because of that. So it's really hard to play against.
And you see as well, Team AP was looking for a dive stop here. Like, those are the plays you have to be looking for, but since minute 6, when you're already down at least 4 kills, like a 1k gold lead, you need to start looking for the cross-map plays. You cannot just wait for the minute 23 to start looking for the cross-map plays here. Like, you're already that far behind, and those are just desperate plays. You need to start doing it beforehand.
And yes, there is a stream delay. In total, it's about 6 minutes from the game. So casters have 3-minute delay, and the stream has another 3-minute delay. So we're about 6 minutes out from full live. Ari forced to use the ult there. That's a big cooldown. Fortunately, it's not too long, so she will have that up very soon. But if Calamity does choose to make an immediate play here, which they are, Weaver's wall going up. The Udyr is completely isolated here. Throws the ult on again. That doesn't use the amount of damage to Cascadia, but not enough. Him taking 0 damage again. Ult going out.
Great pop loss.
Very good pop loss, but there's not a good response from Team Calamity. The Corey is completely zoned out. Does get a kill onto the Ahri. The Udyr going way too far in. Alistar also dives in way too far and just gets completely one-shot by the Corki. Corki flashes in. Almost gets the kill onto the Renekton, but it's just the top laner and ADC alive on the face of AP. Can they defend against this extremely fed Corki? Let's see. Alistar not really alive here. They lack the key engage they need. Barris falls.
Even if they don't end the game, you're like, game's just done. Like, you see the Talia, you see the Corki, just one basic is gonna take like 1/5 of Alistar's HP. Like, that Corki is really, really strong as well. Like, it's just a very big difference. Desperate plays here. Not sure if they're gonna be even enough to cover for the gold.
This might be risky. Back's flanked from the Alistar, who's TP behind the enemy team. But the Volley Bear just completely one-shots him Renekton, and he goes on to one-shot the Barris. This is a disastrous play from Team AP, and the Volley Bear is still alive. And he's just so fed. Pop also coming out from the Nico, and I think this might be a pentakill here for the Volley Bear. No, stolen by the Cassandra. Unfortunate. But this Volley Bear is just Thanos. He cannot be beat, and I think this is probably the final round flash comeback from the Ahri, forced to take any distance and charm on the Cassandra is doing meaningless damage. That is open nexus for Team AP. And that's probably a loss as well for Team AP. GG,
There you go.
that was game 2. Thank you everybody. We will be back for game 3 after this break. Hopefully, audio works now. Yippee! Yeah, a lot of technical difficulties. Apologies for that, folks. But yeah, we have this amazing draft here. A lot of engage from Team Calamity. I think, yeah, the response from a Zaki from really far away with the Hui and Jin can be very strong as well. So I think they do have a response from a very long range engage. AP, however, have good peeling as well. The Bard ult, the Kled ult, or Kled Q, and the Victor stun can help the Jinx survive, but it's a matter of can you actually help the Jinx survive? If the Jinx gets that passive going, I think it's wraps for Team Calamity. The Jinx scales so insanely hard. We're gonna get into a quick ad read from our sponsor here. I just want to say before we get into game, thank you to Metastack for sponsoring UBCA's Cascadia Cup. We will play a short clip featuring Metastack to showcase its functionality for learning everything Counter-Strike 2 related.
We got something.
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be getting into the game very soon. And I think we can just talk more about this draft here because I think that Kled is going to be very important to keep an eye out. That ult is just insane. He could just roll up from base and he can reach all the way to the end of mid lane and stopping his ult, or at least making sure he doesn't land on a key target, is very important for Team Calamity. And I think a big goal for Team AP is to just get the Jinx going. If they can get the Jinx to basically get the excited passive going, I think she can go crazy, get a kill.
That is true, and a lot of the onus is on AP to engage with Kled, with Bard, with a Zed pick perhaps, and really Calamity is ultimately just trying to poke with Jin, Hui, and then they have Peel with Janna ult. So really, if AP can manage to get on the carries of Calamity with Zed, with Victor, with Jinx passive as you said, I think it should be very good for AP if they can manage.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to get into here. And draft is just finishing up now, preparing a loadout. Then we're going to have a bit of a wait for stream delay. Then we'll get straight into the game. I think the Janna pick for me is just very interesting. It's been a while since I've seen Janna in game. I can't lie, especially in these decently high stakes. The shield can be very annoying. The fact that she can shield the turrets can maybe mitigate some turret damage. But I struggle to see how she could really just protect a full-on engage. Yes, she can shield her ADC, but then when you have a Zed ulting you, when you have a Kled going all in on you, there's only so much a shield can do. Yes, she does have her ult, but then Zed also has his dashes, his blinks to respond to that, and followed up by that is likely a Bard who's going to be ulting a lot of the enemy team, trying to group them together, and I think it's going to be a bit hard for the Janna to play the game. But if the Janna is able to knock the Zed away, knock the Kled away, then I think Jin can really thrive in this because Jin is notoriously weak against tanks. We would say.
That is true.
And Kled doesn't really count as a tank. They don't really have any really strong front line. So I think the Jin can really thrive here and hopefully give Team Calamity the win they want and just take away the series.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how Zac and Rek'Sai manage to peel this Jhin, especially what you brought up with Zed and Janna. Sure, Janna has ult, and sure it can mitigate some of Zed's ult damage, but we're gonna have to see if Zac and Rek'Sai decide to counter in them or just try and peel this Jhin and try to win the fight front to back.
Yeah, and I think the Hui can be a very key target as well. The damage from Hui can be very, very, very annoying to deal with. And I think it's a QW. He has like 10 abilities. I at this point I'm so lost with this character.
Yes.
It's his QW. That's just a long range snipe on the floor.
Yes.
That can be very annoying to deal with, especially when they have been kind of hit by an ability. That does extra damage when they're either low on health or have been hit by a Hui ability before. So if Hui can land any abilities on these enemy carries, then that's going to be a lot of damage going on to the Jinx, the Bard, maybe the Victor. And this Victor scaling is going to be very hard to deal with, 100%.
That is true. Early game, which side do you see really taking the action to the other team?
I think Kled, Zed, and Bard can be very annoying for Team Calamity here. And if they are able to get on top of the carries, then it's going to be super, super, super easy for them. But I think, yeah, it's just, can you get on top of the carries? You have the Zac E, you have the Zac ult to just knock you around, the Janna ult to throw you away, Janna shield. It's just a mess on all sides. But again, it's just about, can that key engage land? On both sides, I think. Because again, Team Calamity also has an insane amount of peel.
Early game, especially, I hope they play top side.
Yeah.
Especially because you have hyperscaling bot and hyperscaling mid. And Kled is not really a champion if he falls behind to either Rek'Sai or Zac. So especially with all this prio Zed has early, I would hope he invests a little of it into top, and then they can snowball the other lanes from then.
Yeah.
But we will be getting into game very shortly, and we will see how things pan out.
Yeah, and if Kled is able to maybe get thrown off his little ride, but then get back on it, that's going to be very painful for Team Calamity to deal with. Kled is notoriously hard to just kind of sometimes counter. A lot of people don't know how Kled works because he's rarely played, don't know how to counter him effectively. And I guess it's praying that Team AP does know how to counter. Or, sorry, Team Calamity does know how to counter this insanely strong or hidden strong, I'd say. It's a bit of a sleeper character. I've had my fair share of dealings with Kled. I don't deal with him very often, but when I do, I'm not very pleased with the fact that I get him off his little ride and he gets right back on it and I lose the fight.
Yes, but with Rek'Sai, you have so much mobility top, especially if you lay down a nice network of tunnels. It's going to be very hard for Kled to fully in Rek'Sai if Rek'Sai doesn't take any bad trades early.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai going underground detects the Zed moving here. Yeah, I think let's just look at the runes here. That's a Conqueror Zed jungle with a Conqueror Zac. It's not Aftershock on the Zac, so he's going to be less tanky up front, but I think if it goes into like a full-on brawl, that Conqueror is going to be very helpful. The Q lands from the Kled onto the Rek'Sai. Deals a little bit of poke damage. Very nice to start the lane off with. He'll heal that a decent amount. Ooh, but the Q lands on the Hui at the start, and that is a horrible way to start this lane for the Hui.
We see Zed starting top, perhaps pathing top to botch.
Most likely.
It's gonna be rough because Bard really doesn't have a hard CC for this. Oh,
Kled Q lands, and yeah, I think this is gonna be super hard for the Rek'Sai to play. But then that's the Rek'Sai moment here. She goes underground and heals a little bit too much HP in my humble opinion. The Q lands yet again on the Rek'Sai. That is just so much damage.
True. These grass stacks early especially really hurt against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are doing a little bit of poke damage demonstrated between the two ADCs. Jin's probably going to win out on these trades. If the 4-shot lands, it's a horrible trade for the Jinx, but manages to get away from that. Equips the turret, misses a W, does land the shot onto the Jin again. Oh, the 4-shot landing on the Bard, rooted
Early
down.
heal.
That is heal summoners wave used on both sides. So both sides down, heal.
I mean, look at both junglers are pathing top to bot, and you just see the speed in which Zed clears early because of his passive. I would expect AP here to be pushing, but they should be very wary of the Zed. He's on pugs already. And
This Zed clear is insane. It's 250, and he's basically done with his clear. He's ready. He's level 4, but doesn't choose to take a gank. Opts to back here, probably looking for an item advantage, and the Zac is 2 camps behind, 16 CS. Zed probably aware that the Zac is starting top as well, but still goes to contest the Scuttle Crab. He should make it in time, given that there's 15 seconds left for it. Kled keeping back top as well. So far, the game looks very, very even. Damage traded on both sides, but nothing to come out of that damage. Zac looking for a gank here. No wards for Team AP.
ooh, Zed might
Bard
looking
could
for
be in a
counter
dangerous
here.
position here. E charging up by the Zac. Chooses to go in.
Oh,
Lands on the Jinx. Few hits. So does the Tornado. Knocked up. Flashes to the Bard portal.
Zed
Zac
counters.
chases.
Zed misses. WEQ.
Very, very close fight from both sides. The Q lands, but the Zac is so low into the fire up top. Kled almost dead. So is the
He
Rek'Sai.
gets the level up.
Level up timers, level up timers. Kled wastes his W. He doesn't have to empower autos anymore. This Q lands, this could be very hard for the Rek'Sai to play, but still the damage is traded. That Rek'Sai healing on the W is just insane. So much healing there. This is
Oh my god,
top.
it's a tower shot.
It's tech
And
the
just-
tower shots. And that's a bit of a disaster for the Rek'Sai.
This is honestly best case scenario for Kled. You back, you TP back to lane, and then you get a kill on your laner.
That's a 10 CS lead and a kill. Yep, you're completely right. Zed's still 1 full camp ahead. The Jin with a slight CS lead, nothing too crazy though. Wei comes in, instantly uses the bone plating here. Here's something I recently learned about bone plating. When someone procs bone plating, it only mitigates the damage from the guy who procced the bone plating. So if Victor procs it, then Jinx autos the Wei. It doesn't reduce the Jinx's damage. It only reduces the Wei's damage. I did not know this. Maybe this is why I'm hard stuck silver. But that is good information to know. But I think that the bone plating is still very useful if he does get dived on by a Kled or a Zed. The Tornado lands onto the Jinx. W lands onto the Jinx. Half the health gone. It's a super good trade. I think the Jinx might be forced to take it back here. But possibly stay with the Bard heals. Start going down. Flash taken up from the Hui, and that's going to be so hard for the Hui to play the game now.
I think top lane could be very interesting. Both top laners about half HP, no flash. Do any of the junglers want to play for top here, especially with bot drag up?
Tornado land once down to the Jinx, but the Jin putting out the damage. Flash from the Zac, and that's a kill onto the Jinx. Well played by Team Calamity. So far, it's a very even game. Even gold, even kills. The only thing missing is objectives, and that is Team Calamity starting up the Drake, and they're going to be looking to get up on the scoreboard for the Drake points. They need soul. I'd say good macro from Team Calamity. It's very well played to turn a kill into an objective as well. Using that advantage, the man advantage you have, to get some long-term gains here. Q lands on the Rex side, pulls him in. No real damage here from the Kled. Again, the W used from the Kled. So it's going to be super hard to take effective trades with the Rex side now. I think a really great way to counter the Kled is to wait for those W autos to go away. And those vicious strikes are completely used up. They go on cooldown for a decent amount of time, and that's a very good time. It's a good window to trade.
Oh, both junglers pathing top. I mean, top is very uninteractive with just Rek'Sai knockup. And any sort of follow-up that comes from it.
Good poke from Jinx. The claptraps land, but don't find the Janna. But still good damage, putting the Janna close to 60% health. The Bard forced to recall here. Q barely misses there. We're back to a very calm game state now. That Victor damage is, yeah, that's gonna hurt even more as the game goes on. But I hope Hui damage is also, Hui does a decent amount of damage as well.
Now you see 3 people mid here, and you only have 2 on this side of AP.
Man advantage, but both Zed and Bard are making their way here. The Victor, I think this might be a Bard that's coming out to save, but no! It's just a complete dive onto the Victor, and the Bard is not able to respond in time. Is that likely going mid to pick up the wave?
Oh,
Zed,
the re-engage. Oh, what a flee though.
instant fear onto the Hui. Very good combo by the Zed. Unfortunately, the Hui does live. His own shields and the Janna shield give him so much survivability. Just put on their tower, gets W, then ulted now. Does Jin do enough damage? I think he does. Not anymore, though. If he missed that shot, he doesn't do any more damage. That is unfortunate, but very good.
Oh, but you see a 3-man dive happen bot.
This is going to be super hard. Jinx
does have double sums, and Bard are slowly coming.
misses the ult as well. The wave clear not there, so she's most likely going to get dived here, and that's going to be a kill to Calamity. Black going up, land. Doesn't land, actually, but fourth shot onto the Jinx. That is Feats of Warfare, and there's a pause coming out. Unsure what side this is from. Hopefully we get some more info very soon. But I think right now it's a pretty good game state for Calamity. I think the Zac is just turning out to be such an insane pick. The Zac jump is just ridiculous.
That's true. I expected a lot more agency out of Bard early game, especially. You see him, especially with the all the action that came top. He was a little late to these fights. And it's gonna be very interesting to see how AP do damage with their Call O2 Jinx going forward, especially into these massive tanks like Rek'Sai, Zac that will just jump on you.
Yeah, I think the Rek'Sai and Jin give decent early to mid game damage to Team Calamity, and I think they're using it pretty well at the start of this game.
But we see just after this pause, something is happening top. If we can get Kled 2-0, then maybe Kled can carry them through early game, through mid game, to a game state where Victor, where Jinx can just free farm, scale, get strong.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, I think you're completely right. The Zed is pathing up top, very close to it as well. And I think the Kled can most likely just ult here, lock down the Zed.
And we're back.
Rek'Sai, and we're back. But the Zed doesn't opt to go top, goes to Grubs instead. So the Rek'Sai
got cost mapper.
Stay for now. But I think Rek'Sai just has so much escape as well. Root from the Hui and that really far range Q. I'm just telling you, Hui's range is just ridiculous. That's half his health gone in just one quick combo. But the Kled has been knocked down. A little bit of lag there. Apologies for that. I'm sure what's going on here. Oh, and that is 3 grubs to Team AP. And that's pretty strong, I'd say. Jinx gives really good power damage because of that range.
This dive could be very interesting. If Hui has the reaction to flee him away. Oh, they don't opt for it.
Yeah, the Zac was most likely spotted somewhere for a decent. Stunned by the Victor. Q misses. Zed still choosing not to go in, hoping that the Zac can be baited in, but the Zac is too smart. Does not opt to go in. Ward spotted, and yeah, he's suspicious. But Izzy goes back in on the Victor. I think there's a perfect chance for the Zed to go in. Walks out the bush.
Oh, the Bard ult.
I think that is dead. Good. Was that the Jinx rocket that just hit the Zac?
I believe so.
That was insane. Really good response. There is Janna ult that just misses. It is useless. Zed dives with Janna.
Oh,
and that is why Zed is just an insane character. Completely one-shot That was a clean combo.
Very clean combo. Now he's 3-0 with Kong. Oh,
The Rek'Sai trying to get something up top, goes in on the Kled. Nothing got from that, unfortunately, though. And it's decently after the cooldown as well, so the Kled can get Skarl back very soon. TP in from the Hui, coming back to pick up the wave. Any minion that can mitigate the loss that they just faced. But that is such a good playback from Team AP. They're back in the game.
that's the sort of fight they need to find all game. They have to find an engage and manage to make it on top of Calamity's carries.
I think that's exactly what we can do as well. Zed is up 3-0, and I think he's a win condition here. Zed can get onto the Jhin, onto the Hui, onto the Janna. That is just, it's really hard for Team Calamity to play. But I think that was a pretty isolated incident. There was a lot of used cooldowns there. Janna ult was not there, that helped her. That would have helped her survive the Zed ult. No shield, nothing like that. So if there is a similar situation in the future, then I think Zed can drive. If it doesn't, then that's first item already.
Zed may have a very tough. Oh, what's up? Here.
Good damage. Smallish. That is 2 breaks for the side of Calamity.
Zed is gonna have to go boss side here. You see a 20 CS gap between the ADCs. It's very hard for Jinx to play in this lane, in this game in general. Zed will hopefully give a little attention to bot lane.
Yeah, Jinx down 0-2 is not ideal because that is the late game carry, and Jinx can get ahead. It's going to be a lot easier for Team AP to play the game in the late game. But so far, it's the Jhin with the kill and a almost 30 CS lead. So far, very strong showing from the Calamity bot lane. Zac hovering bot lane, gets spotted by the ward and chooses to clear and move on. Up here top. Or a dive few lads from the Kled. So does the ult. Kled gets knocked down. Turret aggro resets.
Well played by
Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai.
Zed ult damage. Just too much. Very well played. I think the way they like stacked up, the way the tower targets them was really smart there with the Kled going in first.
Yes.
But Zac misses down and he ults, however. Counter ult from the way he lands on the Victor, and he is just completely popped under tower. That's truly unfortunate.
Well, it's gonna be really hard for this Victor to play mid now, especially with all the poke Hui has.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Too pretty chilled. Oh, but the Zed forces the Hui to flash. Zac coming in with the E again, misses the E and the Q. Last time it didn't matter, they still got the kill. Can they replicate that this game, this round? No.
4-0 Zed, no flash now. It's gonna be very interesting to see what Calamity can do. It's such a big summoner on AP's team is down.
And this Rek'Sai just being super annoying. Down 0-2, but still just has the agency, but the Zed is right there. I don't think the Rek'Sai knows about it, and I think that's pretty easy. A Q lands from the Kled, that's going to pull him back. Doesn't though. Well, the Victor is here to potentially pick up the kill. Wow, this is Rek'Sai.
Oh my goodness.
My god, the Rek'Sai healing from the W is just absolutely insane. Goes underground and then heals half the health back, because why not? Right games. Here we have
AP here, just
Wave moving bot.
pushing the wave, no vision.
It's another dive. Hui's moving bot. Caught and seen by the Zed. The Zac also responds again, misses the E. But I think they opt to not do that. But no, they do. Zac E going in for Jinx. The tower is down. The Zac. Oh, the Bard ult might help the Stallman here.
Janna whiffs the ult on Zedel.
I think the Janna, yeah, that was the Janna actually helped the Jinx survive for longer. Flash from the Bard, gets the
can they get the
onto
counter?
The Jhin, flashes from all sides here. Zac potentially out, and yeah, he does. Then flashes on the wall and then just uses the safety.
No, 2-for-1 for Calamity. But they get bot tower. They can move bot mid now. Honestly, not that bad.
Not that bad indeed. It's still a 3k gold lead, 14 AP. That's a 30 CS lead for the Jin. 1,000 gold up. About a 400 gold lead for the Wave. But this Zed is 100% the win con. There's insane gold leads on the top side of Team AP. The Kled and Zed very far ahead of their opponent laners. They're the ones to watch out for. That is the Zed damage. Pretty much one-shotting the crap there. Lucky misses.
Oh, we may look at a Rek'Sai solo top lane. He's looking at the Victor. And Victor has flash, but he's just unbelievably weak right now. Oh,
Very
he
high
did that.
damage. Tornado lands, but the W misses unfortunately, so nothing found there. I think the Rek'Sai just ups a recall here. And I think that is Herald for Team AP. So far, they are really accelerating their lead very well.
Yeah, I mean, 2 dragons. Of course, having 2 dragons bot is really nice, but this 3,000 gold lead, especially on the Zed, you can really just burst down Hui, Jin, Janna. It's gonna be very hard for the bot lane to play, being how squishy they are. And if Janna misses another one of those ults, it's gonna be really hard to play.
Yep, 100%. That is how it is. Misplays lose you games, and if you do misplay, that is going to lose. That is going to lose the series eventually. But again, it is Calamity up 2-0 in the series. They just need one more win. So even if Team AP does win this, they need to reverse sweep Calamity.
Oh, Bard missed this. The re-engage on Bard. Heal pops.
Insane damage onto the Bard. A lot of ults used though. The Zac goes in, gets instantly rooted by the Jinx. He just can't move. Zed in the backline does a lot of damage to the Janna and just pops her. Zac trying to live, gets put into his passive. That's killed for hopefully the Jinx. Yep, Jinx gets the kill. Bard super low. Can't really do anything with the HP here. No spawn in the mid lane. I think Victor would take that. Which charges perfect. That is the tower. That gives them so much agency. That first tower is just so important. It opens up a lot of the enemy jungle for you to play in.
Yeah, it opens up the map. Especially it gives Kled a lot of lanes to ult from.
Yeah.
To engage on Calamity from different angles, which I think is necessary for them winning all out right here.
Rek'Sai trying to find a knock-up onto the Zed. The Zed takes his lead, but that is a low Drake in the hands of Calamity. But Bard puts him right back into the game. Hits Drake, knocks up by the Rek'Sai, but gets instantly deleted. Insane!
Oh, can they kill Jin? Can they kill Jin?
Zac going in, hits the Q onto the Jinx, but gets completely kited, and that is the Jinx fully excited, and flash from the Kled to follow the Zac. Deleted, and the Zed going in onto the Janna. This game is very well played by AP so far. This Zed is just carrying.
True. I mean, Zed carrying really just makes the mid game easier for Victor, for Jinx to scale up to get kills. I mean, we see what Jinx was 0-3 with Cull, and now she's 3-3 Bounty with 2 items on the way. She's gonna get to be very strong.
And yeah, they do have feats as well. Feats is very strong in this game. The upgraded boots on the Zed already. That insane amount of ability haste and movement speed helps the Zed out so much, just dashing in and out of these fights. I think the attack speed looks a little helpful for the Jinx as well. When she does get her passive proc, those boots are going to be very helpful. The movement speed after each auto is very useful, especially on a champ like Jinx, because kiting is just so important. But it's still not a lot of damage on the Jinx, I'd say. No IE. Yes, the Kraken Slayer is there, but I think against the Zac, that's not going to do much.
Yeah, I think she might need IE to be able to do that. I mean, look at how tanky the Rek'Sai is. Even 0-4, he's, what, 3,000 HP maybe? It's going to be very hard to kill her. That's where you need Zed. Oh, but they're starting up Otacon. And
Calamity posing for the Otacon. Skullclap cleared by the Zed. There's a recall coming in from the Janna here. Hopefully she makes it back in time. Kled ult going down mid lane.
oh my
Misses. Jin flash. Or doesn't flash, just completely whiff. That's gonna be the second
They
mid
get
tower
T2
for
though.
Team AP. I think that's worth, but the Rek'Sai in the back knocks up the Zed, puts him down to half. Jin ult going down, but Rek'Sai or the Jin is not able to find the other shots onto the Zed, who does find safety with his W.
It's a problem, right? It's really hard for Jinx to get any sort of passive reset off these two tanks. It's going to be up to Zed to be able to one-shot one of the backline members to give Jinx that reset needed, the attack speed needed to be able to really take down either Zac or Rek'Sai with his passive.
Really plan getting gets the HP he needs to potentially help his team out here on the mid lane. I think that's going to be mid tower for Team Calamity as well. Something to help them maintain their position in this game. But it is a 6, almost 7k gold lead for Team AP. This was the position Team Calamity found themselves in last game. The tables have turned very, very swiftly.
That's true. And it depends if they can close out, especially... Oh my...
Oh, that's a shutdown of the Bard who overstepped. Wow.
Now this is massive because now they don't have... They can back and then they have no vision for Otacon. And they can really either, you know, look for a pick or just look to get a lot of vision in their jungle.
I think Otacon is the name of the play here. But no, I don't think they're going to go for it. The way making his way down to the bot lane, trying to clear that wave, but I think they're just going to look to push out the waves and hopefully position themselves a bit better for the potential team fight. That's like catching the back for the top wave again. Victor chooses not to proceed, stays back in safety.
Oh, we see Zed trying to go for the Janna here, but...
It doesn't tornado. Back to a slow game state. Bard here is positioning for the Otacon. A lot of vision going down, a lot of vision being cleared here. I see the Zed slowly walking up the Kled. Still bot lane, but he does have TP, so that could be a participant in the fight. Jinx also slowly walking up. Probably gonna clear mid wave and then go up to the Otacon. Get spotted in the mid lane. I think he's gonna try to look for something here.
Oh, Bartle misses here.
This is unfortunately Zed engage.
And now this
also
re-engage is going to be really bad without...
Rek'Sai flanking in the Zed moves in. Instant lockdown on the Jinx.
Zed has no cooldowns. Zed has no cooldowns. How does
Deception used. Zac trying to find any space, but doesn't find it. Zed going down.
Oh, Kled from...
Bot lane finds the enemy carries. Janna going down.
Once you get the
Rek'Sai 3-5. That's Otacon. Or let's see if they choose for the Drake or Otacon. The Jinx is running down, trying to find the Jin. But I think they're just gonna look for towers and then go back to Drake.
Yeah. I think this might be a mid-inhib angle. This gives you that mid lane push, and then you can either, you know, choose to take Otacon, or you could choose to take second Drake.
Are they looking for an end here? I think they could potentially be looking for an end here, but I think
With Kled demolished, maybe.
oh my god! They took a very small lead and just turned it into a victory.
my goodness.
That is just completely broken, and that is game 3 going the way of AP. We have a series on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, AP, props to AP that early game. The Zed managing to get that triple kill and snowballing it to 9-0. Very impressive stuff.
Very, very, very impressive as well. And yeah, this Zed was just absolutely insane. Complete menace for the backline of Team Calamity. And hopefully they can replicate that for the rest of the games.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about. AP had to get the Omnis on early, had to get the early fighting, the early skirmishing to be able to build a lead. And that's exactly what they did. And if they can replicate this in Game 4, I think we might have a Game 5 on our hands.
Hopefully we do, because right now it's looking like a banger series. Still, Team Calamity does have the lead. So, that was Game 3. We'll be right back for Game 4 after a short break. Thank you.
Yo, Aiden, can you?
if they can get vision denial and really control the bushes to be able to land any sort of surprises on AP.
Yeah, and whose draft do you like more? Like, I'm very biased here. I'm a
Huh.
Viego main, so there's not much I can say.
Me personally, I really do like Calamity's draft just because I love Blitzcrank. I used to be a Blitzcrank player.
Oh my god. Hey, did I ever tell you about my adventures with Blitzcrank Jungle back in the day?
AP Blitzcrank
Yeah, I
jungle.
had this AP Blitzcrank Jungle called Blitzkank. My account called Blitzkank. Just running Blitzcrank Jungle. Like 70% win rate to like Diamond 1,
Oh.
something like that. It's pretty fun, but they nerfed it and I lost all my passion for
Oh.
League of Legends. And
What-
here I am. I'm a caster, bro.
What do you think about the Blitzcrank pick into some of these very mobile champions
It's
like
okay.
the Rakan?
Yeah, it's okay in general. For example, it's not the best against Rakan, but in general, like if that Blitzcrank is able to get Saya's ult off, it's really valuable already. Like 14-second cooldown hook onto the Saya's ultimate is really valuable. So I think it's not bad overall. The only bad hook you can hit here is like an Ornn,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it's Blitzcrank's still pretty decent against Ornn. Like let's say Ornn is in the middle of a team fight looking for an ult, just Blitzcrank being able to deny the second R coming through. It's not bad. It's gonna be hard to pilot, but at the same time, it's not gonna be that bad.
Yeah, but what I'm very interested in is this Rengar pick from AP. Can Rengar get his Bone Tooth necklace stacked? And if he can get a stack, Mundo usually just builds HP. Viego very one-shottable. Annie very one-shottable. It's going to be very interesting to see this Rengar pick. And if he can get any agency and any snowball early, like what AP did in Game 3.
Yeah, I assume we're gonna be seeing a lot of action coming through from the Rengar and the Viego, especially with the Annie. I know Rice is gonna be needing to scale a little bit at the beginning of the game, but at the same time, Rengar wants that bone, like you said, that bone tooth color stacks. Like they still need to fight early game, but at the same time, they need to scale. You see the Ornn, you see the Rice, so it's gonna be like a mixture of trying to look for skirmishes with the Rengar, but at the same time, just start scaling with the Rice and the Ornn as well.
It's going to be very hard to get lane prio for the Rengar. Ornn, Rise, horrible mana issues early. And you see Mundo, no mana costs. Annie gets Q refunded off of minions. So Viego will have a lot of priorities in his lanes for early crabs, for early objectives.
Yeah, and I know we talk a lot about Viego here, but at the same time, we see the Blitzcrank, and the Blitzcrank really needs to start playing with Viego even at the beginning of the game. Like, looking for crabs, even if your bot lane doesn't have prio, that's still an Ezreal. He can, like, poke down from afar even without having lane prio. And the Blitzcrank, if he lands a hook onto Rengar, Saya early game, that's at least a flash at the beginning. And if Blitzcrank doesn't flash in that moment, next gank is just free. Blitzcrank can just flash, E, knock up, and that's just a free reset for Viego, and you can start snowballing from there.
Especially the bot lane. I mean, Ezreal can easily 2v1 into Xayah Rakan with his E, with the slipperiness, with just his long-range poke. But Ezreal Blitzcrank, if you're 2v1ing a Xayah, what's she gonna do without ult when Blitzcrank just decides to dive you?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for both compositions here. I still like, for example, the late game that Team Annie Ezreal Blitzcrank has. Like, it's not the best late game. It's okay. You have the Ezreal, you have the Mundo, but at the same time, like, Viego really falls off starting like mid game. It's really hard to pilot going past minute like 25, 30, where you become more of a, okay, I'm gonna stay back and smite whoever's slow.
No.
That's about it. You can't really like do much against, like, let's say Saya or Rice. Like, you're just gonna get rooted, stunned, and that's it. You're just gone. You're just gone.
But I think in order for Viego to get resets, you have a lot of great characters to be able to engage for him to get that reset so that he can really go off. You see, Annie one-shot into relatively squishy characters. You have the Blitzcrank hook. You have Ezreal poke. Viego, if he can get a reset, I think the game will go very well for Calamity.
Yeah, I agree completely. Annie also, still not much of a scaler, but really good at skirmishes. So I'm not sure how the lane prio is going to look like on mid lane. Like, even though Annie's better on the early game, Rice still has better clear on the wave. So mid prio is going to be like very important here for Rice. Even though you might not be as powerful in the late game, you will still get the lane prio. So it's a 50-50 trade-off for mid lane on how the early skirmishes are going to look.
Yeah, like what can Annie do once you have Seraphs, you have your big shield, you have Roa? It's gonna be very hard for Annie to kill Rise, and it's really hard because you look at all the wave clear that AP have with Rise, with Ornn, with Xayah QE. It's gonna be very hard to play if Calamity cannot do something early with all the lane prio from Annie, Mundo, and with the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, completely. And talking about red side draft here, for example, we don't have that much DPS. We have the Ezreal, we have the Viego, but we just have burst here. If Sayed starts scaling up with lethal tempo, Rai starts scaling with her with the items like Seraphs, like it's gonna be really hard to take them down. Like, can you really do as much damage with Ezreal to just kill an Ornn or Rise? With all the amounts of shields, the Ornn upgrades, it's going to be really hard. He's going to have to hit a lot of Qs and not be behind, because if you're behind, those Qs start feeling like you're just getting thrown cupcakes at you.
Yeah.
It's not really much damage, you know?
I think a lot of the damage does fall on Annie eventually, because once Ornn builds his armor, once Rise gets, you know, a frozen heart, Ezreal, Viego, they lose a lot of their potency. And Annie, she has, you know, one big combo, and then she's done. That's all your AP damage. And she doesn't have that sort of, you know, sustained AP damage. That's someone like a Rise who can just spam out QE, can produce mid-late game.
Yeah, completely. So burst is going to be really important here for the pickup composition on the right side here. And if the thing is, they don't need the DPS if they can get the reset. So
Yeah.
if they hit the hook, if they hit the stun on any and they burst down that target, that's when Viego can start playing the game. Let's say if he gets the reset on Rengar, on Saya, whatever, he can start really ramping up the damage on the team fight. So that's going to be really important here.
Yeah,
and
and
it
now-
looks like we're heading straight into the game now. A great skin by Blitzcrank, I must say.
Blitzcrank with heal here is very interesting.
Yeah, starting with the heal on sealed spellbook, it's pretty basic now. On both laners here, you see the Rakan with spellbook, you see the Blitzcrank with spellbook. It's just
Early trading,
most
yeah.
it's most effective way of playing sealed spellbook right now. I assume red side's gonna look for early pickups here. Looks like they're gonna look for a mid lane hook.
Oh, is
Not
Calamity...
going up yet, but they see the Blitzcrank now, so I wouldn't be surprised if Blitzcrank just looks for a flash early on. Just try to get either jungler or mid lane flash here.
Like, who misses? They get vision topside.
They're able to take the ward down though, so it's not bad here.
Oh.
just getting slapped on the blue
Yeah.
buff here. They really want to look for this, but Blitzcrank's on a ward here, so there's not much
Oh,
pressure here.
10 gold over to AP.
Big
before-
advantage here. Big goal difference here. Looks like the game's completely over now. We're just gonna have the Blitzcrank reset, go back bot, and it's gonna look like a very uninteresting level 1 here.
Oh, Rakana
Well, though,
flash from
Flash.
Ezreal before the minion waves even touch.
looking toward the Tribush and just loses a flash for that. That's really bad here. Blitzcrank is going to be a little bit late to the lane here. Probably not going to miss XP though. And both junglers pathing bot side here. Starting Raptor, starting blue buff.
Oh, he may have missed one minion though. That really takes away from Blitzcrank level 2 spike.
Yeah, like I said, Rengar here pathing bot side now. As well with the Viego. I assume there's going to be a bloodbath beginning now that Ezreal has lost his flash early on. And I don't think there's much going to be happening in the top lane.
Yeah, and you see Mundo trading hard with this Ornn is very interesting. And you see Ezreal hits 2 before Blitzcrank hits 2. He did miss that one minion. That really takes away from the potency of Blitzcrank level 2 with QE being able to pressure the Xayah or the Rakan off the wave.
Yeah, it looks like they really wanted to force taking a flash or getting a kill on the top side, and that just means Blitzcrank is gonna lose a little bit of XP here. He Blitzcrank pathing here with Viego looks like they thought Rengar was gonna invade here. And it looks like Blitzcrank is not gonna care about XP at all this game. He's just gonna let the Ezreal take all of that.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to get a little early game agency with his jungler, trying to make some plays across the map. Top pushing in here. Oh. Close hook by Blitz.
And Viego looks like he does not want to contest here the bottom crab. He's gonna go straight up top, look for a gank mid, and then go to the top crab. Assumably, looks like Rengar has the prio bot side. Viego looking for a gank, but not much they can find here. They just leave and they exchange crabs here for both junglers.
Viego top crab. Really helping out this Mundo who's getting pushed in by Ornn early.
There could
Might
be a
run
gank
straight
set up
top.
here top, but he's on a ward. They should have expected this since they saw the Viego pathing top already. This is just miscommunication. Is he gonna predict the flash here? Just flashes without even having to predict and gets the first blood here, Viego.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that gank works off because they saw him walk topside. They know they traded crab, so it's just Ornn trying to crash the wave. You either have to try and crash the wave beforehand or just let it go.
Yeah, even then, I mean, they saw. Oh,
Big hook here. You're gonna take a turret top of the
heal
heal.
pop.
Fine.
Yeah, I mean, they saw Viego walk through mid to top. Ornn a little greedy, trying to push in the wave. I still think that him TPing back, losing maybe 3-4 minions, it's better than giving them first blood. And now it's just so hard for Ornn to play. He's got the wave pushing into him. And Mundo with the triple ruby crystal now.
Mundo's still not level 6 here, and Rengar's gonna look for a gank. Missing
Oh
the
my
E, but
goodness.
Ornn's
Does he
almost
take-
dead. Is he dead?
Mundo, oh, the level up.
Hits the Q, but it's not enough damage. Oh my.
The level up saves him here, and Rengar helps him push in the wave. Mundo will lose a lot because he TP'd back top.
Yeah, you're gonna cash in that wave though. And I'm surprised the Ornn lives here.
Yeah, the level up really saved him. I think without the
He
level
really
up,
wants to freeze the wave for his top laner here. And Rakan goes down. I assume a very good hook was landed here, but I'm surprised that happens with Ezreal Flash still down. They get the first kill.
No, it's true. But this is what AP really needs. They need a little early game agency. They need to be able to get feats to snowball their leads. And right now, it's looking pretty okay.
Yeah, mid lane just looking like a stalemate right now. Both laners just looking to scale a bit. TP is not available for both sides. Not much is gonna happen here unless the junglers come. Dragon is already up. Looks like Team AP is already looking to set up here. Team Calamity is a little bit late here for the Drake, and AP is gonna be able to set that vision up. Looks like Rengar wants to hit level 6 before the Drake is up. Viego lost a lot of time here, freezing the wave for his top laner on top side. Me personally, I would have taken the wave. I would have frozen that. I would have taken the wave, be like, okay, bro, you're a Mundo. I'm gonna need this for gold. I need this for the Drake. I need my level 6. But now he's a little bit further behind. Rengar's gonna finish the Krugs here, and probably gonna hit level 6 here on the Krugs. Actually, yeah, hit the level 6. And Viego still
5.
alongside. I mean, a long way to go to level 6. So.
Well, it's going to be very interesting how this dragon fight plays out.
Yeah, and you can see the Rengar already aggressive, trying to look for picks here on the blue side jungle. They're gonna wrap around behind the Blitzcrank. No, maybe. No. Looks like they're pinging on the map. They
we're looking for a
assume that
pick
they're
here.
there without any vision though. Rakan still in a
Calamity?
pretty bad position though, but
Viego misses the
but
jungle.
Rengar's still level 6 though, so that's a big advantage. And he misses the pivots though.
Goodness.
This is still pretty good for Team AP.
Rakan goes down. But the counter kills.
And that's just it. They're gonna be wiping here. They're gonna take the Drake.
Rengar has 3 stacks.
Really empty here by Team Calamity, just missing the Viego stun, missing the Annie Arch. That just means that the fight's gonna go to the side of AP. They don't want to do the Drake though. Looks like we're gonna go solo Q alternative here, where Rengar's just gonna try and get the most gold possible, not really looking to get the Drake or the objectives here.
Yeah, I mean, Rengar being strong early and mid is going to be very helpful to get his top, to get his mid scaling, especially. So it does not surprise me that he's going vegan mode and just taking all the camps and just PvE in.
Yeah, completely. And you see that it's going to be a big CS difference here by the junglers. Viego just hitting level 6, while Rengar is about to hit level 7 on the next camp. Maybe looking for the grubs here.
Ooh,
W doesn't
doesn't
land on Ezreal. I would think Blitzcrank is going to be looking for more aggressive plays here now that the Hex Slash is up. But he's looking to roam here up to the mid lane.
Oh, it's going to be very hard. He walked over a ward. Mid doesn't have Tibbers yet, but both mid laners' flashes are down. Maybe he can Hex Flash over the Raptors wall and look for something.
Yeah, and like I was saying, the Rengar, more of a passive solo queue alternative. We're just clearing camps and camps where they're not really trying to contest objectives, at least yet. And they're gonna... Looks like Team Calamity is just gonna take the grubs without much contest here. They might look for a fight after the grubs, but they're a little late.
Oh, Warren ult.
Horn ult hits onto both on the backline, but Rakan's gonna get cancelled, absolutely blasted. Viego gets the reset, Rakan W onto the Rice here, gets 2 kills, and that's just, they're so late.
It's just so unfortunate.
It's just way too late for this. They should be setting up earlier. Like, you cannot go into the objective 1 minute after it spawns, you know? You need to set up the vision and start heading from there.
Yeah. It's just so hard to fight into a visionless Annie who can just one-shot you this early. Because with Ryze, you really just don't have the damage to contest her right now and to be able to participate in the fight. And you saw in that fight, you know, Annie kind of just cleared the whole team. And then what is Ornn, what is Ryze gonna do? Rengar forced to leave the fight, because what's he gonna do with all his team members down?
Yeah, exactly. And now the Drake has been up for like a couple minutes now, and no team really wants to set up. Looks like they want to wait for their junglers to finish clearing up their camps. The CS difference on the jungle side is not that big anymore. It's about a 10 CS gold difference. Rengar lands the stun and probably gonna kill the Blitzcrank here. Flash is down. No hook on Blitzcrank anyways, but this should be a Drake for AP, and if they don't, like, I don't know what you're doing here. Like, look, Rengar just wants gold. They don't want to play this as if you're playing a competitive match. This is more of a solo queue, trying to skirmish, get all the gold possible, and hyper carry on that Rengar.
Exactly. You see the Blitzcrank TPing back, and they really just haven't done it, right?
Yeah, like the slower.
Oh, he hits the hook.
Hits the hook though, not in turret range, so that's not gonna be enough to get a kill. No lane prio for Team Calamity here, but I don't know. I don't know if I like this approach on Rengar, just trying to scale and get as much gold as possible without doing the objectives here. The Drake's been up for like 5 minutes now.
We're gonna have to see how this dive ends. Oh,
Rengar's gonna, I mean, Rakan's gonna look for the dive here, going all the way back into Ezreal, and Saya actually was able to pick up the kill on Blitzcrank. I thought she was not gonna have the damage for that, but looks like her ult is just more than enough to get out of the turret range.
Yeah, now I think Rengar is not planning to do the dragon. They're opting for the reset, while Blitzcrank roams mid.
Yeah, Viego gonna take the camps here on the opposite side of the Summoner's Rift here, but if you're Viego here, you need to look for the cross-map plays as well. If you know Rengar is gonna be bot side looking for that dive, you kind of want to start looking on the other side. Try to look for some kills on the top side.
I mean, especially with this Mundo. Look at this 30 CS gap. Playing for this Mundo is not bad
already
at
got
all.
the Warmogs with the Giant Spell, which means that the Warmogs passive is already set up. So Mundo's pretty big here. Not even a full item here on the Ornn. You got the Bamistinder, the Thornmail, or the Bramble Best rather. So it's a big lead for Mundo here.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for anybody on their team, on AP's team, to be able to kill this Mundo right now. Warmogs, Giant Spell. Once Rengar's damage just gets Mundo W'd, and then what happens? They have no sustained damage to be able to kill this Mundo.
Yeah, I fully agree here. Rengar looking to kill the Annie on the same spot as last time. Just gets obliterated by the rotating Ornn here. And looks like they might want to start the Drake finally after 8 minutes. not much they can do about it. Maybe they can get a pick with the Blitzcrank, but that's not going to be enough.
Maybe now you have to focus all your attention to the top side. With this Rise into Mundo matchup, it's just going to be farming. Both of them really don't have the damage to kill each other at this point.
Yeah, and Rengar just getting all this gold lead. See the Blitzcrank on the Tribush getting knocked up, but he still has the hook. It's a 3v2, but Blitzcrank not being able to do much. And Rakan just going to flash out. Ezreal really wants to skill, probably going to get it, but he gets a Q blocked and still is going to die. The Saya should be denied XP here.
The Mundo proxy here.
Mundo's still proxying while the Rengar is right there. Mundo with no ult available, but the Warmog's passive is coming through, so you can see that Mundo already killing a lot. Saya's gonna get dive in here, but Blitzcrank is gonna die. The big Saya ult here. Oh, the flash without the Viego ult. Not bad at all.
Hey.
Very well played here by Cookie. He is gonna be getting a redemption here. They might try and dive again, but Ezreal's really low. I don't know if they can really make this work.
Ezreal does not realize
he
Rakan
just
is
does
back.
not care.
Oh, but we see Annie might die mid here.
Flashing away. Annie. Oh, both Annie deaths have been in the mid lane on the same exact spot.
That's just brutal, right? Because if Rengar has Empowered W, what could she really do against the Rengar?
Looking for a blind hook here, not gonna happen.
Now, what do you think about this Rengar? 402, presumably has all 5 of the bone necklace stacks.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, like, I think Calamity needs to be more proactive. Use that Blitzcrank, use that Viego, look for the cross-map plays, look for some picks and start snowballing from there. Like, let's say the Dragon is going to spawn the Grubs or the Herald or whatever, just look for a play on the opposite side of the map. Like, you can easily dive someone with the Blitzcrank, just walk off E and then you get the reset with Viego. Like, if there's only one player on the other side on the turret, like, you can look for a dive. It's a free dive, it's a 3v1. You need to be more proactive on that side.
I would really love Blitzcrank to walk top here instead of staying bot for the Rift Herald coming up. Getting this Rift would be massive. You have so much top prio with Mundo taking first.
Exactly. But as we were saying, Annie, both deads on the same exact place with Rengar just on full stacks now, very early on in the game, 15 minutes in. Herald's already up. Looks like AP is walking.
Ooh, Annie does not have the... Annie did not get the stun on the Tibbers. And
that's
now they
the
burn
second
TP.
Tibbers that's just gonna whiff, and now there's no Tibbers.
What?
I see.
As the Viego main, what do you think about that? Oh,
Hey, I wasn't paying attention. I'm not sure if that was just a reset. It's not a reset, of course, but like, I don't know what happened there. Maybe a misclick trying to click E or something, looking for a W flash or some sort. But Herald's just gonna go for Team AP here. Rengar, no ult available as of now. Viego no ult as well.
now can Calamity dive this Ornn bot lane?
Looks like it's not gonna happen. Like, when I say we should look for a cross-map place and dive someone, I don't mean the Ornn. That's not a champion you can really dive as easily, especially with the ult. He still has flash. That's not really an option unless Ezreal really pokes him down way beforehand. He needs to be like 500 HP or something, and even then, that's still pretty risky. But overall, Viego, like, still one item Trinity Force. Do you really need that much if you can land a hook? Like, you don't need as much damage unless Annie hits a stun, Blitzcrank hits a hook or whatever. But top turret already down. It's looking really rough here.
It's looking like a little bit of a top kingdom right now with this Mundo. Unkillable,
Yeah, and
basically.
even though you see that the Rengar is 4-2 with a big CS lead, the gold difference, 200 gold. That's nothing, really. You see all the gold on Mundo. You see all the gold that's on the bot lane as well. Like, it's not that much of a difference. It's only it's a 1.5k gold lead on the jungle, but that's about it.
Ooh, and they try to go for a play mid here.
Not much is gonna happen. We have heal undercurrent right now and the ignite for the Blitzcrank.
We see second dragon coming up, and
AP looking for a pick here, as they've always been looking.
Calamity, horrible vision around this dragon pit.
Herald going down. Let's see if somebody's going to take that. Blitzcrank looking for a hook here. Hits onto Orm. That's not going to be the best hook of all time.
Oh,
Blitzcrank's just going to die here.
Oh, Annie with the tippers down.
Huge knock up here by Viego. Gets the reset. Forces a Saya ult coming out. But Viego trying to kill the Orn now, but there's no damage to kill the Orn.
Rengar in all.
Rengar still looking. Redemption's going to come through. And the Herald's not even going to crash. They get a reset. Rengar is not going to look for anything here because he just gets stunned by the Annie by going in.
I think Calamity has a free dragon.
Looks like Mundo is just a big threat here. Oh, he's going to get bonked back. Mundo, can he really die here? I don't think so.
Oh, he's got
He just goes CT and bumps the Heartsteel stacks and just that's going to be really tough to pierce through.
Yeah, and this is the one thing we brought up before the game even started. How did they kill Mundo?
Yeah, they really looking for his stuff here. Like, he's gonna get charmed, but at the end of the day, he's not dying yet. He's not dying yet. He just died, but there's no follow-up on by Team Calamity. Like, you have to take advantage of the Mundo here.
Mundo tanked that for maybe 10 seconds, but he just doesn't have the team to follow.
No follow-up. Like, we have no Viego ult available, no Tibers, but like at the end of the day, you still need to go in. Like Mundo's right there. You can get like you just have to force all your focus onto one target and get one reset. If Viego gets the reset on that chokehold, it's just done for.
And now blue team just resets. Rengar is looking for bot card. Oh, no, they back out now, and now they will reset. And all is good in the world.
Yeah, we just have some resets here happening. The gold lead still not as expanded. It used to be 200 gold lead, but now it's not that much.
Yeah, but even then, what team position do you like?
I mean, I look at the Rengar like 6-0, and like it's not easy to pierce through if Annie has a stun, if Blitzcrank's right there, but at the same time, looks like Team Calamity's not doing much about it when the Rengar is looking for options here. Like, it looks like they're a little uncoordinated here. They need to focus one target here, get the reset. If not, your team composition does not work.
And this is all contingent on Blitzcrank primarily. Because you got Blitzcrank ult, you get Annie ult following, you get the Viego reset.
Yeah.
But Blitzcrank has not hit any very massive hooks in fights as of yet. Besides one on Ornn, the mid-fight a couple minutes prior. But even then, you're hooking an Ornn.
Yeah, and the Blitzcrank here, like, I'm not the man to look at the deaths and be like, oh, this guy's inting 0-5, but at the same time, like, those deaths have been just walking up, not hitting a hook or not hitting an E, and that's just like really troublesome for Team Calamity.
That's true. And look at the Mundo.
Just going where he pleases, just does not care
and
at all.
He's just gonna heal it back full and just repeat when it comes back. They need to be able to deal with Mundo inside.
Yeah.
You see Rise going top to try and match him with the wave clear.
Yeah, Atakan already up here, and you can see the level difference here. There's only one level difference on the jungle, but look at Blitzcrank, level 7 compared to the level 13s on side of AP. So Blitzcrank is really squishy right now.
And you see Ornn walking down for bot and Rise does not have TP top.
He does have the Realm Warp available to try and commit a little bit to that Atacon, but as we know, that Realm Warp is not a global ultimate. He can just get here to mid lane. He has to be sitting mid lane to be able to go to the Atacon. Mundo's gonna pop the Heartsteel stacks.
And we're collapsing on Calamity bot.
Looks like what honestly is gonna be massive. The big Ornn ult as well. This looks like a wipe here, not much they can do about it. Blitzcrank's also gonna go down. It's just gonna be a free Atacon here for Team AP.
Rengar picks up the double kill there. Now, what is he, 8-0? It's gonna be very hard for anybody to kill this with Rengar with the amount of damage.
There's no ultimate available to try and snipe that Atacon away from AP's hands, but it's looking really rough now. The goal difference starting to pile up now.
The one win con Calamity does have is this Mundo.
Yeah,
this
but
Mundo is
Mundo not collapsing, not TPing when things got done dirty down in bot lane, but like we really need to see that Mundo on the team fights if we want to see Team Calamity do something about it. And we can see the build already coming through. We see the Sonias, Malignants for the Annie, but is it enough to pierce through the Ornn, to pierce through the Seraph's shield that we have here on Ryze and those Merc threats as well?
Yeah, and Mundo kind of forced aside because he basically is all Calamity has right now. You see him walking 2 Dragon, getting ready for 3rd Dragon in the game.
Yeah, and we were talking about Rengar build, but as well, Saya here already with the Infinity Edge and the Seal ready to go for the 3rd item almost. Saya hits hard right now. Like, she can just burst down any target, probably. I would not be surprised if she starts going for an LDR build here or some sort of armor pierce for the Mundo. TP coming through here on the mid lane, trying to contest.
We see, but they have no,
everybody's
there's
out
no
of
vision.
The Rod of Age is coming through. Oh, takes the hook onto the Ornn. Looks like they might have enough damage to get the reset.
They do not have the damage.
It goes down, but Viego's down. He does not get the reset. And they're just wiped completely.
Ooh. They decide to fight in the bushes.
Relmar coming for the flank here,
Rengar.
looking for the Ezreal. Probably going to root here. Easy kill, triple kill for the Ryze. It's just looking really rough. The only hook that you needed, it cannot be on the Ornn.
No.
The Ornn goes down, but at the same time, Viego goes down. So he doesn't even get the reset.
I mean, super well played by AP there to collapse with the Rengar in the bot river bush. But really, Blitzcrank cannot be hooking the Ornn into 5.
And that might be your only option if Ornn's the only one that steps up and is in hook range. But at the same time, if you know you cannot burst it, you just don't go for that hook. You see that Team Calamity was looking to just use all their options to kill the Ornn, but that was not enough. It took him like 8 seconds to get that, and it's not enough.
And he still got his ult off. And at this point, if you're Team Calamity, if you can't even one-shot the Ornn with all 5 members, how are you going to fight team fights?
Looking really rough here. Looks like we might be looking for a game 5 here as AP is able to clutch this out.
And you think about the front-to-back potential for Calamity. If they don't get a hook off, all they can do is fight into the Ornn or look for an Annie flank. And that is horrifically problematic given what we just saw mid.
TP coming through here. This might be a game-deciding team fight. Mundo trying to carry the dead weight of the team here. But is he tanky enough? Does he have enough damage to burst through some targets like Force's high hold? I don't think so.
No.
Mundo not really a carry character, but like you need the damage behind on your team to do something about it. Rengar on the flank here.
Ooh, Annie has ult though.
And they look for Viego. Viego already 1 HP rooted and he might go down here. Looks being said. Viego does not get the ult in time. Mundo looking for the Rengar, might be able to kill him, but that's not going to be enough though. Rakan really using those shields and heals to get him up. In time, the Ornn is gonna hit, and just getting collapsed on. Calamity, what is going on here?
You see Mundo just so disconnected from the rest of the team. He walks up at the Rengar, just leaving his backline completely.
And Mundo's gonna go down here, but still gets the Rakan. That's a lot of damage. Mundo getting a double kill, but it seems like that's the only player on the team. Ezreal looking for the E, gets the basic, but that's not enough.
Ezreal does not have the damage.
On the plants here, Ezreal might have the E available if he hits 1 more Q, already gets it off, but that's not enough.
EDC in Season 15.
Looking really rough out here for Team Calamity, but at the same time, they still got 3 kills, so it's better than nothing here.
And these are some big kills. You see Rengar's bounty went down. That's 1,000 gold right there. This will be very
3k gold lead on the Mundo compared to the Ornn, but that's just about it. Everybody else looking really rough.
And look at this Baron setup that is about to happen. It's going to be very hard for Calamity to be even able to walk up with the threat of this 10-1 Rengar.
Yeah, so now if you're Team AP, you're looking to set up the Baron here, looking to see if you can get a pick beforehand, not risk that Baron flip. We see that they can't play with any vision. Team Calamity does not know what's happening. Toppling the Ezreal to see what's going on in the Baron. They just know that they're not there, so they gotta be careful. Team AP still not setting up. You see Rengar always taking his time, treating this like a solo queue game. That's what I'm telling you. Like, you can get like close to the Baron, start doing it, but they just don't want to do that.
Mundo
It's going to be really important here for Mundo to be on that Baron, but he does not have TP even. So
AP
I
could
think
just
Team
force,
AP
yeah.
could just force the Baron, knowing that Mundo does not have TP. They should just communicate that. Be like, okay, we just do the Baron. Don't like, we don't even need to flip it. Just go 4v5. Come on.
They don't even need a 4v5. They can just 4v4 with this Rengar. And what's Mundo gonna do? That's your entire team bot lane with no TP.
You see Calamity warning down here, but like we pop the ward down, we're not even looking for a hook. That turret, it's just gonna be completely melted. That Mundo.
We see they're trying to kill the
780.
Rengar before Baron.
Yeah,
Or kill the Mundo.
here. They're gonna be able to kill him now, and they're gonna give the kill probably to Rice here, but like
Oh my goodness. The damage with Heartsteel. Oh.
Team Calamity here, you should be taking advantage, getting some spots here, but Blitzcrank cannot be playing down there. You know the Rengar is down. You know the Rice and the Ornn are down there. Why are we not looking for pickups here? It's a 4v4 or a 4v3 rather for Team Calamity on the top side, but they're not looking to set up vision. They're not looking for hooks here. They're just waiting for AP to just 5-stack now.
Nah, and this just looks like a free Baron for AP. I mean, your Blitzcrank has no wards, has no red wards, has no normal wards. What are they gonna do? They are not gonna be face checking into a Rengar, into a Xayah, into
Yeah,
this
just
Ornn.
stacking up in the bush here, but the
Oh,
Arnold's gonna
what a
collapse as well with the
Rakan
Rakan ult. Viego's gonna ult away. Redemption not gonna be very important, not really gonna hit anyone from Team Calamity, and they're just gonna walk away. It's looking really rough for Team Calamity here.
Yeah, I think they should just go to Baron here. Now you give Mundo the chance to join this fight with TP now. But even then, they just shred the Baron.
Indeed, they're just gonna shred the Baron. Going to go on the side of Team AP, and it's looking like we're gonna go to game 5 here, unless Team Calamity does something about it.
Oh, does Mundo get mid-turn? Oh,
Not even tier 1 turret is gonna go down here for Team Calamity. It's just looking really rough now.
that's true. And ultimately, what can AP do? Because you have Dragon coming up in 90 seconds.
I think what went wrong here is even in the early game, Team Calamity really needed to be more proactive, looking for more plays with the Blitzcrank, looking for more plays with Annie, Flash, Tibbers, anything. We need to look for force anything at all.
And I think even in the instances they did try to force, just a few mechanical misplays on ultimate abilities. Ultimately,
Rengar ult getting popped here, but it's gonna get picked
Rengar
up.
one shot.
Giggle gets the reset
Reset.
on the Rengar.
Oh,
He goes
Xayah.
down as well. But it's 3 hitting here.
Oh,
Mundo's still alive.
Oh
though.
my goodness,
Gets
Mundo
the damage onto the
doesn't got the E.
Oh my god, that's enough damage to kill the Xayah. Mundo probably not even gonna die here to the Ornn.
Oh, even then,
now.
Ezreal does not have the damage with Triforce.
Same time, Ezreal not being able to hit. It's a scuffed fight, but it goes on to the AP side here.
Yeah, and this is the problem we talked about. Without Annie being a big presence in team fight, their Ornn can just stack armor, and then your Ezreal is effectively out of the game.
Yeah, we look 3 seconds here onto the Blitzcrank, 29 onto Annie, 22 onto the Mundo. I don't think AP is gonna want to force an end here. They're just gonna get the inhibitor and back off.
Red team's inhibitor has been
The
destroyed.
inhib almost doesn't go down, by the way. The cannon's just the last hit on it. You see Team AP backing up, looking to set up the next Drake, but Drake's kind of irrelevant right now. It's just a matter of who wins the team fight.
If they run it, even that might have been the most optimal team fight Calamity could have gotten. You one-shot the Rengar early, your Viego gets the reset. But now they try and force the Dragon.
Yeah, completely. Viego and Team Calamity already getting the Drake. Rengar gets the fight off on Annie, but gets the Rice, but there's the shield onto the Rice and still has Sonya, so they're just gonna get wiped. I think this is a game.
And that is game. That is game. We may be going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Ezreal trying to pick up some scraps here, running away, trying to get the E to get away from this TP here. I mean, I don't think it's enough. I don't think this Mundo, level 18 Mundo with 4 items is going to be enough. 600 stacks on the heart here, but looks like Mundo's trying to get the wave here. Actually wipes off the mid wave, but I think they're just going to end up bot lane.
No. And look at this Ezreal damage on this Ornn. He's doing like 50 damage with these Qs.
Yeah, like I was saying, he's just throwing cupcakes. What are you gonna be able to do to burst down that Ornn or even the Rakan?
Oh, and now they look for the look for Mundo in the middle.
They really don't want the Mundo to take the wave here. He's not gonna get knocked up because of the passive. Gets rooted, goes down though. Mundo goes down with the LDR on Saya and the mortal reminder on Saya and Rengar. That's just enough to melt down the Mundo now.
But they do stop them from ending, which is best case scenario.
Yeah, Blitzcrank looking for blind hooks here, but it's looking like a lazy Blitzcrank here. Really desperate to make some plays happen, but they're not doing that at all.
Oh, Andy!
Up the ult, and Andy goes down, hits the Tibbers, but is that enough?
Where's Zanya?
But Diego looking to kill the ult. I think that's enough. He's just gonna go down.
It's just unfortunate that Calamity was Calamity kind of had to take that fight really fast, or else they lose their base too.
Yeah, Ornn has TP here. I don't know whether it's just not popping the TP onto bot lane, ending the game, shoving top wave. It just looks like they're just walking up top lane. It's just gonna be a slow end here.
It's gonna be Rapture soon. Top inhib goes down, you get 3 inhib. You have Baron coming up in a minute 40.
Ezreal just racking up those numbers for the scoreboard, for the damage built at the end of the game. He's gonna go down anyways. Mundo just gets down. So
What can you do when the Xayah is 11-1? You have a scale
9 seconds on to look to get
Wow!
bot
Blitzcrank
lane.
tries the flash hook.
And even then, if he lands a hook, I
Look at the
think
Xayah
it's
damage.
over.
One shot.
Looking for a last stand, a slither of hope here, looking for a reach, but that's not going to be enough. And Team AP just gets it. We're going into game 5 now.
I mean, we've seen. I mean, their early games have been so impressive, especially with the jungler getting so much agency early and being able to snowball these leads into favorable fights.
Yeah, and here it's just a complete. I'm surprised here. We're going into game 5. Calamity Esports was looking really, really strong on those first 2 games, but they're starting to pick up some ramp up damage for Team AP. This game 5 is going to be interesting.
Very, very, very. And I would love to see if they decide to give all the agency to the junglers. Because from games 1 and 2, I think the most impactful person was the jungler from Calamity. And then games 3 and 4, again, we saw the Zed carry last game. We see a Rengar carry this game.
Yeah, the junglers on both sides really looking to push that gold advantage for their team. We saw the Mundo popping off here, but I don't think a Mundo is enough to just carry the game. We saw him being able to kill the Saya at times, but they still need damage. They still need the CC. They need everything to just ramp up those numbers for the team fight to go accordingly. Diego gone now, and as we head on into game 5, we're going to take a short break here and we'll see you guys in about 2 minutes here. Just stay with us.
You're off. Okay.
Rewind to before I changed, started acting strange, had my life in my own hands. Meanwhile, I was wasting time, thinking things were fine, but you had other plans. Behind your weak disguise, all the worthless lies, it was wrong and now I know. Don't think that I won't try, this is not goodbye. pushed around, always lost, not found, but I didn't realize. Like a giant standing in my way, leading me astray. Now it's time for me to rise. I knew I had to find myself. Turns out I'm on my own. I won't let it go. The right and wrong that you pretend to know. The fire in my heart burns in your shadow. The silver lining can begin to rust, and I forget who I can and cannot trust. I won't let it go.
Okay, we
Okay.
okay, we are live.
We're back, everyone. This is game 5, and we are in for an absolute banger game, hopefully. I was not there last game, but what happened last game?
So things happen.
Mhm.
Rengar, really strong champion. Apparently, he was playing like it was a solo queue game, just gold and gold and gold, not doing any objectives, and just kind of snowballed from there. Mundo by Team Calamity was really strong, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. So it was really tough here. We already saw the draft, as we can see here. We saw Ashe Braum. That's something I really like. I'm a big fan of Ashe and Braum in general,
Yeah.
both Freylord champions. I'm a big fan of Freylord. But we saw the Jace pick. We saw the Iron as well. It's kind of interesting. You were talking about how Jace is a hard champ to pilot, and you're saying you're scared about it?
I don't have that much confidence. They talk about LCK Jace, LPL Jace. And there's a reason for it. And Jace is a super hard champion to kind of make work, especially in like a professional setting,
Hmm.
or in such high stakes games. And I'm I'm not that confident that it's gonna work,
But,
but
but, but what? Every time I see an Ivern, I'm like, okay, this guy plays Ivern. Like
yeah,
you just don't pick Ivern if you don't know how to use the
yeah,
champion. It's just like not a thing here.
yeah. And I'm noticing something. That's a Jace mid. That's not Jace top. So it is gonna be the mid laner piloting this Jace, and I think that is that's Calamity Esports mid laner. And again, this is 2-2. This game decides everything. It's super high stakes.
Yeah.
It could be a reverse sweep in the making if Team AP do win this. And they'll take home third place, which is not too bad considering it's $175 for third place here. So,
And
this is the draft.
also, we see the six here. The six, I'm a big fan of six as well.
Yeah.
Even though I'm a fan of Ash and Braum as well, but six is just such a good champion now. Just being able to deal out as much damage from just like Narnia, it's just like really really fun, and especially with the Leona ult. Just being able to confirm that six ult to at least get the flash of someone. If not, they're just gonna die here. So I'm a big fan of the Calamity bot lane. So let's see what happens here. I'm looking to see. I would assume it's gonna be a very tough game for both sides. It's gonna be really really close.
Yeah, and I can just imagine Ivan putting the shield on Leona and she just goes into 5 people. The Ivan E pops and it's just good AoE damage. But this Yorick is an interesting pick. We saw it picked.
It can get out of control really easily.
Yes. If Yorick is left to be, he will destroy your entire base in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, not even 30, like 25. So
Yeah,
yeah, it's
it's
pretty.
insane. He'll send his maiden up top, he'll go bot, and your entire base is gone. So this is a it's a champion that need to be watching out for because you don't want to give Yorick any agency. Him like freedom for Yorick is just a death sentence for the enemy team.
Yeah, but you know what scares me though? I see the Graves.
Yeah.
Graves is so hard to play against Leona, Ivern, even Cho'Gath here, or even Jace. Honestly, every single champion on the other side, Graves is such hard champion to play here. Like you can't really get close to just get those autos off and just get the combo one shot, get out of there. But like it's really tough here. It's gonna be really hard for the Graves to actually pilot this champion. He's gonna need to have at least two items or an LDR of some sort to just get through that Leona, get through the Cho'Gath, and then eventually maybe get to the six. Because the six not gonna be on your screen if you have a Cho'Gath and your Ivern in front of you, or even Leona. So
Yeah, it's just about maintaining distance, and I guess the goal for Calamity is to maintain that distance. They don't want the Graves coming anywhere close to them. I think the Vex could help out a bit here, ulting in, hopefully hitting a key target, maybe the Ziggs or the Jace, going in, fearing the enemy team. It could help the Graves kind of close in on the distance, but then still, It's the Ivern, the Cho'Gath, the Leona,
The
making sure that the
disengage is
guy
just crazy
they
from the
engage
red
the
side here.
game.
Ivern, Leona, Cho'Gath just pushing away the Vex, pushing away the Graves. It's going to be really tough for them to get into the 6 or even the Jace at times when he's just going to be poking down. It's looking really rough now that you really start to think about the composition here for blue side. I think they're just the win con is just gonna be having that Yorick
Yeah.
split pushing, making enough time on the other side. Maybe the Dragon Pit, maybe bot lane for the Yorick to start applying pressure for the tier 1, tier 2 turret, get that 700 gold on the tier 2 turret, and just start scaling from there. Just trying to destroy, make as much damage as you can on the opposite side of your team here.
Yep, and that is the hope for the teams. But I think going into this, I'd say who do you think has the upper hand in the early game at least?
On the early game, the skirmish here, Ashe and Braum is
Yeah.
just way too dominant. Like
Yeah.
Braum, probably the one of the best champions level 1. You see, if you get an invade here, if you get an early skirmish, you can get stuns onto every single one of the champions on the enemy team, getting that passive up, and Ashe just slowing down. Like I told you, it's such a good bot lane on the early game. So
Yeah.
it's really rough here. Every single early skirmish here should be on the side for the Ashe and Braum as well.
Yeah, I think there's just the slows, the CC is just so much on the side of AP.
And it looks like we're heading straight into the game now on the loading screen. Any favorites? Like I see, it's gonna be really tough for Team AP to break through
Yeah.
that wall. But like any favorites coming in here? Anything you want to see?
There's things I like on both drafts, and there are things I don't like on both drafts as well. But I'm just the Jace is something that I want to have belief in, but it's kind of hard to do that. But it's a really hard champion to pilot.
Why are you such afraid of a Jace pick? Like it cannot be that hard to pilot, you know?
I feel like it's just
Welcome
it's
to
so easy to
Summer's
mess up.
Rift.
And if you do mess up, it just throws the entire game into shambles. But at the same time, as you said, the Graves. The Graves is
30
such
seconds
a
until
50-50
minions
pick into this
spawn.
game as well. Both teams have one character that can completely throw the game for them. And it's up to those characters to make sure that they don't fall too far behind or they don't make plays that are disadvantageous for themselves.
Yeah, for me, I see AP, and I don't see a way to win. If they can pull
Yeah.
this off, hats off to them. But me, if I'm the Grapes, I'm tilted. I don't
Yeah.
know why I'm playing Grapes against Ivern, Cho'Gath, 6, Leona. Like, I cannot break through that, you know?
Minions has
Like,
spawned.
he's going to have to play this game as they played it on the other game. Just a solo queue game, trying to get as much gold as possible. Already trading
little
here.
bit of
Gets
fear
fear
coming
off
out.
the Jade and getting flash already.
That's not a good way to start the game, and Jace forced to spend that 5-minute cooldown.
Yeah, not only Flash is down, half HP already starting, no more pods, Doran split, so there's not much sustain here. 6 missing the start, the first Q, but Brom's going to be able to apply the passive to 6 here as well.
6.
I think this is
Almost
just a
done.
flash for 6, yeah, he's going to get the passive onto Leona, still on kill range here. Ashe, Brom finally gets the stack onto the 6 now, and it's going to be a kill! It's going to be a kill for both here, but Ashe is going to get the kill as well. Leona trying to kill the Ashe, but I don't think she has the damage. I don't know why Ashe is just walking back when you can kill
tempo.
Leona. Flashes up. One more basic is going to make it, but I don't think it's
No.
no, it's not enough to make it. Ashe still with the cleanse up. No more sums for the side of Calamity here. It's already a bloodbath here in the bot lane.
Yeah, and actually you just pointed it out, that's a cleanse on the Ashe, so no barrier, but still has counter to the insane amount of engage that Team Calamity has. Leona, the Ivern, they're just going to completely lock down the Ashe if they can. And yeah, cleanse I think is probably the better summoner spell of choice here. Yeah, that is a very interesting trade, but it is a kill onto the ADC of Team AP and the support of Team Calamity, so I'd say AP came out on top there.
Yeah, and we can see both junglers pathing on to the opposite sides of the map. Ivern's going to be finishing his clear on the bot side, while Graves is going to be on the top side. Probably going to be finishing their clear at 3:15 at most on the Graves, but the Ivern's probably going to finish up already at minute 3. Probably look for some gank here on the bot lane with those 30 seconds to spare before the Scuttle Crab spawn. There's no vision here by the side of AP, so this might be rough. Ashe still has the cleanse up, but I don't. Is it enough?
Still don't know.
Roots The cleanse is a little bit too late, but Six does not have enough damage here. Maybe Brom comes down, but there's no much damage early on for the Six or the Ivern. They get poked down, they might lose a little bit of CS on the turret, but it's not enough. Only gets the cleanse off, and Ivern just goes back to doing that Scuttle Crab as well as Graves on the top lane.
That is flash off of your... Oh, was that the flash? No, that is cleanse off your ADC. Apologies. That is a very key cooldown. It wasn't even the Leona that procced it. It was the Ivern Q that forced out the cleanse. So now the Leona could just... If she sees any angle, it's a free entry and free engage onto the Ashe. And now the Braum, who's also missing all of his summoners, is also pretty unsafe in this position. So yeah, they're just forced to sit on their tower and just farm as much as they can. They are not allowed to walk up. And this Ziggs just throwing stuff at you from 8 miles away.
Yeah,
Ziggs worse.
Ziggs really healthy right now, trying to poke down the Braum and the Ashe. Braum might go down here with
And
the
he does.
last W here. He's looking for a last Q. Is that hit? That does not hit. I don't think it would have killed anyways, but at the same time, it's looking really rough for AP. But look at the top lane. Cho'Gath, one more Q is going to make it, and he's going to go down here. Jorik with the early lead. Ivern coming through trying to clean up, but just says no, going back to the jungle, trying to clear those Krugs and start heading down to see if he can get anything with their bot lane. Some vision going down here by the Jade, trying to poke down the Graves, but that's not going to be as important here. Graves just saying, can you please move away while I start planting top. Going to be clearing those wolves, and bot lane for Team Calamity resetting, going back to lane here. Ivern
How did that
clearing
get
down. And
I've actually should know.
let's see Calamity here looking to
Bad
set up
damage.
Drake a little bit.
To destroy.
SCS leads on the top side and the bot side on the different teams. Jorik taking a 10 CS lead and the Ziggs taking a 10 CS lead as
Yeah,
well.
mid lane looking like a stalemate, 43 to 43 CS each. Not much happening. They're just waiting for their junglers to do something about it. Ivern clearing his camp, unsure if he's going to be able to set up the Drake in a couple minutes here, or if he's just going to look for something in the top lane. Both junglers there. Graves looking for a gank on top, but Cho'Gath's pretty healthy. I don't think there's much damage here, but he does fall into the cage. Ivern coming here. He gets shielded, not enough damage, and he's just going to walk away unfazed.
Yep, nothing found, nothing gained there from either team. Just a bit of safety insurance on both sides with the junglers helping out their top laners. Leona walking up here.
Hit onto the Ashe. No thumbs on the Ashe. Brom's going to be able to block everything by 6, but Ashe still in a pretty unhealthy position near W. He's going to get the passive off though. 6 getting really low now. Leona not really
Misses the stun.
misses the stun, and Brom I think is going to be able to kill the 6 unless Leona's going to block it. They're
Go
gonna
faster,
stun the
really.
Leona, but both ADCs so low though. Supports just fist fighting and looking at each other. 6 misses the W onto Ashe,
Ivern coming.
but finally Leona goes down. I think Ivern's gonna be able to clean up this Ashe. Is he gonna sidestep? No, it's just gonna flash auto attack, and 6 is gonna be able to clean up that Brom, presumably speaking. Yeah.
That is not an ideal trade for Team AP. Ivern did the smart thing, I'd say there. Interesting ult. I can't say I approve of that, but I get the message. It was just it's a show.
Intimidation tactics, you know.
Exactly,
I don't need the sword, so I'm just gonna throw it away. Not even hitting the wave. I'm pretty sure he wanted to hit the wave, shove, reset, but not even gonna hit the minions. So.
We're putting the Cho'Gath super low himself, going down very low. I think he could flash, shoot, and kill, but he doesn't have the flash, unfortunately. Cho'Gath has to be super careful here. No mana. Low mana on both sides, actually. The support actually making her way.
Leona roaming here on the top side with no objective while the dragon is up. Interesting decision, I must say.
But no one moving to the dragon so far. Brom going up to the mid lane, trying to make sure the Vex can probably push out here and take a base here. But the Jace getting super aggressive, goes in, trades some HP, and just clears the wave like that. That's really does not allow the Vex to get a good recall timer. Go back to a little bit of a calm state. 2 objectives are up. The Drake and the Grubs are alive, but neither team look to be facing towards any of them. Both jugglers towards the top side near the Grubs, so that's looking likely to be the next area. And yeah, both teams are positioning themselves for this objective. Team AP started up. Leona pushing onto the Braum. CCs him. Braum W's goes down, unfortunately, with the combined burst of all the champions. Good flash from Leona to dodge the Vex Q. But then it's just CC from the Daisy onto the Graves. And oh my god, the Cho'Gath just flashes in, ults. Now the Jace jumps onto the Vex, who is now put onto low.
Cho'Gath getting his first champion Devour stack, starting to ramp up a little bit here. Team AP, I mean Team Calamity able to claim those grubs now. It's a little bit of a gold lead here on the bot side as well, like a 1k gold lead here, 20 CS as well. It's looking a little bit rough now.
And that is a very decent lead for Team Calamity, who I'd say have the better skill in comp as well. You got Ziggs, you got Cho'Gath. Not sure if Ivern skills too well as well, but Ziggs, Cho'Gath, and a Jace Q late game, which can potentially
and look at this, the Six completely alone on the bot side and it's not getting punished.
Yep.
Braum too scared that the Ivern or the Leona's coming up, but you know the Ivern was top, you know the Leona was top. Why are we not committing into this Six? We have the cleanse, we have the flash on Ashe. Like, we can at least take the Six flash, but you're gonna kill him anyways. Just dole you onto a minion as Braum hit the basic attack on Six and he's just dead.
Yep. Missed opportunity there from Team AP, unfortunately, but it's not too much loss. At the end of the day, it's just a 1.5k gold lead. But that is 3 grubs, or actually, it is 2 grubs inside of Calamity. But that's still good. They have a Ziggs, and towers do not survive for very long with the Ziggs on the enemy team. So any sort of assistance on tower taking, like the grubs, is very much appreciated by Team Calamity, and having 2 of them does help them out. This Yorick just going in. In the early game, Yorick seemed super powerful and it seemed like the Cho'Gath had just no counterplay, but that Cho passive where he just heals off every minion he kills is so oppressive.
Even to devour the maiden here to get that stack going.
Maybe not.
But not even, he doesn't have devour, but yeah.
Good dodge.
Knockup's not gonna connect, but even then, no devour, no really any kill pressure here.
Yep.
Graves walking up to the top lane. This might be a kill into Cho'Gath. He does fall into the cage. No devour, so I don't think there's any kill pressure onto the Yorick.
The Graves messed up there because of the Yorick wall.
Yorick flashes, thinking that Cho'Gath has the ult. It goes down, but at least Yorick is gonna be using that flash to get away.
Very interesting first item on the Graves.
Yeah, I
really dislike shield.
Fang to deny all those shields from Ivern. Ivern already with the redemption going on, and those CDR boots have such a power spike for Ivern.
Yes, the healing, shielding, and just overall heal on Team Calamity is just so much stronger compared to Team AP, who are solely relying on a Braum.
Yeah, but realistically speaking as well, like, even with the comp
good fear
difference here.
Did I ult miss?
Both redemptions going down on the mid lane. Both junglers coming through. Daisy walking up to that Vex, hitting the first basic, but not enough to get the knockup because Graves just pushes it off. Gets feared and forces a flash onto Ivern, and no kills are going to go down in the mid lane.
I didn't think of that. The Graves autos push Daisy away. So it's actually not that bad of a matchup. But still,
but at the same time,
the shielding,
you're still hitting the Daisy instead of hitting the hyper carries. So there's not much you can really do about it.
Ash Bird going up towards the blue side jungle of Team Calamity. Spots pretty much nothing, but does realize that their jungle is empty, so they might realize.
Yeah, and look at bot lane already taking tier 1 turret onto the side of the Six here with the Ludens available already for the Six. Such a big advantage here. So it's gonna be a big threat coming through on these next team fights on the next objectives.
Yep, and feats of warfare or feats have no longer been or have not been claimed yet by any team. So there's still a little bit of a power spike that both teams might look to get, but in terms of the CS difference, look at that bot lane. The Ziggs is free farming and the poor Ashe is stuck under the tower.
They're looking to get a little bit more plates on the top lane. 1 more minute for those plates, so he might be able to get at least a couple more gold here.
Lane
Cleans the wave really quickly, and they're definitely gonna take a plate or 2.
We have about a minute.
Fiona
before the blades
walking
go down.
back here. Getting a little bit more gold onto the 6. Very appreciated here. Redemption on the top side turret, trying to avoid any dive risk. It looks like Sig's already ramping up that gold lead. It's going to be a really big threat here for Team AP. I don't think they're going to be able to push through and kill that 6 with the Ivern, Daisy, Cho'Gath, Leona.
Yeah.
It's looking really, really rough.
I actually do like the phase rush on both Graves and Vex. It gives them that like escape movement speed they need against this enemy comp. There's so much lockdown. If they can get that movement speed to just run away, actually does help mitigate a lot of the burst and the lockdown that they have.
Yeah, both junglers passing top that they're looking for like a big fight. Forces the flash onto Leona.
Graves is
Six
here
in a
first.
very bad position here. Exhausted now with no flash. I think they killed the 6 here as well. The E by Ivern is not enough. He's gonna go down here.
Does he? He does. Flash
Flash
on the Graves.
on the Graves is enough to kill him.
Brum almost goes down.
Ivern under the turret, and here Jay is walking up, but not enough because Vex is right on his toes.
Good movement and good macro from the Graves to make sure he's there before the Ivern and just secure those kills. Super important. 2 kills for 0 on the side.
Yeah, we see the Yorick here pop in the Maiden trying to take down the first turret here for Team AP, but it's not going to be enough. Just walk down, walk back the Maiden, not risk getting eaten alive by the Devourer from Cho'Gath here.
And that is the Yorick experience. He was on the tower for about 5 seconds and 60% of the health gone. So this is why we love Yorick.
Yeah, but I'm surprised, even with the composition, AP is making it work. They're getting those team fights, they're getting those picks, and that gold advantage is not that big anymore. It's only like a 500 gold lead.
Yep, 100%. It's a good comeback by Team AP to make sure they equalize on the gold. And the gold's in the right places, I'd say. It's on the Graves, it's on the Ashe. And Yorick's got a kill as well. So I think there are avenues for AP to make this gold work, make the game work. But again, it's just this Ivern is terrifying in the late game.
AP already starting the Herald here with Graves with the Merc threats. Scared of that CC. The Crystal Arrow hits onto the 6, so they're looking to collapse onto him. The Braum path is going to be stacked, and 6 is going to go down here. They can just kill the Braum now. The Redemption coming in very close, healing every single teammate, and that's just 2 picks and the Herald for Team AP.
They have such a long range engage. The Ashe Arrow goes down, the Vex ult comes in from Narnia, and they're just on the enemy team. Completely burst them down so fast before they can even realize it.
I'm surprised they're making it work. It's so hard to get onto the 6, but the Crystal Arrow, you cannot afford to get hit by that as the 6.
Jace tries to knock the Vex back into the Ivern Q, but unfortunately the Q does miss from the Ivern. Miskill there on the Vex, who had potentially overstepped. But it's just this Yorick back on the bot lane. He's got the bottom tower. He's going to slow down the Graves here. Or sorry, the Graves to Jace here.
Yeah, we see the Yorick getting collapsed on here with the Daisy on his face now. Getting the knock up. He still has flash available, but he's not going to be able to move. He's going to flash into the Dragon Pit, walking away from the chase, but that's not enough. Team Calamity getting a pick here, and probably the Drake as well. Graves just pathing bot side, not even contesting the Drake. Like I told you, every solo queue game, junglers, they're not contesting any Drake now.
Yep, and that is not very ideal. Now we see that the soul is a Cloud Soul. That is very good for Jace. That is insane for Jace, actually. But it's also really good for the Vex. It's also really good for the Ashe and Graves. I think both teams benefit from the soul, but I'd say Team AP need that soul a lot more. But unfortunately, they're down 2 dragons. So this is going to be a long fight back to get that soul.
Yeah, and we have a game in our hands. It's a really close game. No really significant gold lead, 300 gold lead here. And I'm looking at the Ashe, 4 kills. When did that Ashe get 4 kills,
Yeah.
you know? Like, that Crystal Arrow hitting onto 6. As I said, you cannot afford that. You need the Leona, you need the Daisy, you need the Cho'Gath in front of you. You cannot be on the side where the Ashe can just really hit you with that arrow and just give them a free pick.
Yep.
You should be the last one to die in every single team fight.
It's just Ziggs getting caught from an off angle. I don't think he expected a Crystal Arrow coming from his. Would that be his left? Yeah, the Ashe was split apart. Both ADCs were split apart there, and yeah, the Ziggs just did not expect any engage from him. And was caught out, but that just creates what is now probably going to be a snowball here. This Ashe is very, very strong.
Yeah, 2 items on the Ashe with full boots, Berserker Greaves here. Probably gonna be able to shred anything. And the only thing that can really stop the Ashe is just Daisy pushing her off, the Leona also just pushing her off. They need to get that 6 poke before any fight starts going on. If not, it's just gonna be looking really rough for Team AP.
Yeah, a good aggressive play there from Team AP to just establish some vision on the enemy jungle. The TP coming out from Jace, TPing in to the mid lane to support. Another TP coming in from the Vex. A lot of poke from the Jace there. That Q hitting like a truck, and that just lowers the entirety of Team AP, who are now forced to retreat. And the Braum was killed there. They're down a man as well. No support, no engage. Yeah, now Team Calamity just allowed to walk up freely. It looks like they might be looking for a Graves here, but no, just establish some vision, back off here. Take the scuttle there. No real objective available for a decent amount of time now. It's just playing the waiting game. Drake's 2 minutes out, and Baron's nowhere close to being here.
Yeah, the Drake advantage here with the Soul might be an issue here. If they can get that Soul moving, that Jay's gonna start moving and just getting more poke down as well with the 6. So still a very even game. We see the Proto Belt on the Cho'Gath and then starting to tank up a little bit. So he's gonna be hard to break through as well.
Yeah, a little bit of tankiness in what otherwise seemed like to be a full AP Cho'Gath, but yeah, this guy's gonna build just a couple of tank items and be unkillable. That is the Cho'Gath experience, and he is stacking. It's a pretty big Cho'Gath already, just 20 minutes into the game, and just as the game goes on, he's gonna get bigger, and that was the Ziggs W coming in clutch there. That ability just completely destroys tower. They're just below a very, pretty big threshold, I'd say. Yeah. That just helps to push on Team Calamity.
Yeah, big CS lead as well, a 30 CS lead on the bot lane. So that's something to keep in mind. Like the Ziggs already has Horizon focus, so hitting ability from further away is going to be really tough. The Devour is going to be, very clutch here. A solo kill on the top lane. Looks like they want to trade off something in the mid lane in return for that solo kill with the Herald. But Herald's not even crashing right now. They might be able to kill
him. It's a horrible Herald placement.
So yeah, just useless now. No Devour and Cho'Gath. They're still looking for a pick here though. They might look for a knock-up, but he's going to be pushed away from that last cone. So no real threat going on here. Braum going to pop the Ghost with the Unsealed Spellbook, but not much is going to go through. The Otacon getting started here by Team Calamity, and the Leona getting spotted by the arrow onto Ashe. They have no vision onto this Atacam, but we see the flank TP coming through. Leona ult hit onto Leona, but they're going to turn onto the TP. They're just going to kill the Jace.
And that was a...
I mean, the Yorick just goes down, but I think the Atacam just goes in favor for Calamity here.
Yeah. That was an ult from Leona followed by a Ziggs ult, and that just put the Ashe down to about 30% health.
Yeah.
Just those two abilities completely destroyed any chance, but the Vex ult going in. Atacam's getting low, does not secure it, and the Vex is not commit to
Leona really low here. Ashe is not going to connect on a really important target here.
Poke.
And the Leona just goes, stuns, flashes onto the Graves. Probably going to go down here any second now. Bomb barely does not hit. And Ivern, is he going to get traded by the Graves? 6 in close range. What is going on?
Such an insane game. The Ziggs is just a menace. He puts the enemy down to half HP before the fight even starts. There's so much poke from the Ziggs. And I see now why they picked it.
Yeah, the Otacon here going to the team of Calamity Esports. Now Drake's going to be up, Ziggs going to be recalling, heading straight into that Drake. It's a big lead now. It's getting really tough. Ashe, really tough. He cannot hit any target as well as Graves. Like, you see the Daisy, you see the Leona. Can he really break through? I'm not sure. I don't think he can.
Yeah. And the Ashe just had no cleanse there. So when that Leona ult hit, it was just a death sentence. That was a good combo. The Leona ult hits, the Ziggs Q follows, and it just puts any person locked down. Down to at least half health.
Yeah,
Nice, the Leona going in onto the Braum.
Onto Braum, yeah. Leona also hitting, connecting. Six just getting the bombs, and the Devour is going to be able to clean that up. Yum 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 very easily. Just heading now into the Drake, and it's the gold lead spreading now. It's a really big advantage now.
Yep.
The
The Drake's
Six-
alive.
Six is just way too strong, and you see that Seeker's arms guard already. So even if the Crystal Arrow hits now, they might not have enough damage before the Six hits that Sonya's button and just goes on stasis. I don't think there's a way around this now.
I think they need to replicate what they did in that one team fight. The Crystal Arrow and the Vex ult need to go in together. That's the only way they have a decent amount of engage, and they need to pray the Leona is not just completely focusing the Ashe, but that's exactly what's going to be happening.
Yeah,
Ashe needs to peel herself with the cleanse.
And now the Cloud Drake as well as a Deadman's Plate for Cho'Gath, a very slippery one-shot tank that's going to be looking for your backline anytime on any team fight. So he can either peel the Six or just look for the Ashe without really being stopped here. We see also the Swifties onto the Jace, helping out with that slow on the Ashe. And
There's a little bit of engage onto the Leona, who takes no damage. She pressed W. But just back to a little bit of a calm lane state again. Everyone just trying to farm. The Jace is pretty low because he just killed the Vex. That is a solo kill coming out from the Jace, and I have been proven wrong. This Jace is amazing.
Crystal Arrow will not hit onto the Six. Like people were looking to push away the Ivern, but Cho'Gath, look at the Cho'Gath coming from the flank with the Deadman's Plate. Hextech will not hit onto the Ashe, but they're gonna kill the Leona anyway. Flash on Leona and still dies. No summoner for Ashe anymore, and they can just hit it straight into Baron. They're gonna take this third with Six.
There's just so much
Just goes
on
down.
Calamity and so little on Team AP.
Looks like they're gonna take one more wave and probably head straight into the Baron unless they fight this. Six!
Ashe just completely getting poked out.
Six just taking the Ivern Q and getting into range for Ashe. It's the Q, and that's just enough to blow her up into shreds. And they're just probably going to take this Baron with not really any contest. We see the TP going in. The other ult is not going to contest, connecting to the Graves here, but Jorik's just going to die. They're walking up, trying to get the Graves as well, trying to get the Vex, but they're just going to go back into the Baron and secure that objective.
The Leona is completely unkillable and just completely walking into the enemy team unharmed. It just makes it so hard for Team AP to play the game. All their damage is on an Ashe, who doesn't really do that well, at least this early into a game. Ashe can't really glide as she wants to, but there's just so much CC. It's just the Ziggs factor again. Braum just walks up, and before he even reaches the team fight, he's almost dead because of the Ziggs skew.
Look at the poor little Graves trying to hang on, trying to hit.
Kill on the Leona by the Vex though, counter ult misses.
Vex really hitting here, but it's looking rough now. The Baron on 2000 HP, and they're going to secure the Baron. They're going to fall back out of the pit. But at least Team AP is going to get 3 kills.
And still,
Team AP, you take that. You take 3 kills.
Yorick pushing top, and this is what Yorick does best when a TP coming out from the Cho'Gath to ensure that he does not get far in this top lane. Poor Ashe just trying to kill the Daisy and just not really succeeding, doing not a lot of damage. There's an IE being built, but oh, the Yorick gets knocked out. I think Ashe needs to stay the peel, but no. Good wall from the Yorick to prevent the Cho'Gath getting any closer. And it is back to a waiting game.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, we can see that the Ivern here, with all the support items still, even though he has a big gold lead behind, a 2k gold lead almost on the jungle, those support items on the Ivern really help keep that Six stay alive and start hitting the Ashe from downtown.
I will say, despite what seems like is a complete stomp, there is only like a 2.5k gold lead. So the game is still very much not completely lost. That's a decent poke from the Graves. The Graves is the champion with a big lead on the Ivern. And Ashe is getting completely stomped on by the
Leona ult connecting onto the Braum, but it's gonna get cleansed off really quickly. Not that much of a threat anymore.
Good counter to the Leona ult. That is a key cooldown down. That mitigates a lot of the engage that Team Calamity have. And the Cho'Gath just needs to hit 1 Q, and that is a crazy flash engage from the Leona. The Ivory Q hits. No follow-up from the enemy team, from Calamity. Graves pushing out bot here. Trying to make any space possible for his team. Again, no objective. There is an objective. Soul point in 18 seconds, and the Graves is recalling. I'm not too sure. Probably will regroup with the team and go as 5. Can hit down 4 teams.
This is gonna go down here, but they already got. Oh, Crystal Arrow connects onto the Six. Sonis is gonna go down, so that's what I'm talking about. Six still has the Sonias, even with the Crystal Arrow connecting onto him. He's gonna live. He's still full HP and hitting away.
Graves is very strong. The Crystal Arrow hits. The Vex goes in, but then just gets insta-CC'd by the Cho'Gath in one shot. The AP damage is just completely melting enemy team. And there's the Graves. That is the only real damage on Team AP going down as well.
And that is all for Team Calamity Esports. It's looking really rough for Team AP now. Losing down on that mid-base turret, losing that inhibitor, and now losing the soul as well. Brom trying to make something work, doesn't even have the smite though. So he's just walking, trying to see if he can steal away the Drake with either a Q or trying to look for a smite seal soon, but he doesn't even have it now. So red team, Calamity Esports taking away the soul, looking really rough now.
I respect the attempt. There's the Q getting hit. Ash is wanting to chase here, but no, rethinks that and goes back. Collecting back up mid to try to take the second mid tower. That would be a good little gold injection to Team AP.
Yeah, and Yorick here, 3 items already, but not much of a threat on the side lanes. We see that they have 5 turrets, but Sigs also a very big threat on those, like pushing away objectives and just getting those towers early on. So Yorick, not as much of a threat as we were thinking it was going to be.
And Cho'Gath is building more AP. That's Leandri's.
That
He's going to do even more damage.
So yeah, it's going to be really hard for the Ashe to just play the game at this point on.
And
Or even the Grave. I think the Grave's not going to play the game either.
Yeah. The itemization on the Vex, Secret Arm Guard along with the 2 needlessly large rods, ensuring that they have a Rabadons in the making with some stasis power while they wait for the Zhonya's to be built, probably after the Rabadons.
Cho'Gath
And the Cho'Gath is huge for a full AP Cho'Gath. Well, not full AP, but still close to full AP. A lot of HP, and that is a Cho'Gath with a lot of stack.
How many stacks are those? Come on.
I think it was 13 stacks.
I didn't get to see in time, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Cho'Gath is massive either way. Six is going to be easily going to take this turret. Just clicks W and bam, there goes your turret.
That was 25% of the turret's health that's just gone with 1-6W. This is why this champion is so impressive when given a lead.
Ah, looks like Team Calamity's not going to even need a Baron to make some damage onto the turrets here. Cho'Gath a big pressure on the bot side. Graves the only one there, but what is the Graves going to do against this Cho'Gath? He cannot be stopped. Yorick was able to take that inhib turret. The only way I see around this is if they get a pick or 2 and just look for an end on bot lane. But the wave is way too shoved, so there's not really any pressure for just TPing bot lane. Six is gonna get fear, and get the passive off onto Braum, but that's not gonna be enough. They're gonna take this inhib with no problem here. Both landing. Ooh, Yorick trying to go on. You're not connecting, Braum trying to push him away.
Engages. Crystal Arrow goes on the Ivern, lands, but just no response there.
No follow-up, no real way to actually connect. Look at those big shots from Ivern coming in. This is looking really, really bad for Team Calamity. Is this how the run ends?
Super, super rough. And this Cho'Gath is just completely unkillable. Half the turret gone and 1 demolished proc. And just walks away.
2 inhibs down.
I feel like in that fight, so the Braum engages on 2 of the people on the right side over here, but then the Ashe Arrow goes on the Ziggs and Ivern, who are pretty far away. And it's just like a disconnect between the CC chains and the lockdowns.
Team AP really needs to lock down one champion here.
Yeah.
Look for whoever's on a very bad position, try to hit that Crystal Arrow and look to kill that champion, but if not, I don't think you're gonna win a 5v5.
Yeah, just a little bit of a disconnect between
Bot lane Yorick really
where and who
tickling
they want to engage.
the Lion's Feet here, the Cho'Gath.
Actually, decent damage from both sides.
Yeah, Team
Surprised the
Calamity
Cho'Gath.
already starting the Baron, Team AP trying to walk back into the Baron pit, but there's no way around it. There's 6 bombs, Leona just stepping into the bush, Braum walking up, but spearing onto the Leona. Leona a little bit close to half HP, but connects onto the Graves here. They're turning now. Ziggs is hitting those bombs, kills the Braum. Oh, we see the Vex trying to collapse here, but Leona's also going to hit here, and I think that's just game. I think that's just game for Calamity.
That is 100% game for Calamity. An insane fight. The Ashe just could not play the game. The Ziggs yet again just poking her down before she even enters the fight. That damage from the flanking Cho just completely locks down everything, and that is Team Calamity winning this insane BO5. The reverse sweep dream for AP shall go unfulfilled, and today Team Calamity take home 3rd place at the Cascadia Cup of UBC.
And I'm surprised here. Team AP was looking really good, looking for that reverse sweep. Games were really close here. Iron's just gonna hit the Nexus, get that plus 50 gold onto the Nexus. But GG, that's just game for Team Calamity. And AP, I was really thinking they were going to reverse sweep, but as you know, reverse sweeps are just so hard to pull off. Even in games like Fearless Draft, like you run out of champions, you run out of team compositions that you can run, and I think that's just what happened to Team AP. That Graves, that Ashe, not going to be able to do anything about it if you're just playing against an Ivern or a Cho'Gath, and that's just game.
Yeah, and I feel like the Ziggs was given way too much agency. They had no response for the Ziggs, and every single person on Team AP was put on half HP before the fight even started. And the Ziggs was just completely dominating this game. And that is, it's shown by the damage, top damage for the Ziggs, and second followed by Jace. I was proven wrong. The Jace was a very valuable pick.
Hey, you were doubting the Jace, but
I was doubting the Jace. But hey, that is Team Calamity taking home 3rd place. We'll be back in about an hour's time for the grand finals of the UBCA Cascadia Cup for League of Legends. And yeah, thank you for watching. We'll see you in an hour for the grand finals. Bye-bye.
Get it? We were something, something to believe in. The love that everybody knew. We're on a narrow street. I'm not leaving until I leave with you. So don't you walk in the water. Hold out your hand. Walk to the altar. So don't you. 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 So don't
days is so dope. Hey man, what's up? Hey, dude, that internet these days is so dope, man. School sucks, dude. You can Hello.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. Aiden, is the game expected to start at 4? Okay. Okay. Let me send you the new map. Yeah. Okay, so I gave you a new map.
Is it like hella lagging?
What the? Is your game capture still capturing something? Can you make it not do that? Or like, wait. Double click game capture. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like, don't have it also capture your
Hello.
game.
Hello.
Hello. You can just have it not capture your game, and then also if you don't need to have League open still, then it would be good to close it. Okay. Anyways, let's go
Is he like that?
to huh? Let's go to the
Aiden, they can't hear us on
draft.
broadcast, right? Okay.
They probably can if you have. Wait, can you click studio mode? Yeah, like can you undo
Stream able
it?
to hear this?
Okay, so you need to click the mute button.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome back to what is now the grand finals for our little tournament here at the UBC Esports Association. We're getting straight into draft very soon, or we're in it right now. This is between The Village and Team Happy. These are our finalists, and of course, we're going to be able to see some absolutely amazing League of Legends hopefully here soon. So let's talk about the draft so far. I really like the Pike because I just like Pike, but that's a way Pantheon Pike. That's an insane amount of engage with the Pantheon and Pike. What do you think about that?
I really love the Pike because you're playing this into 3 squishies with point and click CC on Pantheon and sort of point and click CC with Hui. However, I would love to see a tank that can just itemize magic resist for Team Happy. The Village is picking 3 AP carries in the first 3 picks. So I'm going to be very interested to see if they play some sort of very hyper carry bot lane, like a Draven per se, to sort of counterbalance this 3 AP that they've picked, and what type of comp they want to go. Because right now you have Oriana or Aurora, which is massive team fight, but you also have Zoe, who can really go inside and kind of terrorize side against other mids.
Yeah, I mean, they've picked 3 mid laners. I'm not sure where exactly they're going to take this draft, but looking at bans, there's 4 ADC bans
Yeah.
coming out from both sides. But I feel like one of these 3 that's been picked by the Village is going to be an ADC already. So I think those are irrelevant ADC bans from Team Happy. And there we go. There's a little bit more frontline with the Mbessa, and now with alongside the Pantheon, that's going to be some insane engage. A Riven!
Whoa. Now this is going to be a very volatile top lane.
Riven! I thought it was Aurora top. I was convinced it was Aurora top.
Maybe.
What? Okay. This is a very interesting draft in game 1.
Who did they pick? Your jungler?
I'm so confused now. I guess it has to be another frontline,
Sure.
and ideally AD frontline. I'm
Let's see what
confused.
they picked. They
Okay, very interesting draft.
What do you think about this? What do you think?
I am in shock because I don't know who the jungler is, and I don't know where anyone's going. They picked 4 mid laners basically.
If they pick a Galio mid here and flex Hui to ADC, perhaps, I think Team Happy's draft might
Yeah.
clear the Village easily here. Because you're picking 4 AP. The value you'd get on something like Merc Treads is just massive.
Okay.
But we see a quirky pick, which means Hui is going mid.
Quirky pick, but I feel like that's actually not. They have so much range.
That's
The
true.
Village has so much range, and I feel like the Corki just can't. Like he can't live against this team because he's just gonna get poked down. It's gonna be the same exact situation as when we were looking at the little game with the Ziggs ADC. That Ziggs ADC made the enemy team not want to play the game. They were half HP before they even entered the team fight. And I feel like Corki's gonna get the same experience here.
I think as well, because especially you see stuff like Zoe, Aurora, Morg, Ori. These are very long range poke champs. But on the other team, you have Hui, you have Corky rockets. But if you're using your Corky rockets to trade poke for poke, you lose a lot of your team fight potency, which is very interesting.
Yeah, you
But
do.
but at the same time, I see the Village, I see their comp, and it's really hard for them to team fight in my eyes, especially without any direct engage. Because what do you have? You have Riven maybe flash QEing into the backline into a Oriana ult, or you're looking for a pick with Morg, or how do you see this team fighting?
I don't see this team fighting. Honestly, I see like if the Pike, if the Pantheon or Mbessa is able to get on top of even one of the people on the Village, I think it's over. Maybe at max the Mbessa goes in, ults someone, but the Morgana is able to Black Shield them in time. Sure, but the Mbessa is still going to appear there. And she's still going to be able to wreak havoc on your team. I think the key plan here for the Village is to just maintain distance. If someone does engage on you, you just got to spread apart. Just make sure you keep that distance. At least the one guy who got caught, okay. The others run away. Make sure that we are able to shoot our spells and bombard them with all our abilities from 5 miles away. I think that's just the game plan here.
I think that's a great point. But also you have such engage with Mbessa ult, with
Yeah.
Pike WQ, with Pantheon ult even. It's gonna be very interesting because I think Team Happy really needs to use these gap closing abilities early to be able to punish these mages early weak games, weak early games rather. And hopefully they don't scale to 40 minutes, get uninteractive gameplay, just push waves and just poke you out.
Yep, that is the name of the game, and I think just looking at it in terms of scaling, let's just look at it from purely a scaling perspective. I think the Hui, Corki, they do scale, but like just because of the fact that there's so many mages on the village, I feel like they do have better scaling theoretically. But then it's in terms of when you actually put it into practice, it's just that thing again where it's like you have no agency with so many ranged characters, and you're one melee character. Oh, we have
Oh,
a little bit
we
of
have
a
a little
problem
bit of a
there.
dodge here.
With draft. We'll get back on that very soon. But that draft was really just a disaster, in my opinion. It's just Riven against the world.
It is, and I think the Riven and Bessa matchup is very dangerous pre-6. And I think I believe it was Morg Jungle, or I hope it's Morg Jungle at
Yeah,
least. Their Morg Jungle is gonna have a real tough time putting as much pressure as something like a Pantheon early. And if they manage to snowball top, if either Riven gets really ahead by like just one kill or something, or Mbessa gets really ahead by just one kill or something, I think top could just snowball and take over the game before the mages even have an opportunity to scale and to get to that pressive sort of late game.
yep. I think we're just gonna get right back into draft very soon here. Apologies for that, but this is a very stacked lineups. You have
Oh
challengers on
my
both
goodness.
sides, grandmasters, masters. So really, really high quality gameplay, hopefully, from both sides. The decider BO5 for third and fourth place was an absolute banger. Went to game 5. Let's see if this also goes to game 5, because I think we are in works for an absolute banger series.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how the 4 AP team is gonna
Yeah,
play out, especially.
let's see.
Oh,
Okay,
and we're back in draft. I assume it would be the same draft.
yep. This should just be a quick draft. I think there was probably a mispick from someone. Someone picked the wrong thing.
The lobby crashing. What can you do? Technical issues?
Just a little bit of ride games.
Mm. Even then, what do you think the lane matchups are for?
I'm like, it has to be Riven top. It has to be Morgana
Mm.
jungle. I'd say it's just 3 mid laners. Where do Aurora, Zoe, and like Oriana go? It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I think it may. I originally thought it was gonna be Aurora top or something like that. I thought they were gonna pick range top.
Yeah, but I think these are the roles. They're picking in order of roles, if I'm not mistaken.
Surely not on blue side, right?
Surely not.
Riven jungle, Morg mid, Zoe top.
Very interesting.
Ooh.
If it is Zoe top, I'm questioning a lot of things.
No, I think
But I'm also curious. I want to see. Like, for sure, if they're a team of this caliber, they have some plan in hand.
surely.
Or at least a plan in mind, because they need to make it work.
Yeah, it makes for great watching, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Because it's either gonna be the best strat I've ever seen in my entire life, or we're gonna see why we don't pick 4 mages.
Right? Okay, and
It's
what?
just the Corki again.
Not true. But one of the hardest things for this 4 mage team, even if they manage to get 30, 40 minutes, they get to a point where the 3, 4 items, they can press one button and wave is cleared. it's still very hard for them to get on Corki and Pike, to get on the ADCs, unless they misplay, unless they misstep.
Yeah.
Because while Zoe does have range, the bubble is pretty predictable, and her ult is also pretty predictable. More Q should not be hitting you at that sort of range. Aurora maybe, but it depends on how her ult goes. And Ori, we're gonna have to see how the team fights go if he can get some, faker level ults.
Little bit of fakers needed for this game because I was looking. That's an Oriana support.
Ori so
Oriana support. I think they're just playing for the ult. It's just the Morgana mid. Zoe
surely,
top.
surely
So
not, surely not. Zoe top into Ambessa?
this is one of the drafts of all time for sure. So okay, so looking at it, let's go lane by lane, right?
I think
Zoe into Mbessa. Feel like pre 3.
Ambessa clears. Ambessa clears.
Feel like yeah, no matter what, Mbessa just wins.
Okay, but surely, sure. Let us see how
If
it
Zoe
pans out.
oversteps just a little bit, it's a bit doomed for her. Because Abessa just uses the 8 trillion dashes right Games
Mm.
has given her, and she just rolls the Zoe.
Yeah, what does Zoe do, right? If you miss your bubble, which is pretty predictable, by the way, the windup
Yeah.
what happens? You just get ran down.
Yep, pretty much.
But yeah,
Okay, we're seeing. Okay, so it was not what we were saying. It is
Ah.
Riven top, Morgana jungle, Aurora mid, Oriana ADC, and Zoe support.
See, this makes a lot more sense. But something I bot is gonna be so hard to play early.
Never mind. It is Oriana mid and Aurora ADC.
Interesting. Even then, we don't know.
We're not going to be able to see who it is for another 2 minutes, so let's just yap. Okay. Riven versus Mbessa.
Remember some Ambessa?
That's hard for Riven.
That's true. That's true.
That's super hard for Riven. But actually, I think it's a very skill matchup. Both champs are decently hard to pilot. Riven's a lot more harder. But hey, I mean, these are some high caliber players. We're going to see some top notch gameplay.
Yeah, and especially this jungle matchup, like Morgana into Pantheon. Sure, Morgana has the shield into Pan. Or this is what I'm assuming it's Morgana jungle. It's gonna be so hard for her to get any sort of early game agency. Because what happens after she just throws her binding?
Yeah.
She's got like a 50 damage tick W.
Doesn't do much.
Yeah, and especially like I'm I think top gets a lot of prio, mid will get a lot of prio as well. So I think Pantheon's gonna be able to, get a lot of river priority for these early skirmishes, for these early objectives. But what's really interesting to me is I do believe that is Zoe support. And Zoe does have the, inbuilt unsealed spellbook with her passive, with not her passive, with her W, being
Yeah.
able to get summoner spells, items, etc. And even with that, I don't know if she can match the sort of roaming power Pike will have all game and the sort of skirmish power that Pike will have all game, even with her summoner spells.
Yeah. I feel like it's just you're playing a fill-in support with Pike, which is he was built to be a super aggressive support, and it's just going to be hard. Of course, it's two ranged and pretty decently ranged characters in the bot lane, but if Pike just sits in a bush, maybe gets one lucky hook on someone, it's over. Because both Corki can just dash in, Pike dashes in with his E, stuns you, and all of a sudden it's both flashes out for village.
Yeah, and you consider how weak Ori is, pre-6 without any items. It's gonna be a pretty miserable lane bot. Unless they decide to, just freeze the wave in front of their tower. But even then, I believe it was Zoe first pick. So they gave mid counter pick, which is very interesting. Aurora into Hui, I think it should go pretty even. Because Hui can just QE the wave, and then what can you do, right? Uninteractive wave push, and then you get so much tempo from it. But we will see once we get into game right here.
We're getting into game very, very soon, finally.
And it is the Morgana jungle. The Zoe support. Okay.
Very, very interesting. I'm actually super excited to see how this takes place.
Yeah. level 1's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, I feel like okay, level 1 Team Happy by far is stronger
Mm.
just because of Pike.
But will they go for the invade? And do they counter? Does blue side counter stack here?
That's a good question. I think okay, so we are seeing a little bit of an invade here from Team Happy, and it is the village looking to go blues or top side. So I think we're just gonna see a little bit of a rotation here, and both teams just avoid each other. This is wait, when you just overthink it, you just play each other. Oh, but it is looking like an invade. There is a ward there on that bush, so if Team Happy does reveal where they are, they will be spotted. But so far, they're playing the vision really well.
I think especially for Team Happy, them getting bot side control is great because you're gonna
Minions
assume
have spawned.
Corki Pike are gonna be pushed. He push the Aurora, or push the Ori Zoe in.
Yeah. And that ward is there, and the Corki is spotted, so they know that they're being invaded.
Oh!
I don't think that bubble's gonna do too much, but really good attempt regardless.
Oh, do we have a little bit of a level 1 Fiesta on our hands?
I think we might. If Zoe oversteps here, it could be first blood right then and there.
Oh, and it's Aurora ADC.
Yep. Aurora ADC. This champion had a little bit of a run-in with it yesterday. Not fun. It's very oppressive when level 2 Aurora just QW or QE, I forgot which one it is. It just takes half of your health away because electrocute is off. So it's a long cooldown. It's one combo.
Wow!
There we go, instant.
Oh.
Pike, but yeah, it's just like
Pretty horrific from the Pike. They burn the flash. Oh. Now it's gonna make their lane a little harder now.
that's very hard, and that's just only with auto attacks basically.
Yeah. But the thing about this Corki Aurora matchup is Corki has one of the lowest attack ranges of any ADC.
And the Zoe just stole the Krug. Okay.
This is gonna be cinema. This is gonna be cinema.
So far, the village seems to be the most creative team on in this tournament. Because what was that?
And you see, is Pantheon going for his bot? Here he is. Okay, and then you're gonna see Morg path top right now with Riven push in. And so if we can see the wave states, it may bounce back, and then Morg may be able to get a kill. But it's gonna be so hard. It's gonna be so hard to hit a Morg Q
What a Q there.
with Ambessa's million dashes, right?
Yeah. I think Zoe has pretty good base damage as well early game. And against a squishy Corki, yeah, that Q hitting did a lot of damage to the champion.
Yeah, any sort of, as long as Zoe E hits, I believe they lose the fight, which makes it very precarious for them.
But your top electrocute Ambessa, which is very interesting.
We see Ambessa losing a little bit of HP just to try and hold the freeze under her attack. She knows Morg started bot is going to be happening top, does not want to get ganked early. And you see her trading is super hard.
Yep, super rough trading here. Ambessa, X Nihilo. Perfume brand if people know. Yeah, TP back from the way. Pretty easy late stage, but I think the Zoe's getting a call here. Pantheon does buffer it well with the W. Corgi forces the flash out of the Zoe. Well played there. Good cash. Unlucky that they were not able to secure the kill, but I think that's an overall net positive. For Team Happy. Morgana's going to be walking down. Most likely, does she expect? She does expect. And the Pantheon does secure the chickens.
It's gonna be rough because look at all the like we talked about before, this early game prio that Red Side has, especially because they're not playing 4 mages.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's just so much more agency in the hands of Team Happy.
Yeah, but the one saving grace early is their top lane may be double CS up right now.
Oh yeah, that is true. Rivet is completely outmatching the Ambessa right now.
Yeah, look at the back. So
And
you
the
have
Morgana as well. Oh my god, that's almost what is that 4 camps ahead? Oh, insane lead. Good hook. A little bit of damage on to the Aurora. Punches on the back heel. Sleep misses. Right back into the burst. Oh, hook gets the Zoe. Zoe is stunned, and I think the poking are crazy here.
Zoe Bubble is not up. This should be a free kill.
First
Team
blood
Happy.
going the way of Team Happy with the Corki, and that's super strong. The Corki just needs the money. It's a very high scaling character. That is ideal. Decent damage from the Hui. Good trades.
Yeah, but both the mid laners don't really have much kill pressure.
Yeah.
We see Hui went tier, Ori went tier. They're just looking for, you know, mid-late game scaling. Get the Seraphs, become unkillable. Try and play the game that way.
Pretty much. Both teams do want to make this a little bit of a waiting game. I think late game you could make an argument where these mages get so strong that before you even close the distance you're dead. But I think that's maybe the goal they're going for. But I'm just it's such an interesting comp. I actually want to see how they make it work.
What I see right now is they're making it work. We see their Morg is really playing topside. She's giving up Dragon here. She's got no bot prio. She's got no mid prio. She's taking Team Happy's Raptors. But you see her place that controller down for the top laner, for the Riven who's up 20-something CS, pushing them best in. So at least early to mid game, a lot of attention should be put top. But it also makes any potential dives unbelievably hard.
Indeed it does. Remessa hits level 7, equalizing with the Riven. The Riven did take Ignite, so there's a lot more kill pressure there, and that's what the Remessa has to save and had to sacrifice all that CS.
I mean, you see them really, you see the village really trying to the top, right? Zoe is top right now, and then now we may be looking at a dive bot as Corki. Oh!
Morgana coming in.
Morgana ult, she hits 2. Does she have Q?
One chain
Does Oh!
Well played from Team Happy.
Team Happy gets a double kill bot from the dive, from Zoe being top.
I feel like that was just another example. There's no damage there.
Yeah, at least early there's really just no damage, and Team Happy can just do this out of their own.
Oh, there's an instant other dive as well. The Aurora PPs, but gets immediately killed. What a play from Team Happy. The Pantheon ult comes in strong and just completely, immediately CCs and just shuts down.
I mean, this is just great lane knowledge of who's strong side, who's weak side, what the champs are gonna, what phases of the game the champs are gonna be strong in.
That was a good trade for Mesa right there as well. I think, yeah, Team Happy's just playing this so well that his Grub's gonna be going over to the village. There's not much Team Happy can do because it has no Pantheon ult. Huge dive bot lane. Goes over to the Corki. That is very concerning. It's 0 for 4 right now. Not a single kill for the village.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate that Corki got 3 of those kills. That is probably the person you least want to see kills on.
100%. That is the main threat going into the late game.
And then we see the bot lane move. Oh, we see a 3-man mid by the village. Hui just walks it off, no problem. The wave is pushing. If he keeps on trading like this, yeah.
Fun mage trading here in the mid lane, just equally chunking each other. No real benefit, just equalizing each other in damage. But that's just the mage experience. I think we may be looking for a hook here, but the wave has arrived. It's gonna make the hook very hard.
Yeah, but now we see like the village really just can't play for the next 12 seconds while Zoe E is down.
Yeah. Oh, does land, but the hook hits onto Aurora. That pretty much nullifies any potential follow-up that Aurora could have done on the Zoe. The Riven is low, but that's a Riven, and I never trust a low Riven. That's enough for the Riven to watch.
Oh,
Ooh.
The village.
This might be another dive angle, but the Morgana is there to cover any potential dives. Pantheon is making his way down.
We could be looking at another Pantheon on bot.
Like fully aware that the Morgana is there.
And this,
they're just walking off.
yeah. And this is just brutal for the Roar. The Roar is on poverty welfare right now. She's down double CS.
Yeah, oh my god, I just looked at that. Wow. 50 CS deficit in 10 minutes is very, very rough.
Yeah, what do they expect playing this sort of comp?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is how it is. The Riven does have a little bit of a lead as well, 40 CS lead on the top lane, but it's the ADC, right? That's the carry, or APC in this scenario.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard for the village to be able to walk up even. Just the threat of Pipe, and oh, we have a Oriole mid. Oh,
Land on the way. We're going down very low.
Pantheon
Shoots a bit.
A 1-for-1.
Kill. Pantheon also a little bit wasted.
but the
yeah,
counter-
the Aurora comes in. Could be a hook. That's most likely a kill as well. A little bit of an overstep from the Aurora there. Did not expect the Pantheon ult most likely, and the Pike was there to cover and secure the kill.
But that's just a little bit of a desperation.
Now doesn't
play at this
Bessa predicts a little bit of Zoe just chilling in the bush. I think a little wave comes in and saves. Oh, there's a word there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Oops. The word's gone now, so.
Oh,
And oh my god. Jungler just getting dived, and this Corki that's way too far ahead again.
oh, Riven goes
Oh,
in.
Riven goes in at the worst time. Bessa ult misses though.
Oh my goodness, Riven
Good
champion.
flash.
Riven champion.
Fortunately, it's Riven, so still gets the kill, but that was well played. Very well played by
Very
the
well
Muda.
played. Then we see just Pantheon just cast. The problem is the CS, aside from top, the CS gaps are they're just getting worse and worse as time goes on.
Oh, Corki is in a little bit of trouble. Not really.
I mean, in trouble with the 0-3 Aurora 55 CS in
Yeah,
13 minutes.
really not much.
Oh,
And the
Ford
Morgana
getting
is
caught
a
here.
little too far yet again. That is the Pantheon Q flash. Unfortunately, not enough. But the Pike is
E flash R.
good attempt on the hook there. Unfortunately, does not connect. The Orion is just forcing it back. The Pike is lurking for the next victim.
And that's one of the big problems with Ward, right? Once you use your Q, you're basically cannon minion with a spell shield. It's just very rough for the village to play.
And I feel like later in the team fight, it's like, yeah, I spell shielded you, and then the Pantheon and Pike just go on another person. They just ignore the spell shielded person. So it's just, yeah, the impact is very, it's not there.
And especially with all the
Turret plating will soon
3-0 Pike, 3-0 Corki, they're just gonna be stacking dragons. And even if this game stalls out a little bit, they will have those dragons in their pocket to give them a little potency late game.
100%, 100%, and it looks like there's a lot of scaling going down. They have the Corki. Yeah, Triforce bot feats has been achieved by King Happy as well. There's going to be some very strong recruited boots. He did opt for the Merc Treads to further counter the they have CC, right? They have this Zero Double, they have the Morgana Q, the Oriana ult, but then where's the follow-up to that?
Yeah, especially with how slippery some of these champions are, right? Pike, Corki, and Bessa. Even if they land a really strong CC, if they don't chain it for long enough, it's going to be very hard for the village to even capitalize on it.
Yeah, and Sky's been revealing both the people top lane Riven and Morgana. Plans foiled, have to back up a bit, but the Morgana pretends to go back, but then returns to the bush. Corki might be fooled here, and yeah, does seem to walk up a bit too far.
He may be baiting.
He might actually be baiting, yeah.
Because if they get one good top fight here, they can spawn it off into Rip Curve so easily.
Oh, don't know the Morgana anymore.
More Morgana.
No
Oh!
idea. The bubble lands on the Pike. They're completely bamboozled here.
And the CC combos are great. This is exactly what the village need to do to win. CC into CC into CC. What was that? That was Morg Q. No, sorry, Zoe E into Morg ult into Morg Q. That's 5-6 seconds of CC. And what can the Corki do?
100% was Zoe or the Corki was just auto to play the game though. Yeah, I think that's the way they need to play the game. And it was well played with Morgana as well, just lurking in the bush.
Yeah, playing around Vigor.
Team Happy was just not aware. They did not expect Morgana to still be there, and they were completely caught.
But even then, you see they can't really even capitalize on it. Like, Riven pushes in top wave, but they don't get the whip. And
It's still a 3K goal lead.
yeah, with 2 dragons, it's a good stepping stone for the village, but they're gonna need a lot more of those same levels of picks.
100%. And the Corki is the man to look out for. If Corki's down, I feel like that mitigates a lot of damage that Team Happy does have. Of course, they do have the Titan in play, but just the levels of burst of damage I think about.
Oh!
And there's a little bit of he's going to the He's in the middle of 3 people. If he lives this, he doesn't.
That is a big kill for Aurora. Finally getting some gold in her pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, Pantheon here.
These Zoe bubbles are doing work here. And the Riven's just with that, I don't think there's going to be any challenge whatsoever.
Clearly they give it.
Team Happy is slightly running it down.
Team Happy, every shutdown that they've had has been given over. And now the village has come back in a great position. Primarily due to these Zoe bubbles. Oh my goodness.
Gold deficit lowered down to about 2 to 5K. And that is the Aurora damage that I was talking about. 1 QW, half of poor Corki's health is gone. And it's very hard to avoid as well because Corki's range is also super low. So and that's the perfect range for the Aurora combo. It's so easy to hit. So it's not completely over for the village, and I feel like they actually do have a decent chance in this game.
Yeah, you gotta think that's only a 1-3 Aurora.
Yeah.
Once she gets a little more farm, once she gets some more items, you can only imagine what that's gonna do to Corki or to some of the squishies on Team Happy.
Yeah, Pantheon ult used in the mid lane, but doesn't find a target at all. The Oriana just walks away. Or that was the Aurora actually. And
Oh!
a pause. We have a little bit of a pause. We are unsure as to why there's a pause, but
What do you think about the game state here? Especially, we see 3rd dragon coming up if Team Happy get it in 50 seconds. Do you think it's worth... Oh!
and we're back.
And we're
Perfect.
back. What do you think? What do you think about this dragon? This dragon could be a very pivotal fight.
It's sole point for Team Happy, and I think that's exactly what they want to do. Pike in, Herald. Okay, doesn't die. He has the E to escape. This Drake's going to be very important. Yeah, 100%. If they lock down the Corki, they are going to be able to win. And
Oh my goodness.
that's a very nice bubble. Wow. Unfortunately, no follow-up to that.
Oh.
A bit of a freeze. Oops. Should be back very soon. Hopefully. Okay,
here we
yeah,
go.
we're back.
That's gonna be very interesting. Their jungle, their bot jungle is so worded. Especially with Pike with the mobility he has Red Ward, he has Umbral. He can really clear out a lot of these.
A lot of vision.
Yeah.
A lot of good vision as well.
And it's really hard for the village to fight if they don't get that initial CC, which they might not
Hook
get.
from the Pike onto the Riven. Unfortunately, does dodge the E.
Oh!
And the Zoe bubble misses as well. Riven could hop over the wall here onto the way, but doesn't actually do so. Borgie Perk with his ult almost gets hit by the bubble. That was so close. After going in, that W does.
How does anybody kill Riven? Riven going on the backline?
Shots the way.
Oh! The 4 mages!
Pantheon is just getting completely hounded here. Mesa going in. Does find one. Almost finds 2. The Aurora.
Oh, the quick W
Dodges
misses.
the W. Good flash. That's 2 for 2.
Yeah, this is one of the big problems with the village.
Oh my god, it's a 2 for 1 for the village.
it's gonna be very hard because you said we talked about how Riven built up such a big lead in lane, and now with 5 kills, the Riven's really transitioning into a raid boss in these team fights. Because with Morg shield, with Ori shield, with Zoe providing artillery, it is unbelievably hard for Red side to be able to lock down this Riven and to kill it with the point and click CC.
The item from Mbessa here, the Serpent's Fang, is the first item to just mitigate their shield at all costs. Does Serpent's Fang work on Morgana shield?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, but I don't think it's going to be effective anyways, because I think the shield's going to go up the shield. But that is the Atacon being started, and pretty much finished by Team Happy with the Morgana is there. That is the other jungler fighting for it. Naani.
You see Riven on the way? I mean, gets fleet.
Morgana does die, and the enemy team
Gotta watch out for this.
Coaching is playing the game very well here. Good combo from Riven. Finds 2. Oh my god, the Oriana finds 3 people. That's an insane engage.
Who can kill this Riven? Who can kill this Riven?
The Corki forced to flash after the Riven engages. Good hook from the Pike onto the Aurora, but there's no follow-up. The Aurora does so much damage. And again, a good hook, but the Corki is just being zoned by this Riven, who's so unkillable. This Riven is solo carrying the village as we speak.
But honestly, the fact that Red Side has been able to stay in this game for so long with a bunch of OTPs on the blue side, it's a great sign for them in the games going forward, because this is a best out of 5 and this is fearless.
Yeah.
So
going in, but again, no one only found here. Oh, but the Pike ult coming in. That's a huge shutdown.
a little greedy of the Riven to be staying and to be pushing the wave there.
Money on the Pike is not like the worst thing on the planet,
Not true.
but Pike can be very dangerous. Given the right items, his ult threshold just goes up a crazy amount with the lethality he gets, and he's just able to delete and pentakill.
Yeah, and now you see 3 people, just hovering mid here. Because ultimately, like, what objectives are up? It's just mid tower basically. If they get mid tower, they can crack open the map. They'd have a lot of vision. They have more walls for Zoe to be able to utilize her bubbles on. So I think it's imperative that blue side gets mid tower here.
100%. They've equalized the gold lead.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the villagers are right back in the fight here. And I think, it's just this Riven is so tanky and hard to deal with, and then the mages are just shooting stuff at you from all directions, and it's so hard to play the game.
It is. And even with something like Morg shield, just it makes it so hard for Red side to be able to use their point and click CC to lock down someone to get a pick, especially the Riven. Because without point and click CC, Riven's just gonna run havoc. Just like
Almost.
but he gets the view.
Here as well. Stops Riven from full combo. I think this Pike is one of the saving graces of this broken Riven, but oh my god, Pike got hit by a hot bubble and put down to half HP. Good damage from the Morgan.
Takes half inch. Oh my goodness, that Zoe bubble.
Very close. The Zoe bubbles are very dangerous.
And this is ultimately, while Riven may be 8-2 and carrying the game, a lot of these picks have come off the back of Zoe on the vision that they do have with her bubbles.
Yep.
And I think going forward, it's really going to be a ward off between the supports. If blue side can get vision, can keep eyes on their opponents, it's gonna make it very hard for them to even walk up with the looming threats of Morgan, with Zoe, with the other CC that they may have.
Double CC thrown at Pike here is fortunately able to dodge the double trouble, and the Morgana is binding through. Fortunately both miss. Thrown again at the Mbessa, but does not land. Good dodging from Team Happy. And I think this is the The village trying to pose for a mid lane tower take here again. The misses. Oh, but lands right where the way is, but
No follow-up.
no follow-up to that, fortunately for him.
But it's gonna be very hard for Team Happy to even contest this dragon. Look at all the vision they have around it.
Could be a miracle, Pantheon ult in and just pray. But I doubt it's gonna
That
be
is true, but if Pantheon dies, then they ultimately give up Rift, which is spawning.
It does go in, gets
Oh,
ruled
Baron.
by the Morgana. Fortunately, he does have the
Corki
protect
hit.
himself.
Oh, Aurora on the side with a massive ult.
Right, insane damage, just completely deletes the Corki. Let's carry guard.
And who can kill this Riven?
And
No.
the Riven just completely unkillable.
Oh, a little bit lighter.
But I think Aurora's dead. Oh my god. How is this happening?
Riven. No point and click CC for Riven. Just makes her so slippery, so hard to lock down. And ultimately, that's how she's been able to weave in and out of these fights and to ultimately, carry through the abundance of healing that she does have.
I am in shock.
Yeah, and we see Team Happy. I do not believe Team Happy has any answer.
That is an insane gold difference. The Riven is 6k gold up on the Abessa. No wonder she's able to 1v2 or just 1v5 these fights. And it's just following up on the Riven, basically. Just whenever the Riven goes in, okay team, we're all going in. And you just win. The Corki was just instantly deleted, did not get to play the game there. I believe the Riven flashed on him?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, it's just so hard to play the game.
Yeah, and Riven just makes the fight so easy for the village, because she just goes in and everybody else just throws the spells behind her as support artillery, and she doesn't die with 4 items healing DD. It's just so hard for Team Happy to kill her.
Things going on to the Aurora, but is spotted by the blue ward, the blue trinket coming in so helpful here.
And we see Riven.
The Riven almost one-shotting the Corki yet again. The black
Zoe
cube
barely
by the
missing.
Morgana helps the Riven mitigate the way damage.
Yeah, but look at how much space the Zoe can take with her E now that mid tower has fallen. It just makes Team Happy. It just makes it so hard for them to walk up even to get vision.
Yeah. And that is the Pantheon. Fortunately, no follow-up to that. I'm genuinely in shock, but we're 27 minutes in. The game is getting into a very late stage. Drakes are equalized, however, but the Baron's up. And because of the mages, they take towers pretty fast.
Oh, and we might see a 3-man collapse onto Riven top lane. Morgana is at her blue. She is hovering.
WTP coming out from the Orianna to follow up, but they're just not able to do anything. Oh, does get rooted, but that does no damage to the Riven.
Oh, we see. Oh, could we see? Oh, good Q into the bush by the Ori to avoid getting kicked off of it. But you see, that's the problem with only having like one form of point and click CC, right? You see, Pantheon got in, he got his W, rooted her, stunned her for what, 1.25 seconds, and then what? She just shrugs it off as she one-shots the Pike.
That is some damage. Pike is just unable to play the game. The Riven does ult, likely looking for a little bit of an engager, but not given an opportunity to do so. At best, solo on the tower, Riven is chasing. What am I witnessing this game? There is no way I just saw that.
Again, it's really hard to play. And, keep in mind, Zamura is a Riven. Oh!
A good ult onto their way, who just instantly deleted. Just the artillery that's thrown out from the village.
Yeah, now they look for bot in. This gives them so much pressure for their inevitable Baron. Should they, play human and not get caught.
Hopefully they don't, for their sake. Sleepy Bubble Trouble does land. Riven looks for potentially get good dodge of the Pike here. Does follow up with the Abessa ult. But again, no damage from the Riven.
Look at
Pantheon for half his health. I mean, Nick almost dead as well. Aurora chasing.
Riven just absolutely unkillable with Black Shield.
Corki just dies in the tower. Completely run over. I think they just won the game here. 2 good hits, 2 people alive.
They have supers mid. Oh!
Game. They're alive. Tower's going down. Good ult by the Pike.
Ah.
Unfortunately, Bison is not stop the chain.
And then they have the super summon. This looks like it could be perhaps too.
So it does go down to the way. Oh, the second Nexus Tower still alive. Barely
Oh.
though. The Nessa going in on the Riven. Riven who has ult again,
look
but
at
that
that
is
healing.
just the Riven.
Oh my goodness, the Sunder Sky healing. Just
Sundered Sky, the Death Dance, the Morgana Black Shield. So much stuff. Good flash by the Pantheon, and that goes to give him a kill on the Morgana shutdown.
that may be just a little band-aid on a gaping wound though. Because even if they kill the Morgana, their jungler, it's going to be really hard for them to force Baron here. Especially with Riven still alive. And with Aurora, who has ult soon. But they will try.
They will try their hardest. Corki can do well here. Might have been a big misplay from the side of Village.
But they take it
Very slow.
Oh, and with Riven with GA now, just walking up at them. As Aurora sprints it down.
Orianna does get one shot, but the double stun from the Riven gets done. Followed up by the Orianna double ult. The Pike is just forced to run away. The Riven is just a complete menace.
Yeah. 3 members wiped that Baron. And Bessa defending base. It's going to be very hard for them to even hold.
Riven walking in with a wave behind her. That's likely the wave that's going to win them this game. Bessa forced to just retreat. Nothing she can do. There goes game 1. I'm not sure what I just witnessed. I just watched 4 mages win a game of League of Legends when it's basically 5 versus 5 challengers.
Mm.
I've never seen anything like it, but that was amazing. That was one of the best games of League I've ever watched. I didn't know that was possible. But the Riven, the Morgana, the Orianna, the Zoe, and the Aurora made it possible. They made it work. And I think that was just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, shame on us for not believing in the 4 mage comp. But, you know, 14-2 Riven in the top lane may
That's
have
true.
been the deciding factor.
100%, yeah. That might have been the saving grace of the comp. But hey, at the end of the day, they took home the win. That is game 1 going towards the Village. We still have potentially 4 more games, at least 2 more if the Village just sweeps. But yeah, that is game 1. Thank you guys. We'll be back with game 2 very shortly.
we're back with game 2 between the village and after the game.
Team happy. Team happy.
I mean, after the village is commanding game 1 win. I mean, what do you think? What do you think going forward?
I mean, the game, like Max said, I mean, 4 mages winning a game is kind of crazy. Like, not building enough magic resistance and building around that is really weird. But in general, I think they can pull it off. They can pull off a comeback here, or at least make the series a little bit more tied up. So, as you guys can see already in the draft, we got Casante, we got a Katarina. We got a Katarina on the mid lane against an Ari. It's a very
Viego pick for you.
Yeah, there's a Viego pick as well, but I see the Katarina mid and I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced about what the team is drafting for the Viego. Like, Katarina not bringing much other than just damage, you know? You need CC, you need some sort of engage, like a Nautilus, you maybe an Annie mid, stuff like that. So you can like get that Viego going. But right now it's looking a little bit rough on the draft.
Right now, what I see is that red side really does not have much damage in the way of killing Casante. They have an assassin, they have Poppy, they have Viego, which is sure if you build Bork and whatnot, but it's still going to be very hard. But I think especially the village is going to have to prove something this game because they do have a Riven OTP and a Zoe OTP, and they picked both those champs first game. So now it's really their time to show that they can play things other than that.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, like, I'm not sure how the Yunara is coming through. Like, Yunara is such a powerful pick right now.
No.
I'm assuming it's got drafted on blue 1. So Yunara is just so strong. It's just a pick that you cannot let go. It's either you pick it or you ban it, and like just letting it through on game 2 is something that I would be worried about. It's just such a power now, especially paired up with the Bard, being able to just ult the Ashe, ult the Seraphine. It's so good here. I'm loving here the draft here for blue side.
Wow, what this Katarina first pick on red side, I think it's very sus. Because ultimately, who is she really gonna kill? She's gonna kill Yunara maybe, but we have, you know, Ari Charm, Ari ult can get away, Bard ult, Bard hard CC, Jax Q even, and she's really not gonna do anything against Casante. So I'm really wondering what this Katarina is gonna do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Katarina, one of those champions that really needs to get a lead, some sort of gold lead early on, so she can start ramping up. And it's going to depend a lot on how the Viego is going to move around the map. If Seraphine's also going to roam, look for some picks, some skirmishes outside of Dragon Pit, maybe the mid lane. It depends really much more on the hands on the jungler, and maybe even Ashe Shadows at level 6, looking for things on the mid lane, at least getting that Ari ult out of the way and start ramping up some damage and some gold difference here.
Red side does have some big ults with Seraphine, with Ashe, with the Poppy. And what do you think about this top matchup? Because this was Poppy picked into Jax.
Yeah, I mean, Jax is just such a powerful pick, a lot of damage here. Poppy's more of a response here. Probably going to be looking more to ult people away on different objectives. Maybe get the Ari, maybe get the Bard, Jax out of the way. But it's going to be really hard to hit that Poppy ult with Ayunara, with a Casante W. Like, your only targets, realistically speaking, are like Jax, Bard, and maybe Yunara if she doesn't have the ult active, you know? It's going to be really hard, but if she gets 1 or 2 people out of the fight, it's going to be way easier for Ashe to just hit a crystal arrow onto Ari, Bard, or something and get the Viego reset going.
Now, what do you think about this jungle matchup, Jax into Viego? As a Viego player, how are we feeling?
It's really tough. It's one of the best responses for Viego in general. Like, you can't really do anything on a 1v1. You can get away with doing stuff level 3, level 4, but you need to be really cheeky about it. You need to be like charging up your W inside the bush to start racking up the Conqueror before Jax starts hitting you. But in general, it's such a hard matchup that I wouldn't be surprised if Viego's just like constantly losing pressure, losing prio to just the objectives. It's going to depend a lot on how the Ashe and Seraphine actually move around the map to actually kill the Jax.
Yeah, because I look at blue side here, and their team fight seems very easy. You have Casante,
Very
you have
straightforward,
Ari,
yeah.
you have Bard, you have Jax. Everybody just peels the Yunara. It's really up to red side. Can Ashe land an arrow? Can Seraphine land an ult? Can Katarina maybe do something against the squishies? Like, which side would you rather be?
I mean, I'm looking at the drafts, and I'd rather be here on the blue side. Like, you have a lot of cushion to just like make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? So, for example, the Bard, if you miss the ult, it's not the end of the world. You're not sacrificing your own champion for just missing an ult. It's just in comparison to like a Malphite or something. If you're in the middle of a team fight, Ari, you look for a charm, you miss. It's not that big of a deal. You got a couple seconds to wait, and same thing with all the other champions. There's not much commitment for trying to get the first pick with the Ari Charm, Bard, ult or Q, Jack's looking for a stun. It's not that much of a commitment. And in comparison, the right side, oh, you have this is the Seraphine and Ash Arrow. But for example, Katarina, if there's no CC on the enemy champions, like what are you gonna do? You're just gonna stand there until an arrow hits, a Seraphine ult connects, and there's gonna have cleanses. They're either gonna have a cleanse, they're gonna have a QSS, they're gonna have Mikael's, like everything to just really counter that Seraphine ult.
And now we enter the game.
It's gonna be really tough. I hope to see a lot of fighting here for both junglers with
Mm,
this matchup. It's Jack should be more proactive in this game and really start looking for objectives and early kills, even since like level 3.
mm. I see for the village, like I see, I see the early Bard roaming potential. Ari has point and click CC. I think the village has a very easy early game to get some sort of prio
Yeah.
in the rivers to help this Japs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Casante against the Poppy here, it's also like one of those matchups that not much is gonna happen maybe,
Mm.
but at the end of the day, Casante might get a little bit of a gold lead just because of how the matchup works with those like last hitting. It's way easier on that Casante champion.
Mm. It is really. I don't think it's very imperative that junglers path top to a Poppy Sante lane. Like
Hmm.
ultimately, we saw in the last best of 5. I believe it was the Mundo game.
Hmm.
Like what good is frontline if you don't have any damage to follow it up, right?
Yeah, exactly. They needed more damage. They needed more proactivity to actually do something
Mm.
about that champion there. Mundo was not enough to just get behind on the backline and start hitting the Saya. She was able to die like once or twice, but that's about it. That's all you can do.
And as we head into the game here, do you think we're gonna see any level 1 shenanigans?
I wouldn't be too sure about it. Maybe they want to set up a 5 point vision where no enemy champions can just head into the jungler to the jungle, but that's about it. I don't expect much action here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this game is contingent on whether Katarina is able to, you know, get kills early, snowball that lead. Because ultimately, it's going to be very hard to even, kill Ari post 6.
Having a little bit of a tech
Yeah.
issue here, but we're gonna be back in a couple seconds. Just give us a chance here.
Oh, and we did see a little shenanigans from red side. Oh,
Minions have spawned.
You guys can probably hear us, but we're trying to figure out a little bit something that's going on in the stream. Should take only a couple seconds here. There we go. I think it should be good to go here.
We see a lot of vision placed a lot in the top side right now. We see both junglers starting top, pathing mm, pathing bot, as we talked about. Really, in this case, Sante, Poppy lane, but as bot hard trades.
Yeah, Bard's gonna be an oppressive lane, but also the Ashe
Oh,
Seraphine is also gonna be really aggressive here. Double range spot lane tends to have a lot of poke, a lot of solo kill potential here. We see the flash
Ashe,
forward for Ashe,
a
gets the
very
root though
aggressive trade.
onto the Yunara, very low. Barely any summoners left on bot lane, only the flash for Bard here.
It's gonna be
Looks like it's
very
gonna
tough.
be a bloodbath in the bot lane really early on. They might be looking for a dive here with the Viego in a couple of seconds here. Well, in a minute or two.
Yeah, I mean, especially at least Ash has a means of kiting, has a slow. But Yunara being down both flash and both sums, it just makes it so hard for Link. Because what else she can do? She can run a little faster.
Yeah, exactly. And Jack's pathing here skipped the Krugs and just heading into the crab here in a couple seconds. We see the Viego still doing his camp. Jax was looking for a gank mid, potentially speaking, but he's gonna go back, clear those camps, and then look for something else.
Mm. You see Poppy pushing in this case Sante early. Uh, I see both junglers pathing ball right now. They both do have no sums. Yunara consequently did not back.
Hmm.
But Ash has back. Ash has full HP. Ash has the dagger. I'd be very interested to see the 3v3 that potentially could break out bot. And we do see Jax heading for the bot bush, looking for a counter if need be.
Okay, and we see the Jax here trying to gank through the lane, waiting in the bush, out of vision here. No summoner spells on the bot side. Jax looking for
Oh,
a
this
Q
does
flash.
not look
Ooh,
great.
the bard does land the stun though. Is he actually gonna go
And then we
down?
have Viego
Probably
here
one
with
or
the
two more.
counter.
But Viego here, there's no sums anyway. He's gonna get the reset here. Gets the
And
first blood onto Yunara, but that could have been way worse for Team Village here.
yeah, Jax very Jax very aggressive with the flash QE. And ultimately, Yunara early just does not have that sort of damage to follow up. You see, Bard Pop both sums has not been able to roam to get Meeps to get his damage on his autos. So just a little unfortunate for Team Happy.
Yeah, it was a good engage. I like the aggression by the Jacks early on. There was a little bit of damage lacking because Bart landed the stun onto the Ash as well, but they didn't have the burst to
Oh,
just get the early reset here. Katarina forced the E away, Shampoo away to that back minion, and it's gonna just TP back to lane after catching that wave.
yeah, and you see the CS gap that's beginning to build in the mid lane, especially with Bard coming there to help him push. It's really hard to see how Cat can build a lead to be able to one shot the backline as an assassin
Yeah, we
when the first when pre-6 she doesn't really have any agency in lane and she hasn't been able to fight.
Yeah, and Katarina after TPing here with the blasting wand, she's gonna be able to start dealing a little bit more damage here, but it's such a hard champion to pilot that it's gonna be really hard for Viego to get any sort of value from having Katarina on those fights. Katarina, a champion known for not being able to get mid prio really easily, especially against mages like Ari here. So this first Drake, I would assume it's just free Drake for Team Happy here. They would just have to shove mid wave, wait for the mid prio to stack, and just try to fight that. Because if Katarina wants to collapse and actually fight this Drake, it's going to be really hard for the village to actually do something.
It's really very easy for Team Happy to cancel Katarina ult should she actually go in, and they ultimately negate her as a champion. with all this, Jax E with RE, they have a lot of forms of CC that kind of just make her not a champion. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what this Katarina does to try and build a lead.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they're not trying to do the Drakes early on here, Team Happy. Ari here, what she could be doing here is just the next wave trying to stack your Qs already and try to start getting that mid prior so you can start moving down.
Yeah,
Help Viego get those resets.
we
I
see
mean,
Sante walking bot here, looking for mid, because Katarina ultimately has no kill pressure on the Ari post 6 because Ari can just ult away at any time. So really, we're gonna see. Oh,
we see the bar portal coming
Oh,
through. It's going to hit on the
great
Seraphine and
stun
also
by
going to
Bard.
stun by Jax. They have the damage, but Seraphine's just going to
Oh.
flash away. Viego, not enough damage to get the reset, actually flashing away after trying to get a kill in return, but it's not looking good here for Team Village.
and just a beautiful Bard portal into a Q on the Seraphine and the minion. Again, Seraphine now, both sums down. She's gonna be down XP. Should they try and look for a dragon fight soon? She is gonna be down XP, and she probably will not be 6. At the same time, Ashe will be.
Yeah. So the Dragon here alive for at least 3 minutes now. We see a big CS lead on mid lane, 72 to 59, but that's just as expected. And we expect the Katarina to start bleeding CS all over the game. So it's not something I'm very surprised about, but I'm very surprised about the CS lead in top lane. You can see 47 to 73, already around 20 CS lead here. That's just passive goal or no kills, no assists, no nothing, just CS.
Yeah, ever since level 1, Poppy has just been pushing this
Yeah.
Kesante into turret. And we see Kesante, try to roam mid once, now is roaming bot, and they're just cross-mapping, give the objectives.
Yeah, and the village is getting a single grub and walking away
Yeah.
unscarred here. But as you saw, the Jax in a really bad position when he was in the grubs, but Viego was just able to stun and Jax just ignored what they had to say, so she just walks away like unfazed.
Yeah,
Not,
and they go for the lane swap here. Bard and Yunara to the top lane, trying to, at least go even with the Poppy.
yeah, both teams with a grub here. Looks like Team Happy wants to contest that, but slowly
Ooh,
Jax
Jax is
charging
losing
the E, but
HP.
really low here. No flash on Viego to look for that reset onto Jax. That
Oh.
crystal arrow is going to go wide and not going to hit anyone. Even if that connects, everybody's already disengaging, so...
Oh, and Kesante trying to get a little action bot, but what happens once you use Q2? You just get kited.
Mm-hmm. Here we see a little bit of a swap with the Seraphine and the Poppy, but the Yunara and Bard as well. Cascadia might start bleeding even more CS now that she's paired up against an Ashe, which is surprising here. A decision, if I may say.
Yeah, and this is oh, as they CC the Yunara, the Poppy 1Q, the Seraphine Q gets her.
That's just enough. I'm surprised they get away with that. Like you have your Bard on the side, you're playing ranged. There's not that much kill pressure. I'm not sure what really happened here. No flash utilized, no ult by Yunara. And didn't even try to outplay that.
I guess it's just the pickaxe Poppy damage.
The pickaxe Tear of the Goddess power spike by Poppy.
Yeah.
100 CS to 60 CS on the Gesante, by the way. That's what I'm saying. He's going to start bleeding a little bit more with the Ashe being on bot lane here. But looks like Ashe is going to start pathing top with the Seraphine on mid. The Drake is still alive, by the way. The Drake will always be alive, apparently. All these games, nobody wants to do
That's
Drakes,
true.
apparently.
Now Team Happy rotate their bot lane back to bot into the Poppy, and they should be a little precarious here. Because we do see Poppy has completed Cleaver, does have the tier, is going to be very hard to kill.
Yeah, now 15 CS lead on the mid lane. Katarina not that far behind compared to Casante. And she's going to start moving down here. The Ari is still a very big threat here for those early skirmishes here with the ult charm. Katarina behind the Dragon Pit here. Oh, big
nice
stun by Bard. Playing it slow, it looks like. Bard with no ult right now. Jack's counter-strike not going to hit. The Ashe is going to hit him. So they look for the reset. Viego gets the first reset on. Jack's probably going to look for that. Takes the portal, but the counter-strike will not hit and goes back. Probably going to just take the Drake and take that home. First objective is gonna go to Team Village. I mean, the Village here.
Wow, I mean, that Ash arrow hitting Jax mid QE, which, wow.
Yeah, very fortunate here for the Village. They're just gonna be able to get those resets. They, lucky enough, Bard does have the magical journey available and just gets their team out of there really quickly. So good disengage here by Bard.
Yeah, but I mean, as we could see with that fight, that Poppy was very unkillable. She was tanking aggro for 10-15 seconds. It's going to be very imperative that this Yunara gets the items needed to kill this Poppy. Because we look at their team. Jax really can't deal with Poppy. Ari really doesn't have any sustained damage besides, Charm Q. It's going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, Katarina really low here. They was probably gonna get the reset here onto Casante first. Well, second kill for Viego actually. So Kraken Slayer Viego. I'm not a big fan, you know?
Yeah, but Kraken Slayer, I mean, you look into Jax, you look into Kesante, he's kind of forced into buying Kraken Slayer. Because Ash, once she is not going Bork first item. So, as we see Bard hit another
Yeah, seems
stun.
like Surfing in trouble here. Not gonna flash away, instead gonna look for the ult.
Oh,
Bard ult
Bard
is
hits
gonna
it.
hit. I'm
But
surprised.
Poppy is here and may eat the Bard. Yep.
But I don't understand. Surfing gets stunned 3 times. Double Bard Q and the Bard ult, and she still doesn't die, doesn't even flash away. How can they get away with that?
Yeah, I mean, Team Happy just does not have a lot of damage right now.
It seems like they lacked follow-up more than damage.
I mean, Yunara not being an item, Jax not having an item right now. It's just really hard for them to fight, especially when your Yunara does go call, because of the early lane state.
Yeah, but I'm surprised they're not utilizing everything they have to get those kills. You know, we still have the Ari ult, Ari flash. We have the Yunara ult. Like, we have everything to
Yeah.
just try and get that pick onto the Seraphine that didn't even flash, and we still don't get that pick. And Katarina already 120 CS to 107, but it doesn't seem that big of a difference now. 110 actually, for being Katarina, it's not that bad at all.
Yeah, but the problem is, who can she side against? She really can't side against anybody. You need the Katarina in the fight. As she ults the Kate
Katarina looking to get this Casante.
Oh, he soloed with a Lich Bane.
Casante not respecting the damage on the Katarina with the Lich Bane.
I mean, it is full armor Kesante, but look at the CS gap that's come out top. 50 CS.
Yeah, and not only that, they're going to take the first turret here. Magical Journey is going to be really close to the Katarina. Shampoos away. Jack's Counter-Strike will land on the Viego, and Charm lands as well. Viego not being able to escape even with the Heartbreaker.
Shutdown over to the Jax is very nice. But ultimately, again, we go back to this. Is very emblematic of the first game. We see a big gap top lane, and hopefully, this time, Team Happy has a way of mitigating, the Team Village's top lane.
Yeah, exactly, as you were saying. Seraphine looking for a little cheeky roam out here. The Herald is going to spawn, but we're going to have the reset here for Bard. Probably trying to get what is remaining of that tier 1 turret on the bot lane, but she doesn't seem like she's going to get it on this wave. At least that's what I like to think, with Casante being able to move her away as much as possible.
I mean, yeah, you see the tier 1s have fallen. And it just makes Team Happy. So, as Poppy goes in for the EQ, she gets out. The cannon minion.
Yeah, Casante is just
Casante. Oh no,
power's gonna go down. So Casante not utilizing his W to its full potential here.
This is a free objective top for the village.
Yeah, the village should be looking to at least get some sort of compensation on the top lane. And I mean, Poppy already got a kill. She got the turret. Like, utilizing a TP and everything else just to try and get a pick on bot lane, like, I don't think it's enough.
I mean, now they just take Rift for free, and they could probably crack mid with it after. It just makes it so hard, this Poppy being so ahead.
Yeah, and the Yunara slowly starting to scale here with the Kraken Slayer, with the Cole. Gonna be cashed in soon here. I expect Yunara here at least one more item, and she's gonna be able to pierce through that Katarina, that Viego. I mean, there's not. I mean, Yunara is able to hit in these matchups. Like Katarina Viego, she's gonna be able to hit a little bit. There's not that many tanks that she has to pierce through to get to that backline.
Mm. And now we see two bot in preparation. They didn't even need Rift Herald to break mid tier 1. Now Dragon looks very much in control as they try to get the second dragon and they set up for it.
Yeah, this would be the second dragon here for the village. No vision by the side of Team Happy as well. Looks like they're just gonna give this objective. Letting Viego stack a little bit more with that Kraken Slayer. I'm unsure what he's gonna go for the second item here. I would be thinking something like a Sterex Gauge is good here for the burst with Ari or Jax, stuff like that. So we also see the Poppy. She's really far ahead with the Black Cleaver and the Fimble Winter almost completed as well. Because Hunter really far behind with the 100 CS 0 and 3. Looks like he's
Ooh, as
struggling
Bard
today.
goes top into the Katarina Kesante fight.
Yeah,
Doesn't
Katarina
make it
trying to
out with
jump
Peppo.
away. Looking for a 1v2 action here. She has E available and she's going to E away Seraphine by her side with the heal. Probably not going to be much of an issue anymore.
I think that's how a lot of these Katarina fights are gonna go. Team Happy just has so much CC to cancel Katarina, and really, it's gonna be very tough for this Katarina to have a noticeable impact in team fights if people are actually looking for her ult.
Yeah, exactly. And here both ADCs just farming in the mid lane. Pretty stale here. 1 kill for the Inara, 3 assists for the Ashe. Pretty similar. Both on 1 item and full boots. I mean, there's a little bit of a goal advantage here for the Ashe, especially on the reset, but there's no objective on the map right now. So it's going to give a little bit more time for Inara to scale as well.
Yeah, and we do have they do just have 3 minutes of basically farming and getting vision. All of Team Happy's tier 1s are cracked. They have third dragon coming up. They have the subsequent Baron after that. It's just not all about not throwing any leads. And as I say that, their Poppy might have been picked, but Seraphine is here.
Charm is not going to land though. He just gets away.
4 people versus 1 Poppy.
What can you do? What can you do? I mean, it looks like Team Happy is way too scared to just fight every objective, and I'm surprised that's the case. Like, early on, before level 6, every single objective should be yours. Like, that Katarina is going to bleed wave. She's going to not have that mid-prio, so forcing that mid-prio to just go to any objective should have been your focus here to not let that gold lead really separate yourself from the other team.
Yeah, but we do see they do have the 2 dragons. They are prepping the scuttle for the 3rd dragon. The game looks very firmly in the village's hands. But we've said this before about the opposite team last game. So anything could happen.
Yeah, I mean, Jax, even with those kills on his belt, the Trinity Force, like, it's not enough to pierce through the Poppy, especially with the Seraphine on his back, with the heal available, with the W empowered, with, like, old redemption. Like, it's a lot to break through to actually kill the Poppy just with the lead with Casante alone. Like, that Yunara actually needs to start scaling a bit more to actually start dealing some damage.
You do see 2 people hovering the Poppy at all times.
Yeah.
We do have the
And
Otacon.
Otacon is just gonna be free with that Poppy ult,
Yeah.
ulting 2 players away. Not much they can do about it. Looks like they want to fight afterwards, though. Ari looking for flank.
Oh,
Might be good for
we have
Team
Ari.
Happy.
Oh,
Charm
Ari
is
hits
gonna
the charm.
land. But Casante's not gonna be able to do much here. There's a TP coming through. But
Oh, the
Trumpo,
Jax,
big
he's
counter
back.
strike by the part of Jax. Charm is gonna go wide as well. And no kills yet. The
Oh.
village just gets away.
Look at the
They
Suns
look
burn.
like they
Oh my-
really want to tower dive this, but they're really scared. They cannot poke them down. Poppy trying to hit the Bard, already half HP here.
But who can
Ari
kill this
waiting
Poppy?
for the Ari charm here. It has been going wide the last 2 charms, and the 3rd one is also not going to connect here. Looks like the village wants to chase down this Casante as well, but they don't have the damage. Viego's stun is gonna connect. Poppy coming through from behind. They take the magical journey into the middle of the team fight. Poppy here, Katarina's spinning now and getting some resets here. The village getting away with the Archon and more kills. Casante really sprinting for his life here. Viego probably gonna start charging the W here, but Casante has W available as well. And not enough, but wow, the village just gets away with more kills. Team
Yeah.
Happy really desperate to get something going, but they couldn't get it going.
Yeah, a little bit of a desperation play bot turret with Team Happy trying to dive the village. I mean, look at the sums burnt from Team Village from that Atacon fight. You know, Ashe double sums, Seraphine double sums, Katarina flash, Viego flash. And even then, Team Happy really just overstayed their welcome. They cannot take extended fights like that.
Yeah, exactly. Baron is going to come up here soon, and I don't see a way where Team Happy can actually really contest this. They're going to need a big, fat Bard ult onto their backline or some sort of engage like that for a follow-up with a counter-strike by Jax, but that's about it. That's the only way I see that Team Happy can actually come back from this game.
Yeah, I think Yunar has not even hit 2 items yet. So this level 15 Poppy is going to hit like a truck and also tank like a truck.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm surprised here. Third Drake is going to go to the way of the village as well. Hextech Drake, one of the best Drakes in the game currently. And I mean, what do you think Team Happy should be doing other than trying to fight the objectives? Like we were saying last game, that you kind of need to start looking for the cross-map plays if you're losing, if you're that far behind. If they're doing a play bot, you should be looking for a play on the top side here.
Oh, as
Poppy
you say that, this Jax.
Looking on the
Seraphine.
backline for the
Gets
Seraphine, but
Get
gets hit by
Asshole.
the Crystal Arrow. Bard's going to be able to get that stun probably with the double Q. Yeah, hits both. Casante going all out, and they get the pick onto Viego here. Ari still with 3 charges of ult. She's going to dash away from the Puppy ult, and they might get the Puppy here, but the Charm goes wide once again. Counter-Strike going to hit both, but Jax is just going to go down. Katarina gets the reset shampoo onto the Ari, and that's it. The Bard's just going to run away, trying to get away from danger, but it looks like the Katarina's gonna cut him off, but the magical journey back into the Baron pit. He's just trying to run for his life, nothing that poor Bard can do. And the village gets away with 4 kills once again. The Yunara just trying to farm, screaming to his team, please guys, let me scale, I want to carry this game, but there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, it's really, it's just so sad that they ultimately you do want to get the Poppy shutdown. You do want to get the kill. But them trying to 4-man Poppy in their own jungle, Jax EQing into 2 people, it's just really hard when you don't have the follow-up.
Yeah, it looks like Casante's in danger here, trying to go back
Katarina
into his
kills
blue
the
side.
Yunara.
Poppy slowly chipping away this Casante with those Qs, and Viego's probably going to be able to get that assist as well. We see the TP coming through here by the Ari here. She's going to look for a charm. Finally lands the charm onto the Poppy. They're going to get the kill onto Poppy. Viego running away. No charm available yet. So Viego's just going to go on Scarred here. But look at their base. Look at their mid turret. Look at their inhibitor. Looks like it's going to go down already. And the Baron's coming up soon. Just 30 more seconds. And let's see what the village wants to do for this.
I mean, it's very precarious now that the village have mid push, right? They just have so much trial.
Yeah, it
As
looks like they're
Jax tries
trying to pick up the Viego here, but Viego's pretty tanky right now. The Titanic Hydra, along with those Mercs with the Magic Shield. I mean, the Viego kind of goes back though. The Viego looking to fight back for the Jax, but as I was saying, you cannot really fight a Jax as Viego. Like, even if the Counter-Strike is down, like, there's no reason to try and kill that Jax there. You don't have the damage, just recall and go to the Baron. This might be a small opportunity for Team Happy to Sarah Baron and maybe even get a pick or 2 before doing the objective here.
Yeah, I think if Viego took that fight with Tab Eyes, I think it could have been doable. But you have to go Mercs into... Oh, as Bard
Barld is going to connect on Katarina. Shampoo's going to be available in a couple seconds here. Oh, actually jumps back now. But no E available anymore. They get the pick on the Katarina. Doesn't waste the flash, but Team Happy with an option here to do the Baron.
Yeah, now we see Jax. 2 massive shutdowns on the Poppy and now on the Katarina. Can he match this Poppy? in team fights, basically.
Yeah, Viego just coming back. The Baron's already down to 9k HP. They have vision onto the pit.
Oh, so the flash is in.
Flash charms onto 3 people. She's gonna get on out on behind the Baron pit though. She doesn't have flash
But
available
no
yet.
one
But
can kill this.
Jax counter strike onto 2 of them. Viego might get the reset onto the Jax here. But it doesn't look like it. Looks like Ash is just gonna run here. Team Happy 3v3 Katarina. Casante trying to hit the Ash, but not available. Look at the Puppy flank though. He might get a reset for Viego here. He gets pulled though. Viego's very low now. Also, Wei gets on. Oh my god! And the Ash just flashes back. The reset available for Viego there, but I don't know if they can do Baron right now.
Casante ulting the Seraphine and really just left a massive gap in Team Happy's backline. You saw on the 30 seconds ago on the edge of your map, Poppy just absolutely running down this poor helpless Yunara,
Yeah.
and then eventually coming in with that flank.
Yeah, and you see the Katarina trying to shove the wave here, trying to see if they can poke down that mid lane turret already, almost down completely. But now the turret is so low. Like, even if they took the turret, this is the best case scenario. If you take the turret would just start regenning. But right now the turret is so low, it's just not going to regen. You're going to be able to do Baron, go back, and the turret's going to be really low. So an easier way to end the game.
Yeah, and you see the Seraphine setting up for Baron right now. They have so much prio. Look at the wave states. Top's pushing in. Ari's clearing bot. You have supers in mid. What do you think Team Happy should do? Is it worth the Baron flip?
I mean, that's your only option, really. Like, this soul is just going to be really tough here. They might be able to lose the game, actually, if they get picked off here. The Surfing ult is going to be really good. Katarina with the resets as well. The charm onto
Katarina's
Katarina
fallen.
lands, though. And Jax is going to be able to stun this, but I don't know if he can get away with this. Counter-Strike not going to be able to do anything. Poppy's going to be able to stun that Yunara. Casante trying to run for his life, but there's not really anything he can do. That Q is going to connect onto 3 people. That's nothing you can do, actually. But the Ari gets away. I don't know if they can end the game. We got 30 seconds onto Jax, 10 seconds on Casante, 30 on the Yunara. Like I said, that turret is really low, so this might just be game.
Yeah, I think they're looking for the bot tower bot inhib right now, and then Baron on back. Then they look for the end.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to take at least the Drake here and start setting up Baron. Poppy trying to get that turret downstairs, but she's going to start pathing top now to do that Baron and actually try and end the game now.
I mean, even with all these shutdowns that Jax has, even with the thousands of gold that went over to him, it's just so hard playing into this Poppy, right?
Yeah, and you see the Viego build here with the Titanic Hydra and the Executioner's Calling, trying to stop that healing, but it doesn't seem like it's that relevant
Poppy
here.
is
But as
one-shotting
Poppy
Jax.
just 1v9ing completely this game and stops the Jax on his tracks, trying to do the Wolves here.
And this is looking like it's about
Yeah,
to be
but Poppy with the
2-0.
Sundered Sky Black Cleaver, such a aggressive build here, just going for the bar. She doesn't care about the turret at all, and actually even gives the kill to Katarina. This Poppy just completely 1v9ing the game here.
And this is looking like
As Casante is looking for a flank. The last slither of hope here for the Casante. Ahri ulting out, but I don't think that's going to be enough. That's the third charm landed in the game completely. And that's going to be the first game for the village.
Wow.
That's insane.
just a dominating victory. I mean, 2-0 up. What do you think? You think
Yeah.
it's going to be a reverse sweep sort of situation?
And like I said, it's a dominating performance by the village. They're looking really strong, but it seems that Team Happy is a really good team, but they're just not focused on what they should be doing at all times. Like, they should be focused on their champions, on what they actually do with them, and go from there, not just fight any objectives when you see them. You really need to think what your composition does and go from there, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of the onus should have been placed on Kat early and trying to snowball her and trying to avoid the situation that eventually did happen. But I mean, with that top laner, it's so easy to play when you have a Poppy, unkillable Poppy, that does probably the most damage on your team and is also the most unkillable.
Yeah, exactly. So, as of now, it's a 2-0. Are you expecting the reverse sweep to actually come through, or?
You know, this is the same situation we saw in our third place match. I would love it to go to game 5 for the cinema.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, we're gonna have to find out in a couple minutes if that actual reverse sweep is gonna happen. So we're gonna be back with just a 2-minute break, and we're gonna go ahead into game three. See you guys there.
giant standing in my way, leading me astray. Now it's time for me to rise. Knew I had to find myself. Turns out I'm on my own. I won't let it go. The fire burn that you pretend to know. The fire in my heart burns in your shadow. The silver lining can be
and that could turn the tides. If a Kiana ults the team in a chokehold and Mel just reflects it, that's going to be Team Happy who's in trouble instead of the village. So the Mel can get a lot of agency in this game if she plays the W right. And I think that's what's important is that W needs to be played right. But then looking at the top matchup, Jace versus Irelia, what would you usually favor in this matchup?
I mean, it's such a hard lane in general. I expect the bloodbath going here. Two champions here that in any moment they can just look for an engage, look for a solo kill. So I'm wondering if anyone actually wants to go hyper aggressive here and actually take the ignite. If somebody's gonna do that, it's gonna be Irelia, but I don't think it's gonna happen in this matchup. But in general, I expect a lot of difference here. I don't expect a farming lane. I don't expect perfect CS on the top lane here. I expect more kills and more ganks potentially setting up here by the Talia or Zed on the early game, you know? And I might be unfamiliar with the mid lane matchup. I'm a jungler myself, so I am not 100% sure on how the prio actually works for Talia Mel. I assume that Talia has a little bit more prio even on the early game since Mel cannot really one-shot the waves on these early levels. But in general, both laners really able to actually get that lane prio and look towards the objective. So it really depends on who's going to get the early advantage to get that prio and actually fight those objectives.
Yeah, I think if the Mel can reflect the Talia knockup, it's going to be so much easier for her to play the game.
Mhm.
And I think holding that W is just, yeah, I think name the game is make sure the Mel reflect just reflects something useful. And I think just Talia in general, the fact that she blocks dashes is one of the key aspects of the champion. But the fact that not many characters on the village have dashes kind of does like negate some of the benefits of Talia. Yeah, sure she can stop the ZW, but I mean, there's only so much you can do, right? There's going to be a Mel bombarding her with abilities, just so much more to look out for. So I'd say actually Mel can match the prio of Talia. The wave clear on Mel is also pretty strong. The the EQ can pretty much delete the backline minions instantly, at least post level 4 or 5, with a couple items in the bag. So the wave clear is pretty matched on both of the mid laners. But we should be getting right into this game very soon as they all spawn in. And what we go into is the potentially last game of this series the Village versus Team Happy. Oh, and is that a Kaisa mid? Oh, no. Okay, just a little bit of misplacement. Yeah, that is still Mel mid, Zed jungle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
production is gonna help us here in a bit, just setting up how the champions are gonna be looking here for their placements from top to bot here. And in general, I expect a little bit more aggressiveness here on all the lanes in general. All lanes are really like aggressive in a sense or in a way. So it's looking rough here. Like I keep looking at the village composition and I see the Soraka, I see no CC, and I think it's going to be really hard for them to actually pull something off even from the beginning of the game.
And here we go. They are already playing aggressive. Team Happy pushing up into the enemy jungle, into their red side, and lowering the Soraka a bit, forcing her to back away. But regrouping with the Kaisa, they come back to take some space. The Q reveals the Kiana in the bush. They know that this invade is most likely going to be happening. And that might cross the map here, with Zed opting to go for enemy red here after finishing his blue side. That's going to complicate things a bit because now that gives Kiana prio on the bot lane gank, and most likely what Caitlyn and Braum should ideally be doing is just giving an opportunity for their Kiana to gank. I think there's an option where Kiana ganks right after level 3 here, after clearing Krugs, getting the
Yeah, but
chickens
as
going
you can
down.
see, the set already taking advantage of knowing that the Kiana really wanted to start on that red side jungle.
Oh,
And
but interesting play.
yeah, you see both laners invading and going back to their sides. I mean, Kiana, like, walking back to her camps here. They already know that Kiana took the red side here, so Zed has an advantage here. Zed can actually get level 3 and look to kill the Kiana here, which is actually exactly what he's going to be doing right now. He's going to try and sneak up behind that red buff, see if he gets spotted by the ward though, because Kiana, as we know,
Yeah,
she's on the
he
Crux
was.
now, really, really low, and Kiana spots the Zed, really scared of what the Zed can do. He's looking for the Kiana. He doesn't spot. I'm surprised he's waiting for the Kiana to actually pass down and not just going to the Crux here, especially knowing how low she was. And now Kiana using that shroud to get away, trying to run away from the very healthy set here. But now the health difference is not that big anymore. They're both level 3, so this invade can go both ways. It really depends on who lands the smite on the red if they actually fight this.
A little bit of peel coming out from Talia, and Zed can't take that because if Zed takes the red buff, he gets lowered so much that he's pretty much at a disadvantage against
Yeah.
Kiana.
It looks like Zed wants to go for round 2 here, going behind the
Oh, he's
Kiana.
going
There's
back.
also
Oh,
very
there's
aggression
gold
on
kill
the top lane.
potentially.
And it looks like Jace is going to go down and actually dies after flashing, instead pushing away the Kiana here. I'm unsure who got the red buff. It looks like, yeah, it looks like Zed got the red buff here with the smite here. So
That's so unfortunate.
both, I mean, as unfortunate as it is in top lane, Zed still gets the red buff, so he gets away with the grand heist he had planned all along.
Yep, a little bit of upsides and downsides. Jace does unfortunately give first blood to Team Happy. Insane Bluetooth auto by the Aurelia, but we love to see those. The Aurelia, I always say, is a surprisingly strong champ early game. Those when her passive is fully stacked up, she's hard to lose in a 1v1. Maybe Darius is the only one I can imagine her losing to with his passive stacks. But Aurelia's on-hit AP damage just helps her dish out so much damage. And on top of that, the attack speed she gets. And on top of that, Conquer, it's really hard to beat Aurelia. Just her stacking up on the minions and just completely diving you. Sometimes people just don't expect it. And that's exactly what happened here. Jace was caught out, Flash gone, and that's a lot of agency lost on the top lane, now forcing the Jace to just permanently be in his ranged mode, most likely.
Yeah, bot lane here, Caitlyn forced try and look for kills here, but
Good
they're
stun.
also looking to kill the Soraka here, but that free, I mean, that healing is pretty massive. If Kiana actually flashed in with the Q flash, they could have gotten away with killing the Soraka, but does not want to risk the Soraka just flashing away. Great played by Brom here, blocking the
Another
Kai'Sa
fight
double.
top lane. Aurelia again fully stacked, lowering the Jace so much, potentially looking for a dive. Does take a little bit of damage from the Jace Q, forced to back away.
Even if she dies here, it's worth because he's gonna lose the wave.
Oh,
But the
good Q by the
EQ.
Jace. I think she
The
still
passive is
dives in
gone though,
autos.
but she's gonna trade, and the Jace loses the entire wave. So
The
that's
ults.
really gonna hurt the Jace here.
The Aurelia ult was wasted there, but still worth it for the Aurelia, who gets the entire wave and makes the Jace lose out on, well, an entire wave as well. A net positive trade, as you said, for the Aurelia, and worth.
Yeah, and now the Drake up. We're gonna see both bot lanes starting to move onto the bot side jungle, start setting up that objective and see what they can come up with.
I think the Braum can also really counter the Jace late game if you block some of the upgraded Qs that pass through the E. But if that doesn't happen, the Jace can do a decent amount of damage to the Kiana, Talia, and Caitlyn. That's something they really need to watch out for.
Yeah, so Zed's pathing down really, really slowly here, as well as Kiana doing those wolves, doing the grump. Uh, Not clearing optimally, I must say. I just saw that Kiana use both her Qs and not having the attack speed to hit the wolves. But other than that, just pathing bot, getting the grump, trying to move on to the objective here on the bot side.
Potential gank
And
here.
it looks like they really want to
Dive.
look for a dive here, but no level 6 on Zed is pretty risky. So Zed's just going to say, okay, I'm going to leave. Let's see if we can actually fight this objective. But I'm surprised, all these games we've seen today, all objectives just stay on the map for so long. There's barely any souls going on in these games.
Yeah, first game ended so surprisingly and very fast. And I think that's just to show that they utilize the objective really well. The tower damage as well. Sure, they're very slow on taking this, but they still make use of any advantage that they are able to get. In terms of diving in Aurelia, I think that's just close to impossible with the Zed and Jace. That Aurelia W just negates so much damage from both of those characters. And if she times it well, I think she can easily 1v2 under tower. Irelia is one of those champions that can really easily just outplay you with her ult, her E, just the passive stacks for her Q. Good attempt there by the Irelia to get the E. Just misses. Oh, there's a
Yeah, exactly.
big...
Seismic Shove lands onto Zed, and that's actually gonna go down after getting hit with the Q. And Soraka also down. They might try and look for a dive here, but Braum really low. Looks like they're just gonna take this wave and try and see if they can get some plates here. Kian and Talia taking that red buff as well. So pretty good here for Team Happy, looking to extend this game for at least one more game.
Indeed, indeed. The Mel root does miss. The launch up does hit from the Talia, pushing the Mel or pulling the Mel into the tower. Half health down. Irelia E does hit, but can't dive. Don't have enough HP or the passive stack.
Dana
It's gonna
looking
be
here.
Ooh,
Seismic
and that's what I was
Shove.
talking about. That is MLW not used well enough. Because I think the Mel was out there. She had dodged Talia knockup. So she really had no reason to W there.
Looks
and
like
that cost
Irelia
her
gonna
a
go
life.
for a 1v2 situation here. Lands the ult onto Jace, but I don't think that's enough. W used before the Zed ult pops now. It's Zed versus Kiana. Kiana no ultimate available for her. Misses
Oh,
the
the
Q.
Q.
But
That is tragic.
we see the Talia seismic shove coming through behind the turret, just picking up that kill. Talia 2 kills already, getting that early lead on for Team Happy.
And that helps the situation a lot more for Team Happy. 2-7, big lead here. 2.5k gold lead, 8 minutes. The Talia up 2 kills. Kiana bounty. I'd say this is a really good game state. And I think the scaling as well. While the village, would you say the village has better scaling here? I'd say the village has slightly better scaling here.
Yeah,
Just the Mel and
definitely
Kai'Sa.
speaking, the village has a little bit more scaling composition compared to Team Happy. But you know what I keep seeing this game, and
Yeah.
it's really tilting me a little bit? I see Kiana with no element at all times, bro. Not using that passive attack speed for clearing the waves, not using the passive of switching between elements to actually clear the jungle. So it takes her way too long to clear
Yeah.
these camps, way too long to clear these objectives. That's just a little bit. I know I'm nitpicking a lot,
Yeah.
but it's really pissing me off.
And before you guys think we're just chatting chatting nonsense, he's challenger. He's a challenger jungler. He can say that. So he knows how to play these characters. And there's a dive coming in from Ex Nihilo. The Irelia jumping on to the Jace and just getting another kill on the board. 4 kills to the Aurelia. And
It's
this
only a
is
big
tough.
lead.
Very
Only a
big lead.
big lead for Team Happy. But like I said, the top lane matchup looking like a bloodbath. 4 kills on the Irelia, 1 kill on Jace. Jace really struggling here. Irelia already got some plays on top lane as well, but I'm surprised bot lane is not getting as many plates as I think they could have gotten. So Caitlyn, with pretty much the same farm as the Kai'Sa, Soraka being able to make the Kai'Sa just staying lane as much as possible with that sustain, with that W. So there's not much to go off for the village here. They're trying to look for plays on parts of the map that are not really available. So
Jace most likely about to get caught up. Walking up, did not think the Aurelia still there, but the E does miss, knocks the Aurelia away, ults him, dashes onto him, fully stacked passive,
no
autos him
flash
to
on
death.
Jace.
most
This is
likely.
probably a kill as well. W is not gonna kill it and wastes
the flash.
Forces a flash, but Jace really struggling out here. Really needs some sort of help on the top lane here. Bot lane also gonna get one more play here. Caitlyn slowly ramping up a little bit more gold. Kiana looking for a flank here, has a supreme display of talent available in a couple seconds here, so we're just gonna wait here. Kiana gonna miss the first Q, there's a TP going down, Braum ult is not gonna connect, Mel is now here, Zed is gonna ult the Kiana. Kiana looking to leave, but Kai'Sa is gonna be able to pick up that kill onto Kiana, and what looked like a dive was gonna happen, it turns around onto the village.
That is a slight disaster for Team Happy. Kiana dying does give a little bit of a shutdown over to the Zed. Unfortunately, wasn't on the Kai'Sa. But honestly, the more this game goes on, the more worried I get for this Kai'Sa. I feel like she's just not going to have any area to move around. The Aurelia's fed, the Kiana's pretty healthy. The Talia has a decent amount of kills as well as she goes in with the Weaver's Wall. Dockup does
Seismic
miss
Shove
on
is
the Jade.
not
Good
gonna
movement.
connect, but I don't think it's enough. Soraka ult is gonna come through. trying to ult hit the wave to get away, but that's not enough. Zed trying to help out his fellow teammate, but not much he can do. Jace 1-6 already. They're really taking advantage of this matchup here.
It's very tragic for the Jace, who has a Youmu's and has a 60% stacked tier.
And look at that, we get a kill mid, we get a top lane turret plates, and we get the objective as well for the Drake. So it's not looking good for the village now. And
Yeah.
I keep seeing Kiana with no elements. So, so I wanted to root for the Kiana, but now I kind of want to root for Team Village now.
Yeah.
I want to see Team Village come back from this game.
But still, even if you do want that, it is a very sizable 3k gold lead for Team Happy. Caitlyn does go down to poke the Kai'Sa a little bit, already putting her down to 60% health with the Braum Q also hitting her. Braum passive was procced but wasn't activated. And as they look to go top lane on a fully stacked Aurelia, I would advise caution because I think this is an
He's
easy
gonna
1v2
connect.
here.
This might be a 1v2, but I
Oh,
really
listen.
ult is going to go wide though.
And that's a kill.
If that ult connects, it's a different story here. I really looking for the 1v2, what can then turn into a 1v3, but either way.
Yeah, and the kill goes over to Kai'Sa as well. That there could not have been a better champion for that kill to go over. That damage from the Mel was pretty decent, I have to say. Just the E did a very sizable chunk, and that damage is just gonna go up. And you know, as we were saying, this scaling on the village is pretty good. It's slightly better than Team Happy, and I think it's a race against time for Team Happy. They want to end this game as soon as possible. They do not want this Kai'Sa to get items, and she just got a shutdown.
Yeah, still a 3k gold lead though. It's going to be hard to push through that, and especially right now. They're going to need a little bit more time. 2 Drakes already on the side for Team Happy, and the next
TP
one's
to
coming soon.
escape.
TP trying to get away, and barely that Irelia E scratches that Yaze, but it's not enough. He gets away with the TP.
Very unfortunate for the Aurelia, but very fortunate for the Jace. Here's my argument, though. The guy is 1-6. I don't think it was worth it to TP out. I think he's not worth
Hey,
much gold. and-
it's debatable. Hey, you gotta save the KDA. Did you not see?
True.
I forgot what Worlds game this was, where the ADC just uses a Herald to get away and just wastes it. I can't remember this ADC. Was it Viper or something? I can't remember.
Jackie Love.
Was it Jackie Love?
I think it. But was it last year?
No, it's this year.
Oh, then I don't know.
I don't remember, but the supreme display of talent is gonna hit 2 people here. Trying to move away, Kiana flashing away,
Jace
using
trying to go
that
in.
shroud to try and slither away, using the E as well. Makes enough time for the Aurelia to come by here. Braum
Now
ult is
going in,
gonna
and
connect
that's-
on one. Zed's kind of stuck here. Aurelia ult is gonna connect onto 2 people, but she's gonna go down to the Mel. Braum walking back with the Talia seismic shove is gonna go wide, not gonna hit anyone. Caitlyn slowly walking here, but not much she can do by herself. She might be able to play some traps, do some damage, but now Braum walking slowly. The Weaver's Wall onto the Mel is gonna force her to flash away, and the seismic shove is not gonna land on anyone. Healthy health bars looking here for the village here because of the Soraka. I mean, Team Happy does not get away with the objective. It's best case scenario for the village here.
The Mel and Kai'Sa Q one-shot the Aurelia.
Completely.
And that's what I'm talking about. This Mel is dangerous. This character does a lot of different damage. Not a lot of different damage, but just a lot of damage. And people don't expect it. It was just an E, Q, and then a Kai'Sa Q, a couple autos maybe, and the Aurelia died. I think she was mid W, and that was enough damage to still kill her. So I think that's some damage that Team Happy really needs to watch out for. And I think the healing from Soraka is actually so useful. The Jace went in fully, was down very low, and then the Soraka healed, and her ult came in with the redemption. Or sorry, not the redemption, just the healing came in, and all of a sudden he's full HP. Now the Aurelia looking to go onto the Jace. knocked her
Soraka
away.
walking back onto the Jace though, so this might be a 1v2 situation we got going on.
Good silence.
She is gonna get rooted here. The ult is not gonna come out. She could have gotten away with 2 kills here, but the Soraka slowly being able to root that.
Black
Hits the
E.
E onto the Soraka. It's gonna be a free kill here. Oh my, very, very close. Almost not gonna be able to hit that W. But now they're looking to see if they can get something else in mid. Looks like they want to take this turret before taking the Herald here.
Yeah, and
Wrong
Kai'Sa.
ult gonna go wide onto the Kai'Sa, just walking down, not really a threat here, but they're gonna be able to take that tier 1 turret, and they slowly start walking onto the Herald, or actually hit tier 2 turret here. If nobody does anything about it, they might get away with this. Half HP already on the
But he can't
turret,
do anything.
1/4 HP. Seismic Shove goes really well here. The set trying to get away from here, but like, I mean, they're gonna get the Herald as well. Tier 2 turret, very, very low. They wanted to cash in on that 700 gold, so the village really struggling here.
I think what the village lacks is clear front line. They have a Jace, who is 1 in 6, and he's their only like front line. He's the only person who could potentially classify as front line. And here we go again, the Weaver's Wall going on to the Jace. This guy is just not having a good game. Completely getting teamed and goes down.
Just outperformed in general, though. Irelia really, really playing really well this matchup here. The Jay's really struggling with the 1-7 scoreline. And like I said, I don't like to look at the scores and say, oh, this guy's hinting 1-7, but like it's looking like a top lane kingdom here. Kiana's gonna use that Herald to connect onto the mid lane. I wonder if she's gonna go to another lane or just gonna go mid lane. It looks like she's gonna go top lane. Does she know how to drift this Herald?
Yeah.
Oh, she doesn't. But the Herald is still going to be charging because it hits besides the turret, though. Before it dies, it does die, though.
Very unfortunate. They do lose out on that tower. The Kai'Sa W does land on the Aurelia, and the Mel W also lands onto the Kiana, who's now very low, put down to half health. The Melt Stack's going up, and the W almost hits. Or the E, I mean, my apologies. But then still, the Kiana does go down. The Caitlyn trying to get anything she can to
And
equalize
2
the
more
fate.
kills for the village here. I mean, they're not out of the game just yet. They're getting these scrap kills after the objectives from Team Happy, so they're not out of the equation just yet. So we're just gonna have to wait and see what they can come up with.
A lot of the kills that Team Happy has gotten is because of the Talia wall. And there is another knockup from the Talia, and the Soraka just gets deleted.
Wow.
Very big overstep there. I must say, you have to be aware of the Talia knockup there, and that is a misplay from the Soraka.
Yeah, bounty objective here for the tier 1 turret on the top lane. Not as significant as other objectives you can get from this game, but at least that's something to get the village going here.
Any
We can
gold?
see a gold lead of around,
5K.
yeah, around 3 or 4K, so it's a little significant advantage here.
Yeah, very, very decent amount of money that is towards the side of Team Happy. And I think the vast majority of that money is on the Talia and the Aurelia. I think these two are the carries. The Caitlyn does have a bounty, but those are just picking up some kills. But those are important items on the Caitlyn, the IE and the Collector. That's going to do a lot of damage to any squishy that she is able to land any shots on.
Yeah, and as we head into minute 20, Atakan already spawning here. The Irelia moving back, knowing that the Zed and Jace are looking for something here on the top lane. But the Atakan alive, Team Happy with a better position here. Mel W already utilized it. The supreme display of talent is going to go wide, not going to hit everyone. The Jace
This is a good fight.
Q
This
is
a really
going
good
to
fight.
hit someone, but they don't commit to the fight. Jace.
Why?
We saw them grouped up. We could have seen a very good slam by Jace here. The slow is not going to connect on anyone. Talia trying to get some poke while running back. Soraka healing up the health bars. And we see Team Happy with very healthy health bars here. And they don't look like they want to move into the Arakan here.
I think that's another thing is the village doesn't have any good engage. I think the Soraka is good for anti-engage. It helps them mitigate any damage from an engage, but then they don't have any engage of their own.
Yeah,
Sure,
and that's
Zed
what we
can
were
go in.
talking about even on the early stages when we were seeing the draft. There's
Yeah.
not really much engage here. Like we saw Team Happy really stuck on that chokehold, but like we can see the Jace wanting to go in on that choke point, but like he's not gonna go in because he doesn't know if there's gonna be follow-up coming through. He might not be able to have the damage to actually wipe the entire team, even though they're all grouped up to see that melee range form Jace just slamming them.
I think it's just a lack of belief in the team. But it's just a lack of confidence, you know? It's the Jace wants to go in, but he doesn't know if he is going to be able to go in and still get some reward out of it.
But at the same time, you're already 1-7.
Yeah.
Like what is one more stripe to the tiger? You know,
Yeah.
you gotta try and hit that game-changing combo onto the enemy team to see if you can come back from this game.
And
Like
I think that's exactly what he's trying to do here now.
Weaver's
Hammer in
wall
hand.
defensively just going back here.
I'd say that was a bit unnecessary, to be honest. But that is a key cooldown. A lot of the skirmishes were successful for Team Happy because of that Weaver's wall.
I'm
It allowed the
surprised
players to
that
just
no
appear.
team is looking for these this Atacon, you know? Like such a good objective where you can just set up. If you get a pick or two, you can just
Yeah.
start it and actually do the objective. But looks like both teams just out of coordination to try and set up for that objective.
The
Two
Atacon.
more minutes and we just have the Baron, so we're gonna have both objectives here on the top lane.
Yep. The Atacon is alive, but it does seem like the village is slightly moving towards it. Recalls coming out from Mel. Or maybe, I think she did cancel that one.
Yeah, so big gold lead here for Happy, but it doesn't seem like it, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like this big
they
gold lead,
started.
and especially now, Team Happy is the one that's deciding to start the Atacon. The village, I mean, Happy without any vision here, so they might be struggling to walk through with the Mel on the choke here, on the Tribush. Already down to 4k HP, and they're going to take
so
the
much damage. I
Atacon
think
here.
that ults kills her. Almost.
Kaisa is gonna flash in, and the village is just gonna be able to wipe them. And while Kiana gets a Drake, like, I'm not sure if this is a correct call. You might get a Drake, you might be on Soul Point, but Atacon, probably the best objective right now in the game. And especially, you cannot be splitting your teammates on both sides of the map to see if you can contest one or the other. Like, you either get the Drake and try and get the mid turret or something, but you don't send the Kiana to do the objective when you can easily fight the Otacon with the Goldie that you have.
I 100% agree. You can't just split up your team like that, especially against a Mel who can just poke down anyone who doesn't have the instant engage. And I think there's a conversation to be had about just the raw gold value that Atacon gives you. Those flowers give so many stats. Adaptive damage, XP, that just translates into so much gold value that it just helps equalize any deficit that the village might have. They just gain so much damage from that objective. And Team Happy, sure, you're one objective closer to the soul point, but does that compare to the amount of raw damage that you just missed out on? I don't think so. And yeah, I think that's just a misplay from Team Happy. They had the gold lead, they still do, but it's not being utilized as well as they can. But here they are establishing vision in the enemy blue side. The Soraka coming in.
Yeah, the village really happy with how that turns out. We
TP
see
in.
both teams looking to fight this Baron now, but we see the TP coming on the flank here. Talia really low. The E is not going to connect on anyone, but Kiana's already dead here. Talia forced to flash out. Male W already used as well. Caitlyn a little bit stepped up. Way to step
Well,
up.
that's a huge damage from
And Irelia looking to flank, hits the Eon to 2 targets. Caitlyn is going to go down. Instead, looking to kill a Talia as well. Kaisa W is going to go onto the Talia, but she's going to Sonya's that. And
That was
Mel is just going to kill Braum and Irelia. And the poor Talia with one slither of HP trying to run away, trying to do something for Team Happy. But I don't think she's going to be able to do anything for this team.
Kaisa W almost hits, but I think in that fight, the MVP is Soraka. The Irelia was on the Mel, but a key silence from the Soraka prevented her from being able to walk up and finish the kill onto the Mel.
And
And the Mel was able to ult and kill two people.
Yeah, and it looks like on coordination here for Team Happy, they have the advantage of having a more aggressive composition here. Like, you can look for objectives, you can look for team fights really, really easily in comparison to the village, but it doesn't seem like they're piloting it as well. Like, you can just go in, look for engages, but it doesn't seem like Irelia had as much follow-up as she expected to have.
Yeah, and this Mel is a problem. Like I was saying, this is the champion to watch out for. And guess what? It is the village now with the gold lead. They have a 1k gold lead, 1.5k. And
they had a
that is-
5k gold deficit, but now it's a 1k gold lead, and you see the Mel with 3 items already with that Horizon Focus able to burst down anyone. Honestly, there's no magic resist for the side of Team Happy. Only Talia is going to be able to survive Mel ult with that Sonya's, but that's about it. No MR coming here for the village, and that Baron is going to be doing so much to get even more gold for these turrets on the top lane here.
And I'm really surprised about the lack of MR, but there's an
Talking
engagement
about
from
Mel,
and that's what I was talking about. The reflect from the Mel, but still,
She's still going to get the kill on
That-
Kiana, though.
the Mel is very dangerous. Reflects the Kiana W perfectly and is able
But-
to secure the kill onto her. And that
Even
is
though
top
they-
inhib.
Even though they get the pick onto the Mel, they're already losing the top inhib. They're going to be able to hit this turret on top lane. They might get it low. Like, the recalls are so slow because Zed is buying so much time. They might even get a turret or two here. It
problem's
looks
not
like two people already backed by the Caitlyn, and the Weaver's Wall is going to buy as much time as possible so the turret doesn't go down.
misses.
But as you can see, a little bit the village kind of in a choked position here. Bromald is going to go wide, not going to connect onto anyone. But that's both inhib turrets down. Can they end here? We have 9 seconds on Irelia, 2 seconds on Kiana. So they're just going to back off. We'll look to get more turrets on the mid lane here. Just going to walk. The seismic shove is not going to connect onto the Jace here. And
Zed almost just one
speed.
shot.
She just ults away. He just ults away the Caitlyn. And the
Kiana ult whiffs.
this might be the end of the game. They already have a pick. They're going to get the mid turret here. The inhib is super low, as well as the Talia. That Nexus is exposed. I think they can end the game here.
Zed going in.
We
Not much here to do for
They're really
Team
scared to come in
Hathaway.
here.
Down
with
goes the ball.
Jace. I think that's just it. I think they can just hit the Nexus. Kai's is going to ult the backline here. He's going to get the kill on Talia as well. And the Talia is just dead, and that's just how the game ends.
How
Can you
does that
believe
happen?
That's just how it ends. Like a couple picks here and there, they get the top inhib, they get both turrets, they get a couple picks mid, and that's just how the game ends.
What an insane comeback from the village. They were 5k gold down at one point, and then within 5 minutes, they turned that into an insane win. How does that even happen? That was so well played.
And like I was saying, I was not expecting this at all. I did not expect this 6k gold deficit to just go onto the side of the village here, especially speaking with the composition that they were running. There was no engage, they just had poke, but it seems like Team Happy was really scared of just looking for these engages or looking for team fights that the village could not have any answer to.
Yeah, that Mel and Kaisa carried that, and I was surprised. No MR. Kaisa was building AP as well. Mel is completely carrying with AP. She one-shots your entire team, and no MR. The Irelia opted for Death Stance, probably for the Z burst damage, but still, I'd say not the right idea. But at the end of the day, it is the village taking home this series. They are the champions of the UBCA League of Legends Cascadia Cup. They will be taking home $500 out of the $1,000 prize pool. And I think that was a very good series. 100%. Huge congratulations again to the village. Super well played. Amazing comeback in the final game. Any last words?
Thank you for having me today. It was a great pleasure
No
here
last words,
looking
by
at
the way. Sorry, that sounds pretty bad. Any final words for the match?
yeah, last words. No, but yeah, really fun here casting both these teams. Actually, really surprised on the level that these players had today. So I'm really excited to see what we can